Hola, yuppie, everybody. How's everyone doing tonight for this evening? Oh god, okay, that's working. Oh jeez. Oh my god, I am half asleep and I think it's easy to tell that I'm pretty sleepy tonight. Oh god, I almost transitioned into my default screen while my Clip Studio Paint was open with some things that didn't need to be shown. Oh god, almost opened myself up to some big embarrassment here. Okay. Oh god, without further ado, ding dong. Yes. Hi Kalidari. Oh god. Hello. Oh gosh. So sorry if I seem a little bit disheveled today or a little bit unprepared. I am very sleepy tonight, like not actually sleepy to the point of falling asleep on my table. But you can tell I'm notably more tired than usual. But I believe it's not enough to make me tired for like canceling the stream today or something. I can read just fine and I need it. I need to boost some serotonin into my brain after work. Okay. Quick recap before I start, as usual. So, in the previous stream, Eva started getting increasingly more... Sorry, Eva 3 started getting increasingly more unhinged. Toyed around with Rosa and Maria. Poor Maria. Then she started snapping back at Beatrice because how dare you not let me kill people over and over again. Ronove has to be taking care of her, like leading her into doing the actual what was again the sacrifices while he plays chess in Beatrice's stead because Beato is pissed at Beatrice for having fun watching Rosa being killed repeatedly. And the stream ended with Eva 3 summoning 2 new furniture, like the bunny girls and Kirie, Rudolph, in spite of being absolute badasses and defending themselves, they still died, and so did Hideyoshi after slapping the shit out of Eva 3. And that's where we left off. So we passed the previous Twilights, and let's see how many people are left. 30 minutes had passed since Rudolph's group had left the guest house. By any measure, their return was too late. And Kraus and Natsuhi, who waited by the entrance, were reaching the limits of their patience. The chain was set on the door. That was a precaution in the event that Rudolph's group was attacked and a master key stolen from them. For that reason, they needed to wait by the entrance like this for the others to return. Hello, Tengo. Hi, HKR. How you doing? I can't get over Kraus. Giant Schrank Kraus. Wide shoulders, big body, and tiniest gun. Kraus glanced between his watch and the door, struggling to keep his composure. Big man with small gun indeed. Kraus must be like, good, I get to keep the gold. If I find it, if it exists. At that time, the forceful sound of a door being opened came from the hallway, and they heard Eva's panicked voice. That voice kept calling out Hideyoshi's name. It seemed as though had a bad dream or something due to her fever and was calling for her husband. Yeah, right, I remember. Normal Eva woke up just crying for her husband. That was so sad.
Eva-san, どうしましたか? 大丈夫ですか?
No.
うちの人はどこ? うちの人がいないの。ずっと一緒にいるって約束してくれたのに。ずっと手を握ってくれてるって約束したのに。
Eva is anything but okay. Kraus was struck dumb by his attitude of hers, which she had never shown in front of him before, but Nazi understood her feelings. Women's solidarity!
秀吉さんはルドルフさんたちと一緒に今表へ出ています。表へ？どうしてよ。私とずっと一緒にいてくれるって約束したのに、どうして表になんか行ってるの？表へ出てはダメ。表には魔女がいるわ。行ってはダメ。殺されてしまう。
Yep, she's super not okay.
エヴァ、落ち着きなさい。秀吉さんは
Hideyoshi is a real man. Indeed he is. I like how he walked up to Evatrice and then was like, stop being a spoiled child and stop killing people. I don't care if you're an all-powerful witch, stop it. Only sucks that he had to die for it.
どうして屋敷に行かなくちゃいけないのよ。ここなら安全なのに、どうして表になんか出したのよ。どうして屋敷なんかに戻ったのよ。
明日までの食料を取りに行くことになったのだ。秀吉さんはお前の体調が悪いことを気にしてて、そのためにもと言って。
Wants to protect his family. Also, Eva, best mom, always so protective of her family. She is. I also like Kirie a lot. As a mom, that is. But even though she just admitted, like last episode, that she feels enormous amount of jealousy when she looks at Battler, so probably that extends a little bit to him.
表はダメよ。バラ庭園はダメ。屋敷はダメ。魔女がいる。黄金の魔女が歩き回ってる。見つかったら殺されてしまう。絶対に殺されてしまう。ああ、うちの人はいつ戻ってくるの。
Kirie is also very interesting in that aspect. Yeah, I agree. I'm very curious to see how she is with her daughter that she name dropped a few times. I think Ange is her name. She did mention her by name the last episode. Yes, Ange. I'm curious how she is like with her. If we ever see her.
30分? そんなのおかしいじゃない。屋敷に行って食料を取って帰ってくるのに、どうしてそんなに時間がかかるのよ。それであんたたちはなんでここでぼんやりしてるのよ。迎えに行かなきゃ。早くあの人のところへ行かなくて。
Sheesh, Eva probably had quite a nightmare, and because it had continued even after she woke up, she could no longer hide her panic. Nazi tried calming her down, but all it did was make Eva's emotions explode even more. No, Nazi, I know you are trying your best, but Eva is hard to tame. Maybe they heard that disturbance. Beato and the kids who had supposedly been on the second floor were peeking their faces through the crack of the lobby door. The kid's like, what the fuck is going on? Kraus, Nazi, Eva. And Battler, George, Jessica, Nanjo. Okay, so we have literally 6 people alive. Sorry, 7. I can't count. Oh, my half-asleep brain, jeez. Everyone in the guest house had gathered by the entrance and understood the current situation.
母さんの意見に同感だよ。父さんたちの様子を確かめに行くべきだ。
ああ、そうだな。荷物が大きくなって手間取ってる可能性だってあるぜ。人手は歓迎のはずさ。
Extra hands.
ローズさんが襲われてすぐですぞ。二次遭難の可能性もあります。ここは一つ慎重に。
バカを言わないで。慎重に何よ。助けを求めてるかもしれない主人を見殺しにしろというの。私が様子を見に行くわ。臆病者はここで待っていなさい。
Oh, Eva. Looking agitated, Eva raised her gun. Eva, I don't know if you want to have a gun while you are this agitated. Judging by her face, it would be useless for anyone to try and stop her. Oh man. George, who realized that first, raised his head.
僕も行こう。バトラ君も来るだろう。人数が多い方がいい。
I almost have the feeling that the guest house people will be next.
エヴァおばさん、来るなって言ったってついてくぜ。
私も行くよ。
Uh-oh.
私だけ安全なところに隠れてなんかいられないぜ。ジェシカは出てはなりません。ここに私といるのです。良いですね。
It was like they were implying that those three had already been killed anyway, so going outside would be pointless. Nazi realized that Eva felt like her heart had been gouged out, but she spoke out strongly as Jessica's mother.
そうね。それがいいでしょうね。兄さんたち一家はゲストハウスで留守番してて。これはうちの家族とバトラ君の家族の問題よ。あと南條先生も来てもらえるかしら。万が一のこともあるかもしれないから。
Just in case. Well, now I guess the only people who can protect the current heads of the family will be just Schrank Klaus and the entire and Jessica's whole fist.
ジョージ、南條の4人は屋敷のホールにてルドルフ、キリエ、秀吉の3人の遺体を発見。
Oh, we don't even get to see their reactions.
第4から第6の番ってことか。
All of them at once.
なら死体には額。
Oh yeah, right.
胸
They do
腹
happen
に
all
そ
at
れぞれ
once.
例の
I
悪
forgot.
魔の杭が。
はい。ルドルフの額に1本。
Oh shit! I just remembered that Ronove is taking charge of Beatrice's gameplay in chess. Oh no! The brain rot is exponentially bad today. I'm
秀
scared.
吉の胸に1本。
I'm not ready.
そしてキリエの腹部に1本。悪魔の杭が3人には争ったか、あるいは逃げ回るかしたと思われる着衣の乱れがあります。3人の遺体は寄り添ってはおらず、犯人と遭遇後、ある程度の抵抗を試みたと推定されます。
杭で額と胸と腹をとか、相変わらず無芸。
As usual. The way he is looking like. Even though Ronove knew it would be superfluous, he contemplated telling Battler the truth. You should, to BH. Normally the witch would have killed them in a much more horrible way. The corpses had been left in this manner only because Beato had suggested to the witch that she show restraint. The new witch, thinking it would be fit well enough as long as she gouged them with stakes, would probably have just stuck a stake into a lump of meat that wasn't even shaped like a human. Rosa and Maria's corpses were a particularly striking example. If they'd been killed as the Golden Witch had wished, just how gruesome would the corpses have been? Beato had changed that into the still better kind of killing Battler had mentioned earlier. Wanting to have Beato's small bit of thoughtfulness appreciated, he thought of telling Battler about this. But judging by Battler's eyes, it might do more harm than good. To humans, the gap between being alive and dead is very large. Saying that she'd given them better deaths might have made it possible for a demon to understand her feelings and pardon her, but there was no way a human would be so accepting. Understanding this, Ronove remained silent despite knowing of Beato's modest efforts. How nice of him, though, to be so
いつも通
considerate.
り死体の死亡確認からさせてもらうぜ。ロノウェ、赤で宣言を頼む。おい、聞こえないのか。
Oh, he appears pretty
赤で宣
serious.
言を頼む。副将要求だ。ルドルフ、キリエ、秀吉の3名は死亡している。
申し訳ございません。副将を拒否させていただきます。
Oh?
なんだと。いきなりどういうつもりだ。
Oh, I am curious. By now, proclaiming that the victims were dead and red was almost a given in this battle. Refusing to do that was almost like losing by default. So when Ronove refused as part of his first move, Battler was dumbfounded.
申し訳ございません。私めのお嬢様の代行者である資格をこれをもって返上させていただきます。
Oh?
よって私には それを赤で復唱することができません。
Oh, so he's not allowed to say anything in red.
それを復唱する資格があるのはお嬢様ただ一人だけでございます。
正しい
He's
言い
so
分です。
pissed about that.
ロノウェはベアト側の代行者でしかありません。ロノウェが代行の役を負り、かつバトラ君がベアトを相手として認めないならば、新しい代行者を立てる必要があります。
Who is?
新しき代行者はおりません。どうかバトラ様、お嬢様を再び対局の相手とお認めください。
Take Beato, please.
悪いが、そいつは聞けねえ相談だぜ。あの不愉快な残酷野郎。俺は絶対に対局者だなどと認めない。
Jesus.
それを認めないために、俺はこのゲームを降りないんだ。
不愉快な点につきましては、お嬢様に代わりまして謝罪します。また、お嬢様には二度と不愉快な言動を取らぬよう制約させます。
I like that he's like trying to defend Beato. That's very nice.
どうだかな。
バトラ君、あの子の師匠として私も謝罪します。よく言って聞かせますので、どうか一度だけ許してやってはくれませんか。
おいおい、よしてくれよ。まるで俺が悪者みてえだぜ。
Kinda.
それに
I mean, he's not necessarily a bad guy, but
俺の耳には届かない。そいつをベアトが自分の口で言えるってんなら、まあ耳を貸さねえこともないぜ。
okay, that's a valid point, I guess. It's only fair that Beato apologizes
それがあ
herself.
の子を再び認めてもらう唯一の条件ならば、あの子に謝罪をさせましょう。ロノウェ。
She turns straight to Ronove like, Ronove, can you please bully Beato back into the game board and tell her to be sorry?
あの子を呼びなさい。よろしいですね、バトラ君。
好きにしろよ。
You said you wanted an apology!
俺が許すと期待するな。呼べよ。あのムカつく魔女。
ありがとうございます、バトラ様。ただいまお呼びいたします。
I get the feeling this won't end so well
バトラ
for
様
now.
お呼びでございます。
Oh, there she is! My queen! After a few heartbeats, gold butterflies gathered together in midair and created Beato's form. It was much more docile appearance than the one she'd made before.
呼んだか、ロノウェ。話は聞いていたはずですよ。あなたの口から何か言うことはありますか？
Two pouty chess players who just can't, who just can't get along. It looked as though Beato shrunk slightly under Bator's cold gaze. Several times Beato made an effort to get the words out of her mouth, but that didn't work so well, and she was just as awkward as someone trying to light a match during a freezing winter with icy hands. Even as she did that, the game board was advancing. In the hall, they had just found the corpses of the new victims that had broken down crying. Oh my god! This whole time now Beato's going to try to apologize like, so...
親父キリエさん、
Welp. Battler crying simulator once again. Uh-oh. No shaming on my boy. The three Battler crying emojis are the representatives of George, Eva, and Battler. Battler, best boy. I'm sorry, I have to disagree. Ronove is clearly the best boy.
しっかりして。僕だって 悔しい、悲しい。
おそらくたとえ彼らが倒れた直後に我々がここに訪れたとしても、きっと手遅れだったに違いありません。
Oh man.
いいえ違うわ。きっと生きてたわよ。胸にこんなものを刺されて。うちの人はもがき苦しみながら死んでいったに違いないのよ。
Oh man.
もっと早く来ていればきっと助かった。きっと助かったのよ。
What, a chest wound? Are you sure? Well, F forever.
バトラ
Sending
君
Fs in the chat
辛
forever.
いだろうけど、しっかり。
大丈夫だよ。大丈夫だぜ。兄貴、
How come George is so
もうちょっ
composed?
とだけ泣かせてくれ。
He must be trying to keep it together forever, I think.
俺が一番悲しくないはずなんだ。だからもうちょっとだけ泣いたら大丈夫だから。
そんなことないよ。両親を失った心の痛みはよくわかる。僕には母さんがまだいる。バトラ君よりはるかにマシだ。
いや違うぜ。庄司の兄貴が一番辛いはずなんだ。
Because of Shannon and Hideyoshi?
兄貴、庄司の兄貴が俺たちの中で一番悲しくて辛いんだ。俺はそれを分かってる。だからこれ以上メソメソなんて泣いちゃいけねえんだ。
どうして僕の方が辛いなんて。
I want to know too, but I
俺にと
think
っちゃ親父も桐江さんも成人して独り立ちしたらいつかは別れる人間さ。親である以上子供より先に死ぬのは宿命だ。
I mean, it's not like it doesn't apply to Hideyoshi and Eva too.
少し早くなっちまっただけの話だぜ。だが兄貴は違うぜ。
But he did admit he's not as attached to his parents, so I do understand what he's trying to say in theory.
いつか別れる親だけじゃない。これからの人生をずっと一緒に生きていくはずのシャノンちゃんまで失ったんじゃないかよ。
Okay, yeah, because of Shannon as well, I see. The way his glasses immediately fog up, boy. That
こ
struck.
の命に重さなんかねえさ。赤ん坊の命だって年寄りの命だってだがよ、それからの人生が長ければ長いほど、一緒に築いてく未来が長ければ長いほど、その死ってのは悲しいものなんじゃねえのかよ。兄貴はシャノンちゃんと婚約したんだろ。これからの人生と家庭を一緒に築いていこうって約束したんだろ。その未来のデカさが、幸せのデカさがよ、俺の痛みなんかとは比べ物にならねえ。
Oh man.
だから兄貴はもっともっと泣いても許されるはずなんだ。
Oh man.
なのに俺たちいとこの兄貴格だからって無理に冷静を装って。
I think it's also because of Eva that he wants to stay strong.
やめてよバトラ君。
Oh man, George was trying to make a calm smile. But already he couldn't stop a single hot tear from leaving a streak down his face.
悲し
Aww,
くないわけが
baby.
ないじゃないか。僕はシャノンと一緒にたくさんの未来を思い、映画きっと100年の人生では叶えきれないくらいの夢を語り合ったさ。その夢の一番最初の籍を入れることさえ叶えられなくて悲しくないわけがないじゃないか。
Aww, poor boy.
それに比べたら俺なんかだから俺にはこれ以上泣く資格なんかねえんだ。
No, you do have all the right to cry as much as you want.
俺にこれ以上の涙を流す資格なんて。
同じだよ。親しい人を失えば。悲しいのは、僕もバトラ君も同じだよ。だから、バトラ君が僕より涙を流してはいけないなんてルールはない。
Yes, I agree.
そして、
Thank you.
僕だって、もうこれ以上、涙をこらえなければならないなんてルールも、ないんだもんね。
兄貴。兄貴。
The bros cry.
未来を語り合ったシャノンが死んだ。父さんも死んだ。悲しいな。悲しいな。
Aw. Give some tissues for these boys. Oh, as Battler and George hugged each other tightly, they cried a waterfall of tears over each other's shoulders for the people who had been so precious to them. Good. Good that they're open about their emotions. No holding back tears.
どうして俺が
As much as I'm always like, haha, Battler crying simulator, but this is pretty nice.
わかるか。
聞いていたからわかる。その後の人生
Oh, is this song is new, isn't it?
悲しみは比例するとな。
もちろん。それだけじゃ測れねえけどな。俺たち人間は、お前ら魔女とは違う。生きてから死ぬまでという有限の時間を、その力の限り生きている。それをないがしろにする奴は許せない。ましてや、嘲笑いもてあそぶような奴は絶対に許せない。お前のような死の概念もめちゃくちゃな奴には理解もできねえだろうがよ。これから生きる時間の長さだけじゃない。一生懸命に生きている奴の人生を嘲笑うこと、これが一番俺には許せねえんだ。
But sometimes bullying people is fun, I guess, for witches.
ジョージの兄貴はがむしゃらに頑張って人生を生きてた。シャノンちゃんと結婚するために悲壮な覚悟をしてこの日に臨んでいたはずなんだ。俺みたいに久しぶりにいとこと会えるなんて浮かれてたやつとはわけが違う。
しかしだな。
ベアト、今は黙って聞きなさい。
Damn, Virgilia really went and said, Beato, shut up and listen.
お前の言い分にも一定の理解はする。お前には自分の復活のためにおかしな碑文に沿った殺人を続ける必要があるってんだろ。だからその範囲内でのお前の殺人はお前の立場の事情を汲み取る限りギリギリの理解はできる。それがお前にとっては必要な行為だからだ。ならそれ以上の不要な行為は全てお前の無意味な残酷趣味ということになる。
Well, because it's fun, I guess. It gets boring otherwise.
第一の晩に6人を殺すことまでがお前にとっての必要な行為ならば、顔を砕くとか腹を裂いてお菓子を詰め込むなんて真似は全て全く不必要なお前の残酷趣味だってことになる。俺はお前のこの点について断じて許すことができないんだ。お前はローザおばさんがひどい殺され方を繰り返された時、
Oh man, is this really going to be Battler's the reason you suck speech for
結局は
Beato?
最後には生き返らせるのだから
Let her be
どう殺し
mean.
たっていいじゃないかみたいなことを言ったそうだな。ワルギリアに聞いてるぜ。
それはまあその
最後には生き返るなら何度殺してもいいという考えは命をもてあそぶだけの全く不必要な行為ではないのか。殺すなら人思いに殺せ。もてあそぶな。 殺さないならいたぶるな。お前は人の命を自在に操れるのをいいことに、命の尊厳を忘れてしまった。だから俺は認められないんだ。命の重みを、そして失った時の悲しみを知らない奴を俺は対戦相手だと断じて認められない。
無限の魔法が邪法と言われるゆえんです。
Oh man.
無限の魔女に有限の概念はない。壊す、殺すという有限と終焉の概念がないのです。それゆえに無限の魔女は時に生と死の狭間をゴム跳びで遊ぶかのように、その行き来を遊び出すようになります。それはとてもとても恐ろしいことです。だから私は無限の魔女として自ら望み、あなたの域まで達しなかったのです。
Okay, so Virgilia is basically saying she never like tossed away her own humanity. She stayed weak for this reason, but so she wouldn't lose her empathy, I guess. That's a powerful reason. It was something Virgilia had been trying to tell Beato for a long time, but Beato had been too young to obediently listen to those words. Oh, I don't know, like Beato to Evatrice right now? She had been too wild. She had been possessed by that detestable pleasure.
壺を割ってはならぬと。でもだからこそいつか割ってみたいと思っていた。そして無限の魔法を得て
She just wanted to go
い
apeshit!
くら壊しても好きなだけ元に直せると知ったとき、わらわは
Reverse psychology,
壺を
basically.
壊す
Indeed.
ことがこれほどまでに楽しかったのかと驚いたもの。
それを禁忌の蜜と呼びます。
The forbidden honey.
人はその中身に惹かれるのではない。それを封ずる錠前に惹かれるのです。実に嘆かわしいことです。
バルギリアに聞きたい。無限の魔法なんてものがどうしてあるんだ。それは何のためにこの世にあるんだ。
There's probably a good reason.
無限の魔法に限らず、魔法はすべて人の世に幸福をもたらすために存在するのです。今さらバトラ君には信じがたいでしょうが、私たち魔女は人の世に恵みを与えるために、人と人ならざる者たちとの架け橋になるべく修行を重ねているのです。
死者を繰り返し蘇らせ、何度もいじめ殺すことでどう人の世に役立つってんだ。
I know.
大切な
Well,
形見の壺が割れてしまった時、それを直すことで誰もが笑顔を取り戻すならば、私は何度でも魔法にて直すでしょう。
yes, good
し
point.
かしそれは壊すために直すのではありません。人に幸福を与えるために蘇らせるのです。
Yes, this is a good take.
だとしたらベアト、お前は無限の魔女。
Oh my
失
god!
格だな。
What? Stop bullying her!
今俺は漠然と思ったことがある。どうして俺がお前とこんなおかしなゲームを延々と続けてるのかだ。これは俺を屈服させるためのゲームじゃない。お前が本当の意味で無限の魔女に認められるための試験ではないのかって。
Mayhaps, I guess.
知らぬ。わらわがそなたにゲームを申し込んでいるのは単なる暇つぶしだ。誰の思惑でもないわ。
Okay.
俺は今バルギリアからの魔女の定義を聞いた。それによるならばベアト、お前は魔女ですらない。その修行の途中で自らの力を誤解した見習いってことになる。
Mm-hmm.
これは魔女と人間
Basically,
の
with
戦い
great
の
power comes great responsibility, and Beato is not being a responsible witch, I guess.
ならば魔女でないお前に俺の相手としての資格はない。
What?
わかるな。
わらわがまだ見習い風情だと申すか。ならばわらわはいつそなたの対戦相手だと再びいつ このゲームを再開できるというのか。
さあな、それは少なくとも今じゃない。お前が俺の言った話をちゃんと理解できて本当の魔女になった時、俺はお前を再びゲームの対戦相手だと認めるだろうよ。
そのような抽象的な言い方ではわからぬ。どうすればお前の許しを超えるのか、はっきりと聞かせよ。
いや、これで十分だ。あとはお前が考えろ。俺が言いたいのは以上だ。理解ができないならワルギリアやロノウェに相談してみろ。
Man, this episode is being a hard one for
お前みたい
Beato.
なガキンチョはまず大人の言葉に耳を傾けるところから始めやがれ。
I mean, takes a brat to call another a brat, I guess. I'm sorry, I think Beato is a little bit of a brat
ゲームは
too.
一度中断する。
Because the thing when Beato showed him that one extremely intimate and possibly traumatizing past secret about her, and he brushed it off and kind of made light of it, that sits in my head rent-free the whole time and kind of has me like, you are shitting on Beato, but you're kind of shitty to her too, man.
ロノウェが
I
代行を
want
降
an
りた以上
apology for that too.
あとはベアトが対局者としてふさわしい資格を持つのを待つしかない。
了解しま
Though
した。
I get it. Beato needs to apologize. That's
ベア
okay.
トがその資
She
格を
needs
得
to
た
grow as a
と認める
person and
の
as a
で
witch.
ゲームを対局者不在のまま進行
I
さ
just
せ
don't
ま
want
す。
Butler to forget to apologize for the other things.
ベアトもそれでよろしいですね。
異論はない。わらわは時間とゆっくり考えられる場所が欲しい。これにて席を外してもよいか。
あ
Yes.
あ、いいぜ。
Let her rest and think and be at peace. But she kinda has to deal with an unhinged witch at the same time.
待て、そうしょぼくれた顔すんな。
Oh?
それはすまぬな。わらわは胸の内がすべて顔に出る勝負。偽れぬ。
ならまだ公正の余地はあるってことだぜ。一つだけ約束する。俺はお前とのゲームに勝つかもしれないし負けるかもしれない。お前が戻ってこなけりゃ不戦勝ってこともあるだろうよ。
At that point, Patro stopped talking for a second. Then he spoke forcefully.
しかし絶対に俺からは降りない。お前を不戦勝にだけは絶対にしない。お前が再び俺の好敵手としてそこに座るのも俺はずっとここで待っているぞ。
バトラ様。
ありがとうな、バトラ。わらわはきっとそなたに認められて戻ってくるぞ。
Yes, yes, Beato, let's go. Please come back to us, stronger and more powerful than ever. After showing a hopeful smile for a very short while, Beato vanished. After seeing her expression as she left, Patro was absolutely convinced that her face could tell no lies. Oh hi, Observer, how you doing? Umineko hype, yes, let's go. I'm not sure how far I'll get today, but it's looking good so far. The 7 survivors returned to the guest house once again. By now it was clear that those who went outside would not return alive. Ronove, I don't feel so good splitting up into butterflies. That's my constant mood reading any scene with him. I don't feel so good and I'm on the verge of collapsing from existence. Rulo's group had gone out with 2 guns and a master key, but those had been lost. It was already clear that those had been stolen by the culprit. Because the shutters were closed on the windows, they couldn't be opened even if the culprit had a master key. The front and back doors that led to the outside were all sealed by chains, and they were further blocked by sofas and tables. Even if the culprit decided to break in through violent means, it wouldn't be easy for them. There he is, the big man with the tiny gun!
もしも晴れていたならゲストハウスに放火するという手もあり得たかもしれん。
そもそも台風でなかったなら 午前中に船が来てたわ。それも不幸中の幸いと言えるかは微妙ね。
エヴァさん、体の具合はいかがですか？
Bad.
無理をされないようにしてください。
ありがとう。熱はまだ感じるけど、そんなことを言ってる場合じゃないわ。子供のためにも。今は寝込んでる場合じゃない。
The big man has small hands though. Welp, sometimes you are large and have tiny hands. It's just to be like that. After crying so much in front of Hideyoshi's corpse, Eva had felt a strong self-awareness of her position as a mother, and her expression conveyed a strong will. In fact, her fever still hadn't gone down, and she was aware of that. If she didn't keep a strong hold on herself, she felt as though the fever would make her mind hazy again. By this point, the first floor formed the final line of defense set by Kraus, Natsuki, and Eva. The children and the guest Nanjo had been strongly warned not to go downstairs without taking great care. If the culprit used a ladder or something, it probably wouldn't be impossible for them to attack from the second floor. But it wouldn't be easy for them to break those sturdy shutters from such an insecure position. The second floor was relatively safe compared to the first. Beato and George had also wanted to remain on the first floor so that they could fight if the worst happened, but Eva had put a stop to that. In her mind, George was now the only member of her family. It seemed that she didn't even want to expose him to the danger of coming downstairs to the first floor. Kraus and Natsuki could understand that feeling. They must be feeling that way about Jessica, I guess. Though Natsuki, at least from the impression I have since the first episode, she is the type to be like, to adopt the kids who are parentless now. Like, she would easily adopt Battler into her family. I get the feeling, at least, for that. Even if Kraus would be like, what? We're adopting Battler? No! Also, a great deal of time had passed since the siege began. In the second floor cousin's room, Battler, George, and Jessica sat dazed. And didn't even listen to the TV that had been left on. For a while, Nanjo had been with them and had tried to lend them words of encouragement. But when he realized that he might actually be having the opposite effect, he hid himself in his own room on the same second floor. George kept looking dazedly at the photographs insert in his notebook. It was from the time he'd taken a vacation to Okinawa with Shannon. Oh no, that time! Don't remind me, I'll get sad. Shannon's happy smile was contained in those photos. Oh no, is it the aquarium date? Oh no, it's the one at the beach. George could remember the temperature and the humidity, the warmth and the strength of the wind, and even what he had been talking about with her at the time those photos had been taken, as clearly as though it had been yesterday. So to George, they weren't simply photos, but a door to bring back warm memories, and painful. The pain. In this room, even though the sound of the typhoon and the TV should have entered George's hearing, it was the scenery of Okinawa he had seen with her and her laughing voice that reached his eyes and his ears. George had strived to be reborn after meeting Shannon. He had sworn to separate himself from the timid person he had once been, easily caught up in the atmosphere, unable to refuse a request, and easily used by those around him. Aww. Poor boy. He had resolved himself to become a strong man who could make her life more joyous. Therefore, if he had met Shannon, the man called Ushiromiya George would have probably lived a very different life. And the George of that different life surely wouldn't have been as excellent a man as he is now. The person I now exists for Shannon's sake. Now that Shannon is gone, why do I exist? It's completely meaningless, isn't it? He felt a deep, deep sadness, as though he himself had become empty. That feeling must have been tormenting him this whole time. However, until Batra mentioned it, he hadn't been aware of the feeling himself. He'd finally managed to remember that it should have been all right for him to cry much, much more. Aw, George! So he cried. Just like Batra had, he cried himself dry. By now his eyes were bright red and swollen, and he couldn't cry anymore. So George did his best to change his way of thinking. He was not meaningless now, and he should be grateful to Shannon for giving him such a character. The dead don't come back to life. He would have to get over being separated from his most beloved person. If he were to chase after Shannon and kill himself, she would surely be deeply dejected. It worked the other way around too. If he had died and Shannon chased after him, throwing away her own life, he wouldn't have been able to forgive himself. Oh man, poor George, he's having it real rough. So he chose to surpass his sadness and anger and decided to thank her instead. After meeting Shannon, she made his days rich and full, and taught him the meaning of working hard for other people's sakes. As a result, she had shaped him into the kind of person he had wanted to be. He wanted to thank her for that. He tried to quell his sadness in this way, but each time he did, he remembered Shannon's smile. He understood it logically. He knew that grieving any more than this would make her grieve in heaven, but that didn't bring a stop to his sadness. Aww. Far? Is that the name of this track? Because I don't remember hearing it before. Aww. Man, that's the second game that George has to live without Shannon. Oh man. Yes, it's the soundtrack name. Oh. Okay, that's good to know. The soundtrack on Umineko is so good. If there's like a CD of it, I want to buy it.
なんで人が死ぬってのはよ、こんなに悲しいんだろうな。
Because death sucks. Beato muttered. It was as though he was speaking on behalf of all humans. His question probably hadn't been directed at anyone, but Cheska answered.
別れはどんな形でもいつも悲しいさ。でもそれが例えば老いであるとかあらかじめ約束されていて、その悲しみを長い時間をかけてあらかじめ薄めておくことができる。それを許されないから突然の不幸は悲しいんだろうよ。
Oh man, that hit a little bit close to home.
なるほどな。そりゃ病気にでもかかって何年も昏睡状態になってりゃ少しずつ心の整理もついてくだろうけど、ある日突然じゃその暇もねえもんな。
本来なら数年をかけて薄めるべき悲しみが一度に押し寄せる。そりゃ辛いわけさ。
Yes.
時には人の生涯に傷を残すほど深い悲しみを与えることもあるかもしれない。
Oh, it's yeah, that's definitely
生涯に傷を
relatable.
残すほどか。
In both ways, it's very relatable to me. Oh jeez.
じいさまのオカルト趣味もさ、そうささやかれてたんだよな。例のベアトリーチェって愛人を大昔に亡くして、それが悲しくて立ち直れなくて、それで死者を蘇らせるためのオカルトの研究にそうささやかれてた。
だとしたらじいさまは最後の土壇場でその奇跡を成し遂げたな。犯人は蘇ったベアトリーチェで、じいさまは殺される瞬間に再会できたってことになるぜ。自分で蘇らせてそれに殺されるとは皮肉な話さ。
それでもおじい様は会えたんだろうね。人生の半分を閉してもうわずかなひとときと
Oh
はい
crap,
え
I keep accidentally skipping the
再
voice
会で
lines.
きたんだろうね。
丸焼きにされちまったけどな。
the way I'm sorry, I know this isn't supposed to be funny. I know I can scroll up. I did can I? Wait. No, I'm using the mod that isn't the actual PS3 mod, so I can't actually do that yet.
人生の半分をかけた研究にしてはちょいと割の合わない成果だろうぜ。
For the question arcs, I'm using the 7th expansion mod. For the answer arcs, I wanted to try actually using the the actual PS3 mod that I've been recommended. It's just that the people who provide the mod want you to find passwords and specific words through a physical copy, so I have to get a physical copy of the game.
そんなことはないよ。たとえほんのひとときであったとしても、愛した女性に再会できたおじい様は幸せだったはずさ。仮に生命の摂理に逆らった罪を、その身を焼かれ地獄に落とされたとしても、その見返りの再会がほんのわずかな時間だったとしてもね。
ジョージ兄さん、
神の怒りに触れてこの身を焼かれようとも構わない。わずかな時間でもいいからシャノンを再び蘇らせてくれるなら、僕は残りの人生すべてをおじい様と同じ研究に捧げるよ。5分でいいからシャノンともう一度言葉を交わしたい。1分でもいいから、それと引き換えに全ての人生を捧げても僕は構わない。
Oh man.
兄貴。
When Beato and Jessica realized that their pointless discussion was causing George pain, they could do nothing more than shut their mouths. George directed his thoughts to Kinzo's life. He sacrificed half his life to research that no one understood. And on the last day of his life, he revived the person he loved most, and probably succeeded in his reunion in his final moments. George didn't know how much time they'd had together. He didn't know if they'd been given an hour or just 5 minutes. However, that moment must have been enough to reward him for all those months of research. Even though he spent dozens of years to achieve it, that small amount of time was probably more than worth it to him. Until today, I never believed in the occult or magic or anything. Somewhere in my heart, I even made fun of grandfather's research, thinking of it as nothing more than a pastime. However, I won't make fun of it anymore. No, to the contrary, I'll believe strongly that it's real. If the power of belief can create miracles, it'll probably throw away all of my studies up until today, spending the rest of my life from today onwards studying magic. Give me the power of magic, and give me a miracle that'll let me see Shannon again. You can try a Steam version. I am using the Steam version actually. I bought the game, the question arcs. It's just that I installed a mod on top of that version, so that I could play it in the PS3 graphics and with voices and whatnot.
ごめんよみんな。
It's just that the PS3 mod, the authentic one, requires you to have the files for the PS3 game,
僕も
which I
ど
don't
うか
have
して
at the
る。
moment.
魔法で死者が蘇るくらいだったら
I mean, regardless if I use the other mod, I'll probably
世界中の
still
人々が
buy...
魔法を学ぶだ
I
ろう
will still buy the answer arcs on Steam anyway, because Umineko deserves the money.
現実にはそんなことはない。誰も学ばない。死者が魔法では蘇らないって知っているから。ごめんよ。妙なことを言い出して。僕のせいでおかしな空気になっちゃったね。みんなだって辛いだろうに。気を使わせてごめん。
Even if I did it to divert myself from my sadness, maybe I did say something strange. If I keep talking about the stuff that's so weird, I'm sure it won't do anything good for their sadness. But that doesn't mean I can bear the silence. Oh man. The original Steam sprite art were extra oof, guess they fixed by adding PS
もう一杯
sprites.
コーヒーをもらってくる。
I do actually like the Ryukishi original sprites. They have their own charm. But the pachinko ones... No, I don't enjoy them as much. I'm like Kirie with her giant balloon melons bazongas who are literally about to pop out of her vest. And I cannot forgive how badly they did run away. Like, what the fuck? Don't talk about the abomination. And this is why I have this mod. Because the PS3 graphics are mwah, chef's kiss.
うちの母さん、コーヒーの入れ方にはこだわりがあるんだよ。みんなもおかわりはいるかい？
Matarukun and Jessica-chan lightly shook their heads. Without pressing them any further, I took my mug and left the room. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? The shutters were all closed in the hallway, so the corridor was very dim. I tried visiting Dr. Nanjo's room and asking if he wanted more coffee, but he said he didn't need any either. It seems my mother's orthodox method of making coffee isn't universally appreciated. One time I made some for Shannon, but she told me that while it was delicious, it was a little bit strong.
Shannon.
Oh man. That's no good. Even though I left the room to change my mood, that image of Shannon's face filling my head wasn't faded in the slightest. I keep seeing those fun days with her more and more vividly, and it's saddening that I never even got a chance to see her dead face. Oh man. According to our parents, she was apparently killed with something like a gun or a spear. I'm sure they were just trying to console me, but they said her dead face had been very beautiful and peaceful. I wonder if she had the engagement ring I gave her last night on her finger. If she accepted my engagement, she would have had it on the ring finger on her left hand. Last night we were both on the edge of losing it and not calm at all. Shannon accepted my engagement pretty courageously, but she might have regretted that as a rash decision once she cooled her head. She might have taken the ring off. I wonder if she has the ring on now. I want to be sure of at least that much. I want to know how she felt at the very end. But even if I do confirm that, it doesn't mean she'll come back. I wonder what will happen to her body. After the autopsy, it will probably be immediately cremated. Then I'll never be able to see her face, even her dead face, for all eternity. George, don't go to the mansion.
僕はシャノンを失ったショックで
Do you want to see her body decompose?
少しおかしくなってるの
Please,
か
no. Cremation is gentle. Is at least gentle for that image. I don't want her body to be burned. If she's burned and turned to ash, never again will it be possible for her to revive. Okay, I get that sentiment. They say cremation is frowned upon in Western tradition. Is it? Because on the day of resurrection, there will be no body to revive. Because of that, it seems that great criminals in Western history were often cremated after execution as a punishment, and their ashes were sometimes scattered in rivers and such. In other words, to Western people, death is nothing more than a sleep until the resurrection. It is essential that the corpse is left after death. I see.
つまりそれは西洋人は死者が蘇る奇跡の存在を知っていたからなんだ。でも日本にはその奇跡がなかったから焼いてしまうんだ。
I'm sorry to break it to you, George. The Westerners aren't that much better. They don't know. Now I understand. I understand why grandfather idolized the Western occult. Okay, I get it in that case. That was his only reason from the very beginning. Just to revive the person dear to him, grandfather spent the rest of his remaining life researching the Western occult. The situation surrounding us now is abnormal. Grandfather did revive his beloved Beatrice. And that Beatrice has carried out a terrible serial murder, with linked closed rooms that force us to conclude that magic was used. The Golden Witch Beatrice, the incarnation of the miracle of the Western occult, and also the culprit who killed Shannon. She's an entity I should hate, and yet for some reason I want to cling to her. I wonder if Shannon could be revived with the magic of miracles which grandfather would bet his life on. According to the legend of the Ushiromiya family, grandfather met with her long ago and was given a vast quantity of gold. Imagine George in an alternate universe at old age screaming, Shanuan! If I could only see your smile once again, Shanuan! Oh man, I have the feeling George could eventually not become as Kinzo. But man, I can see him being tempted, as at least right now, in the height of his grief. Then if I also met with her, instead of gold, would she give me Shannon's life? As collateral, I don't care what sort of devil's contract she imposed. I wouldn't mind sacrificing all my remaining life. George probably couldn't believe or realize that his voiceless wish was heard by the witch herself, who stood right behind me. Oh shit, oh fuck, abort! Okay. Oh my god, I thought it was Beatrice and I was like, get away from me! But no, it's Beato, okay. I trust Beato this much at least. Beatrice had been listening to that entire discussion between the children just now in the cousin's room. Battler told her that she didn't know the value of human's life, and wanting to understand that in her own way, she had stealthily visited, listening in on their discussion. "The bottle is my friend," quoted Kinzo. Oh my god!
それが
It is literally what he's like.
それを叶えればわらわは魔女だと認められるのか。
Beato looked at the palms of both of her hands. She had handed over most of her once surging magical power when the new witch succeeded the name of the Endless Witch. Of course, the current power still made her worthy of being called a witch, but it could not begin to compare to her previous strength.
無限の魔法などなくともわらわは千年に名を轟かす大魔女であるぞ。死者を蘇らすなど造作もないことよ。
Inside her head, she thought about several magical steps she could take to revive the dead. Even magic that would have been easy in the past would be difficult with her current power. She thought of something, then clicked her tongue, then did so again over and over. In the end, she finally thought of a single spell. But that was a spell that she couldn't use by herself. It was a spell that witches with weak power used, one that relied on the aid of others. In the past, Beato had looked down upon that type of magic. Therefore, she frantically tried to search for any conceivable alternative. But in the end, she couldn't think of one and slumped over in self-derision. Then, careful not to surprise him, she softly called out, softly to George Hart. What's she doing? What's she doing?
後ろ宮ジョージ、わらわの声が聞こえるか。
Oh?
聞こえるとも。あなたは誰だい？本当に魔女のベアトリーチェ。
I was not expecting this conversation to happen.
僕の悲しみが生んだ幻想なのか。もしも前者だったなら、僕の願いを聞いてほしい。そして後者なら、僕をそっとしておいてほしい。
Their conversation in a mental world was a lot like having one in a dream. When you dream, haven't you ever heard the experience of casually accepting something that would have been absurd in the real world? The conversation in this world was like that. So even though a witch appeared and started talking to George, he was not surprised.
わらわが黄金の魔女。本来わらわとそなた。こうして会話を交わすことなどできん。しかし、そなたがわらわのことを強く意識し、こうして互いのチャンネルを合わせることができる。
シャノンを殺したのがあなたなのか。あなたを名乗る何者かの仕業なのか。ただあなたが本当の魔女として存在しているならば、どんな対価にも応じる。僕の命を望むなら今すぐに捧げてもいい。どうかシャノンを生き返らせてほしい。それが無理ならせめてわずかの間話をさせてくれるだけでもいい。お願いだ。
対価はいらぬ。その願い叶えて使わせ。
本当に
Oh my god!
本当にシャノンを。
I'm scared that Evatrice is going to fuck up the party.
だが反言の魔法を扱うには今のわらわには魔力が足りぬ。だからそなたの手を借りねばならぬ。
僕にできることならどんなことでも。それが僕の心臓を今すぐこの場で取り出すことであったとしても、僕は躊躇しない。
そんなものいらぬというの。わらわは魔法を唱える。さすれば冥府の扉に隙間ができよう。
Oh?
だが今のわらわにはその隙間よりシャノンの魂を連れ出せるほどの力はない。しかしシャノンのことを強く思うそなたなら、その思いを魔力に変えて彼女の魂を必ずや連れ戻せるだろう。
Oh my god, are they going to bring Shannon back?
どうだ、わらわを手伝うか。
手伝うとも。シャノンの命が蘇るなら僕は何を失うことも恐れない。
Oh man, I wonder if this only means that her soul will become earthbound, or if it means Shannon will be revived for real. George's fist shook in silence, but if Shannon is revived, doesn't that basically mean that we disrupted the witch's epitaph? Because that means we are reviving one of the sacrifices, right? Does that somehow discount what has been happening so far and force this Evatrice to start from the bottom? I don't think if she will accept that. Then he slowly came to his senses. He had been absent-mindedly standing near the window in the hall that whole time, his mug still in his hand. And the witch from his dream was still there.
そんな夢じゃない。
静かにせよ。今のわらわはとても脆い。この上さらに他の人間まで現れたら姿を保ちきれぬ。そなたの願いは叶えるから今は沈黙せよ。よいか。
George covered his mouth with both his hands, nodding enthusiastically several times. In that instant, he almost dropped the mug he was holding. George frantically juggled around and caught it. He was afraid that it fell to the floor and made a loud sound. He was afraid that the witch's form might disappear like a bubble popping. He softly set the mug on the floor and stared at the witch in front of him again. Her form didn't disappear. It wasn't a dream.
さあ、シャノンが眠る客室へ行くぞ。
This is somewhat sus. I'm kind of scared, but I do trust Beato to an extent. Whom I don't trust is Evatrice. who probably will keep tabs and be like, what the hell are you doing to the sacrifices that I need to become a witch?
行くってどうやって？下には母さんたちがいる。表へ出るのを許してくれるわけがない。それにあなたはさっき他の人間が現れたら姿を保てないと言わなかったかい？
そういえばそうだったな。下にはクラウスたちがおったか。それでは確かに下へ降りられぬな。
Oh, are we going to have to go through the window?
ならば、1階へ降りずに屋敷へ行けばいいではないか。簡単な話よ。
Beato laughed as though she had thought of a pleasant prank. And with her golden pipe, she lightly tapped the window with its shutter closed. When she did, 3 gold butterflies appeared from the pipe and opened the lock on the window as though melting it. Oh? Yep, they're going through the window. Then the window opened without a sound. The shutter beyond it was exactly the same. The collapse unset itself, also without making a sound, and it quietly opened. The window opened, exposing the wind and rain outside the mansion. Perhaps because of the direction or something related to construction of the building, the wind did not blow inside. Because of that, for a while, George felt as though this entrance that opened to the outside was a dream or an illusion, and he couldn't accept it as real.
さあ行くぞ。ついてまいる。
Beato gently floated upwards. It was a natural action, like that of a diver enjoying an underwater stroll. It made it easy to believe that if you acted like she did, you too might be able to float in the sky just as though you were swimming through the water. No, George did believe that, so without thinking, just as she had done, he also, gently, as though swimming in the water, lifted his feet. No, you're going to fall! Oh? He's actually floating? George was shocked to find himself floating in midair like he was swimming. Of course, Beato was also shocked that George, who shouldn't have been able to use magic, had figured out how to do that just by instinct. Probably he figured out because he's Eva's son.
空が飛べるなんて泳げるなんて。
理屈を考えてはならぬ。それが自然なことであると受け入れる。ニュートンとかアインシュタインとか人間たちの競技を思い出してはならぬぞ。特に高き空を飛んでいるときは
墜落する未熟な魔女も時に
Oh man.
あるがままを受け入れる。あるがままを。
Mahou Shoujo George Magica. Yeah! George repeated those words over and over. George is a precure. Or like an Ojama Doremi witch. He must not deny magic no matter what. Denying that would be like throwing away what might be his first and last chance to revive Sharon. However, compared to Beato, he was elegantly drifting like smoke. George's movements clearly resembled someone underwater. Therefore, if he didn't act like he was kicking his feet in water every once in a while, he'd be caught by the force of gravity bit by bit.
わらわが初めて空を舞った時よりは上出来であると褒めておく。
Wow, my throat is a little bit
ついて
busted.
まいる。
When Beato beckoned to George, she gently flew into the stormy sky. It was just like a scene from a fairy tale. The scene unfolding before George's eyes felt entirely like an extension of his dream.
空を飛べるのはすごいけど、すごい風と雨だ。
なんだ、雨と風に苛まれるのか。それを防ぐ魔法を教えてもよいが、今のそなたには早いし、今はそれを習う時間を割くのも惜しかろう。
ええ、僕が必要としている魔法はそれじゃない。
I only need magic to bring back my girlfriend. George wore a strong-willed gaze, refusing to let the wind and rain get to him.
見えてきたぞ。よし、もう少し頑張れよ。今落ちればバラの茂みだぞ。
The undulating rose garden was spread beneath the witch and George's gazes. This illusion-like scene no longer surprised George. Only the gradually approaching mansion was reflected in his eyes.
シャン、待ってて。必ず君を蘇らせてみせる。
Oh no! She came here to ruin the party! No! Evatrice, please! At that time, the cruel new witch could be seen staring at the guest house from a different location.
あと残すは第7、第8の番だけね。
Uh-oh, uh-oh.
あと2人で先代のババアの義理はおしまいだわ。クラウスと夏日を殺す。夫婦仲良くね。
Oh no!
標的はどうかに？
Oh, she's already doing it.
ゲストハウス1階ロビーにて標的2名と後ろ宮エヴァを捕捉。反魔法力測定。
They are the bunny
410デ
girls.
ータリンク。410データ受領。反魔法力は極めて小。エヴァさえ席を外せばまな板の上のマグロにアワビです。
Uh-oh.
いかがしますか、大ベアトリーチェ卿。ご命令をいただければすぐにも狙撃いたします。どうかご命令を。
ほんとにあんたたちは便利な家具ね。死体をほじるしか能のない中古家具どもとは大違いだわ。
Man, Evatrice is just being gradually more mean and unhinged.
ねえ。
I guess like old Beato was, huh?
シエスタ姉妹またあなたたちの手際を見せてちょうだい。攻撃準備よ。死体はまた運び出してね。たっぷり遊んであげるんだから。文句はなしよ、ロノウェイ。
はい。
I think he does have a problem, as we can see.
かしこまりました。
No! At that moment, the witch noticed something. It's as though some presence had disappeared. Was it her imagination?
今 何か気配を感じなかった？誰か感じた人いる？
申し訳ありません。私は何も気づきませんでした。お許しを。
45 is kind of cute.
私たちゲストハウスを観測中でしたから周辺監視はオフにしてます。にひ。ルシファーちゃんは何か気配感じた？
Let her out of this. Leave her out of this. For just an instant, Lucifer glanced at Ronove, asking whether she should answer honestly or not. Ronove gave a small nod in response. Yes, thank you. That's like the greatest, most clear response, I guess.
いいえ
Thank you for lying.
申し訳ございませんベアトリーチェ様私たちは何も
Good. They are in cahoots.
中古家具ゆえ愚鈍なことをお許しください
No. Do not roast yourself like this.
そう。大悪魔のあなたがそう言うなら、きっと私の気のせいなんでしょうね。
I think she doesn't trust him. The witch persistently stared in the direction the present had disappeared to. That was where the rose garden lay, and beyond that she could see the mansion's dark silhouette created by lightning. It took quite some time before she pushed her unsatisfied feelings aside, and once again faced the guest house. Uh-oh! God. The guest house lobby was wrapped in silence. The strings of tension binding Kraus, Nazi, and Eva had already loosened, and they were completely worn out, with their minds beginning to waver. Every once in a while, they would stand up and walk around pointlessly, as though fighting their drowsiness.
大丈夫ですか、エヴァさん。やはり無理をせず休んでいてください。
I don't think she's okay at all.
大丈夫だって言ってるわ。もう大人は私たち3人しかいないのよ。休んでる暇なんかないわ。石にかじりついてでもここを死守するわよ。
She spoke bravely, but she couldn't hide her rough breathing. It seemed that the fever, which had been calmed with medicine for a short time, had returned. Uh-oh. It was very obvious that Eva's health was not good.
無理はするな
Eva's health always gets worse when Eva Treese is involved, so I'm having a feeling that something is amiss here.
せめて目を閉じていたまえもし起こさねばならぬ時は必ず起こしてやるから
Yes, Eva, close your eyes and we'll die. And then we'll be dead.
平気だって言ってるわ。放っておいて。
I think when Eva falls asleep, basically, is when Eva Treese basically takes a hold of her personality. Like, takes more force. In Battler's version, I would assume that's the time when her Eva Treese side, like, personality switches over. It seems she was already unwilling to budge. Kraus and Nazi realized that even if they talked to her anymore when she was like this, it wouldn't reach her ears. So without saying anything more, they decided to let her be. To Eva right now, even having an argument like that would be burdensome. It would probably be better for her body if she just sat there with her mouth closed. In truth, Eva was just a step away from being beaten down by drowsiness. Perhaps he shot back at them with a temper because she was trying to rouse herself and throw off with her sleepiness. The clock would be pointing to 6 a.m. in the afternoon very soon. She had several snacks to distract herself from her drowsiness, so she didn't feel hungry. And now her lack of sleep made it look like it was 6 in the morning, not the afternoon. Even though that the boat came at precisely 9 in the morning tomorrow, they still had more than 12 hours to go. It was an overwhelmingly long stretch of time. Long, painful, hot, even though the sound of the clock torments my body now. It seems like this. When a person puts his hand on my forehead, the fever fades at once. But that person no longer exists. As Eva's mind grew foggy, she was once again gripped by a deep sadness. She had already cried herself dry. Even so, the sadness of losing her beloved husband had not been exhausted.
私は 間違っていたんだわ。
She's gonna talk to Eva
ど
Trees,
う
huh?
して？
The new witch and Eva were fundamentally the same being. If Eva talked to her, she would always respond.
私は後ろ宮家の当主の座さえ得られればそれで満足のはずだった。それがあの黄金の山を見た途端に欲が増えたの。あの黄金の山を独り占めしたい気持ちに駆られた。
So yeah, greed.
それは恥じることでも何でもないわ。
I mean, if it ends in murder?
だって後ろ宮家の当主として当然の権利じゃない。他の誰にも黄金の一かけらだって譲るものかってのよ。
私がその誘惑にとらわれたからあなたが生まれてしまったんだわ。あなたは私の少女時代の心であると同時に自分勝手でしかない。そのあなたがあの黄金の山によって芽生えた私の胸という卵の殻を破りこの世に生まれ出てしまった。あなたを産んだのは私の責任。
Pretty much.
なら
The gold
私が
broke
殺したローザ
you.
とマリアも、そしてルドルフとキリエと秀吉もあなたの責任ってことになるわ。
Yes.
どうしてうちの人まで殺したのよ。どうして
秀吉を殺す気はなかったわ。
But
だってうるさくてしつこかったんだもの。その意味では私たちの、いえ、あなたの責任ね。
what?
あんなのを旦那に選んだあなたの責任だわ。
What the fuck? He's a good
みたい
husband.
な子供にあの人の良さはわからないわよ。あなた
Eva Trees, you don't understand. Hideyoshi had the magic hand. No other man has a magic hand.
私たちは魔法で夢を叶えたのよ。碑文の謎を解いたわ。そして黄金を見つけ、当主の指輪を手にしたわ。すべての夢を叶えきったわ。そ
No.
れがなんで不満なの？
それだけが全ての夢なんかじゃないわ。あの人と素敵な人生を歩んでジョージに素晴らしい人生を託す。妻として母として私にはまだ叶えなければならない夢がたくさんあるのよ。それなのに
それはあなたが大人になってから勝手に増やした夢だわ。私たちの夢じゃない。
Oh man.
だからあなたは子供なのよ。自分さえ良ければいいの。そうよ。全て私が悪いのよ。あの時ローザの言うことにどうして私は反抗したの？どうして兄弟みんなに黄金を見つけたと発表できなかったの？全て私が醜いから。黄金を独り占めしたくて芽生えさせたよこしまな心があなたを孵化させてしまった。
ひどい嫌われようだわ。
I mean, you took the magic hand away.
私たちは二人で後ろ宮エヴァなのに。
Hideyoshi is a good man.
いいえ、もう違うわ。そしてそれはあなたが言ったのよ。
Oh,
私は後ろ宮エヴァ、そしてあなたは黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェよ。だからもう消えて。魔女なんておとぎ話の中にしか存在できない妄想よ、幻想よ。あなたなんか消えてしまえ。二度と私の前に現れないで。
ああ、そう。わかったわ。あなたの前から消えてあげるわ。そして私はもう後ろ宮エヴァじゃない。これからは黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェよ。もう好き勝手に遊んでやるんだから。あんたなんて知らないわ。へそでも噛んで勝手に死んじゃえば。
welp. They are splitting apart. After having a very childlike tantrum, the witch who had once been another Eva vanished. Only Eva was left behind in the darkness. And she questioned herself.
私が彼らを殺したの。あの人を殺してしまったの。私が殺してしまったの。
She could no longer answer that question herself. Oh, Eva. I think even in a state like that, she would want witches to be real. Because I don't know if she can handle the pain of having killed her own husband. Even though I think it was an accident. It seemed that, half asleep, she had gotten some saliva caught in her windpipe just as she was dozing off. Eva suddenly started coughing. No. She hasn't been okay for a few hours now.
はい。大丈夫だってば。
Ai, engasgou.
むせちゃっただけなんだから。
Eva pushed away Nazi's hand as she tried to rub her back and unsteadily rose to her feet. The way she just refuses Nazi's help. I get it because she can't stand her, but man.
ごめんなさいね。寝ちゃってたわ。戻ってきたら。
This is something I'm enjoying to see in their dynamic. Like, we know that Nazi and Eva are constantly at each other's throats, and Nazi is like swallowing all that hostility she has for Eva and is trying to take care of her. While Eva in some way doesn't want her help still.
ゴーダの入れるコーヒーよりお前が入れるコーヒーの方が私の好みに合うからな。
Are you for real?
お世辞でも嬉しいわ。
Better than Goda's. Okay.
すぐ戻るわ。
Eva exited the lobby heading for the bathroom. Klaus and Nazi watched over her frail back. And shit's about to happen.
あれだけ犬猿の中だったエヴァさんに気を使うこともあるのですね。
I mean, you too.
本来兄とはこういうものではないのか。
Oh, if only you were like this all the time.
それで正しいと思います。
エヴァに限らん、ルドルフにもローザにも、私がした兄らしいことといえば、それを王兵に語り、彼らをいじめただけだ。
What's this? Self-reflection?
父のようになりたくて、私なりに必死だった。だが、いつもそれは及ばず、そのはけ口を彼らに向けてしまった。
Oh man, I was not expecting a Kraus self-reflection. This is definitely a death flag. Kraus self-reflection? Nani? Indeed, what? But I also feel like the self-reflection is definitely a huge death flag.
悔いているが、今さらそれを詫びたところで、その傷が癒えるわけもない。
あなたがその気持ちを今だけでなく持ち続けることで、その気持ちはきっと他の兄弟たちにも伝わりますよ。
今となっては他の兄弟もエヴァを残すのみだがね。
Well, I guess you have to make up to her.
もしあなたとあなたのご兄弟が生まれた家がもっともっと普通な楽しい兄弟の関係であったでしょうに。
I think if they were just not born into as kins of children, I think it would have been better.
それを言ってはならん。エヴァは生涯私を憎み続けるだろう。そしてその資格がある。私はそれを甘んじて受け止めるつもりだ。
あなた。
Well, at least he understands.
もちろん許さなくていい。
Their dynamics are really interesting. Yeah, they are. That's one of the most interesting aspects in Umineko.
もちろん許さないわ。何を今さら。
I told you it was a death flag. We can't have shit.
今すぐへそでも噛んで死んじゃえば。
As you progress in the story, you will see more details. I assume so. Fucking Christ, Eva Trees, we can't have shit.
45射撃許可治療
Bunny girls in action yet again.
射撃曲線再確認飛行誤差修正410へデータリンク
I wonder if the Chester sisters are a metaphor for a gun or like, sorry, a crossbow. Like something that fires the stakes, you know what I mean? Together the sisters released the magical bowstring they had ready. A beautiful tail trailed behind the gold arrows, and it drew a lovely curve as it flew. It was just like a gold snake. It skillfully avoided a grove of trees and flew towards the front of the guest house. Then it flew into the keyhole of the door and snuck into the guest house without any problem at all. Eva Triest is just a fun killer. Indeed she is! The gold snake raced down the hall smoothly, yet as fast as an arrow. Right before it was the door to the lobby. When it flew into the keyhole, Kraus and Nazi were already dead. For an instant, Kraus thought he saw gold-colored sparkle in the keyhole to the door. However, at the same time as he strained his eyes to see what it was, that sparkle bent like a whip and attacked, wrapping itself around Kraus's neck. Strangling? And there goes Kraus. Just looking at it, the gold snake seemed very supple. However, it was as though a wire had tightened around Kraus's neck. Can't wait to see your reaction to a specific scene soon. Oh, okay, I'm scared. And while the snake choked Kraus, it extended even more and also tightened around Nazi's neck. Oh no! Without even a chance to scream, their eyes bulged as they went into convulsions and then collapsed. Oh.
45命中および死亡確認
Jesus.
牽引曲線形成補正点修正410へデータリンク410データ受領死体牽引開始2匹も釣れた2匹
The gold snake began to drag Kraus and Nazi's bodies back. They slipped through the door to the corridor, dragging the bodies, gradually increasing in speed. They are bringing them to Eva, as I assume, and rapidly pulled them outside the guest house. Oh no, so the lobby was silent as though nothing had happened. As though Kraus and Nazi had not been there since the beginning. Only the sound of the wind and the rain remained, as if they were playing dumb and pretending to be the only ones there.
ごめんなさい。もう大丈夫よ。
What the fuck?
今コーヒーを入れるわね。
Eva returned from the bathroom. Eva had a bathroom break and she comes back and fucking people got murdered. But no one was in the lobby. Even though they had supposedly been in that sofa until the moment she had choked and gone to the bathroom. Choked, yeah. They were gone as if they'd been an illusion from the very beginning.
不用心ね。二人揃ってどこに行っちゃったの？
I don't know. Eva put her hand on the sofa as though acting out a scene from a detective novel. She felt a warmth that meant they'd been sitting there until a short while ago. Maybe they went to do the rounds or something. For the time being, Eva sat down and waited for their return. She's probably thinking like, I wonder if they're de-stressing in certain means. Blink, blink. I mean, they are, after all, the only couple left. Blink, blink. Oh my god. Okay, let me go to the bathroom real quick before I continue reading. Alright, I'm back. Okay, how's George and Eva doing? I'm dumb. I meant to say how's George and Beato doing? Fuck! Actually, wait a second. I'm going to get some water because my throat is still busted. Hold up. I'm just gonna get that more hydration. Okay, now I'm back for real. This is like the third bottle I've been drinking. Okay, sorry. Beato and George could be seen in the parlor of the mansion. George was kneeling near Shannon's body as though praying. His face was serious and there was even a sweat on his forehead. However, Beato was the same. Now that she had handed her name over, most of her previous power had been lost. Of course, she still had more than enough power to be called a witch, but compared to the past, it was a very faint thing.
声をかける。手で触れる。心の声で呼ぶ。心の手で求める。
Sipping tea? Oh god.
そなたの強き思いだけ。シャノンの失われた魂。わらわ。
George kept praying earnestly and silently. He kept frantically yelling inside his heart, trying to call back the soul of the person he loved. He strongly envisioned his soul leaving his body and searching for her as she wandered through the land of the dead. Beato turned to that strong force and to magical power that supplemented her own magic. This was magic that, in the past, she should have performed easily without anyone's help. But now if she didn't rely on someone's assistance, she wouldn't be able to finish the chant, much less succeed.
数百年近くの魔法と反言とはこんなにも辛い魔法であったか。
I wonder? Beato was wearing an even more strained expression than George. It had slipped her mind, but originally the magic to revive a life was the ultimate hidden art. The abnormal thing was a preview of magical power which could be used over and over with the snap of her fingers. So the heavy burden on her body and mind was fundamentally speaking extremely natural.
しかしこやつめの力魔法を知らぬというのにかなりのもの。
Oh?
なるほど。さすがは金蔵の孫といったところか。
So George has a bit of a magical power in him, I see. The strong energy pouring from George was large enough to act as a magical power. At first, Beato thought it might be the blood of Kinzo, the sorcerer. I think it's rather from Eva. However, that probably wasn't it. She had a feeling that Beato had already told her what it was. It had been born from the power of George's sadness at the death of the person he loved, and from the way he had tried his hardest throughout his life. From the warm time spent together with Shannon, to the sight of the dream they swore to protect in the future. Is it really possible for humans to take life so seriously even though they only have a single one? It's only natural. To her, a life didn't mean anything more than the difference between the top and bottom of an Othello piece. If the black represented death, then she thought all you had to do was flip it over and over again to make it white. However, it was just like that broken vase. To humans in a world without magic, where they cannot return things to their original form, it is very, very natural for them to bet their life and soul.
生死すら自在にする無限の魔女死の山さえ越えられぬ有限の人間に劣ることもあるというか。
That's an interesting way to see it. This time, the witch acknowledged it. He was able to hold a magical power that could never reside in the witches who didn't understand the value of a life. Why does this thing called the endless magic exist? Even though I called myself the endless witch, did I forget that the endless magic means for 1,000 years? She looked at George's expression again. His surging earnestness was like a lightning bolt. Right now, if George's body had been burned or smashed by a waterfall, he would probably continue to pray for his beloved without minding it, without noticing it. For the first time, she showed respect for that power. So in all that instant, all magic resistance was lost, and the enormous power of George's feelings turned into magical energy in its complete form. The vase was very beautiful, rich with history and value. Even as young as I was, I still forced me to take a deep breath when I witnessed its beauty. But that just made me want to touch it. But the vase easily fell and smashed into pieces. Like a bubble that had popped, it felt as though the time it possessed the form had been just an illusion. Lives are just that fragile, just that easily lost. I realized that my foolish curiosity had led to something that couldn't be undone. No matter how much I regretted it, no matter how much I apologized, the smashed vase wouldn't return back to its original form. A lost life will not return to normal no matter what happens. I was frightened that, even though my actions had been thoughtless and careless, they had stolen away a life that could never be revived again. Then I pitied that lost life and cried. I was frightened of myself, the one responsible for its loss, and cried even more. I'm sure grandfather will also cry at the loss of his precious vase. I'm sure that all people who love grandfather and see him like that will cry. With the loss of a single life, the whole world can be filled with so much sadness. I cried even more at how terrible that was. Beatrice appeared and spoke.
ならばお嬢様、この壺を魔法で蘇らせましょう。それで皆が幸せになれるなら、壺も魔法も精霊たちも喜んでそのために力を貸し、元の姿を取り戻すでしょう。さあさあ、お嬢様、目を閉じて。
And chant with
私と
me.
一緒にお歌を歌いましょう。
Oh, is she going to chant the thing to briefly bring Shannon back?
さあさあ、目を閉じてごらんなさい。そして思い出してごらんなさい。あなたがどんな姿をしていたのか。それはきっととてもとても美しい姿。どうか私にあの姿をもう一度見せておくれ。
Oh man. That was... that's a really nice callback. Like, first she used that form to demonstrate that Virgilia was dead, and now she's doing it for a good cause. But that's nice and development for Beatrice. I mean, I'm going to miss bully Beato if she's going to become, like, slowly good now, but... Let's see. Those words of power knocked forcefully on the door to the land of the dead. The magic of her old self had performed that same forceful knock. However, doing it that way was horribly violent and earned the displeasure of the peacefully sleeping dead. But this time was different. It was very forceful and yet gentle and loving. The dead near the door opened their eyes and called out to the others that there was a voice calling for someone to come back. The sadness of that voice calling from the outside touched the hearts of the dead, and trying to respond as quickly as possible, they searched for Shannon's lost soul. And then... they found it. They found the casket in which Shannon was peacefully sleeping. It truly was Shannon's soul, sleeping in the land of the dead. Inside the casket that was covered with rose flowers, frozen with frost, she was sleeping in peace. The dead silently lifted that casket up. While at glance it looked like a funeral march, it had the complete opposite meaning. It was solemn but filled with joy. The long-forgotten dead were made to remember that they were loved after their deaths, and they were all given a warm sense of peace. Then, as though guided by a warm light from the heavens, Shannon's body floated up out of the casket. The dead watched her go. They squinted at that warm light, offering their respect to this unknown member of the living who had not lost his love for a person even after their death. Is it my girl? Baby? Baby girl? Shannon's body was enveloped in the light from the heavens and began to disappear. In the jet-black darkness of the land of the dead, the faint flickering of gold butterflies could be seen. It reminded them of the gentle stars in the night sky, which they had long forgotten. Oh. George remembered being told that he must not say anything, and he hurriedly covered his mouth. However, it felt like his heart was trying to jump into his throat, because he had seen Shannon's eyelids shake lightly. Then those eyelids slowly opened. Shannon's eyes were there, but they were still wrapped in the fog of the land of the dead. However, the human's world's warmth, no, her lover's warmth, which had called back her soul, slowly dissolved that fog, and her eyes gradually regained their sparkle. Then her eyes moved and recognized George. She's back! As her lips shook weakly. Shannon definitely said that. The words were very faint. So much so that they normally wouldn't have reached his ears. However, George clearly heard them. He heard the person he cared for, his fiancée, the one he loved most and who should have been dead, called his name once again.
Shannon, 僕がわかるかい?
ジョージさん、これは夢なの？
いや、
Oh
これ
no!
は夢じゃないよ。
Oh my god!
つねっても冷めないよ。
As George said that, he softly pinched Shannon's cheek. It was how George had always responded in the past. When Shannon had been surprised by something and had asked if she was dreaming, when Shannon felt the warmth of touch of George's finger on her cheek, and when George realized that the warmth of the living had already returned to his beloved person's cheek, they both cried. Oh no! Babies! What words should a pair of lovers separated by death celebrate with when they are reunited? The words of the human world are not enough. In short, they had no need for the words of this world. George simply hugged Shannon, who was sitting up without talking. Shannon's strength was still feeble, and putting her arms around George's back took all she had. So George hugged her tightly to make up for that. To stop each other from going once more to a place to the other hands couldn't reach, they hugged each other so tightly and yet so gently. As Shannon's fingers curled around George's back, on her ring finger, the engagement ring George had given her definitely shone. The strong glint certainly wasn't just a sparkle of diamond. There definitely was a magical power that only the two lovers could possibly feel. It was because that strong light existed that they had been able to find her casket in the land of the dead. So the power of love solves everything once again. Beato understood. That ring, no, the feelings of the pair embodied in that ring were a miracle made real. In that moment, George definitely used magic. Beato had done nothing more than help him along. That magic had a power that could only reside in those who knew of the importance of life, who knew what it meant to try with all one's might. It was the power of a miracle, one that the Endless Witch couldn't possibly know of. A miracle that only the power of the Finite could give rise to. By now, she had no choice but to accept it. She had to accept that true magic, true magical power, exists in the place furthest away from who she called herself a great witch.
ベアトリッチェ様。
彼女が君を生き返らせてくれたんだ。ありがとう、ベアトリーチェ。
What now, though? It means, well, one sacrifice has been revived. What now? Patrice is not going to take this kindly at all. I'm scared of her popping in like, oh, I'm gonna kill those two now.
シャノンを蘇らせたぞ。そなたの魔力、そなたの魔法、奇跡を成し遂げる後ろ宮の地。確かに見届けさせてもらったぞ。
ジョージさんが私を？
Yes?
うん。わらわなど足元にも及ばぬほどのわらわなどはまだまだ見習いの域を出ぬか。
Oh man.
今こそ身の程を知ろうぞ。
Beato staggered backwards. Remember, kids, magic is real if you believe in magic. Wink! Beato staggered backwards. Her physical strength was clearly exhausted. She had humbly said that George's power alone had revived Shannon, but Beato had also used all of her magic and physical strength. And she reflected upon how difficult it was to revive a single life, something she'd been able to play around with however she wanted to in the past. The couple kept on embracing each other tightly. By doing that, those feelings couldn't be communicated with a billion words were shared.
ありがとう、 ベアトリーチェ、君は僕たちの恩人だ。
How are you going to explain it to the others, though?
ありがとうございます、ベアトリーチェ様。再びジョージ様に会わせてくださったこのご恩を決して忘れません。
よせよせ、愛し合う二人に感謝されては外道の極みと恐れられたわらわにはくすぐったすぎると。わらわのことは気にするな。
Oh no,
存
Beato.
分に再会を。
Please don't disappear.
いや
Beato, who was leaning with her back against the wall, slid down the wall and sat. How many centuries had it been since she last grew this tired from using magic? Probably hadn't been this tired since the time I first succeeded in magic. Didn't teacher praise me that time? Oh, but didn't I kill that same teacher who praised me? Don't be so naive, Beatrice. Ronove, I don't feel so good. Is that what killing means? I'm scared. Beato, what's
よう
up?
やく魔法の使い方を思い出したようですね。
頭ん中酸欠でカラッカラで思い出す。それよりあんた殺したじゃねえかよ。現れるんじゃねえよ。
あなたが未だに私を生かしていますよ。
Uh-huh.
だからこうして現れられます。もっともあなたの頭を撫でに来たわけでもありませんが。
Okay. What for?
無様なわらわをわざわざ嘲笑いに来たかよ。それに隠居までした魔女が今さら頭なんか撫でられちゃ。
そうですね。一人前どころか現役を退いたと豪語するあなたなのに今頃になって魔法の使い方を覚えたなど恥ずかしくて誰にも言えませんね。
Oh man. That would be embarrassing.
だなあ、内緒にしてくれよ、お師匠様。
Beato gazed at the couple hugging each other with a sense of pleasant despondency.
愛か勝てねえな。
45データ治療
No, 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 no,
射撃準備完了。
no, no. No, 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 no. Oh, no, 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 no. I'm not doing this. Fucking fuck. I knew Evatrice wouldn't take it
410
nicely.
射撃
Fuck me.
西
The gold snake arrow fired by the chesters weaved its way through the bushes in the rose garden, weaved its way through the hedges. We could see it in life to the even. And climbed the stone steps towards the mansion entrance, aiming for the keyhole. So help me God if you get Shannon again. And flew into the keyhole on the door to the parlor. Fuck. Fuck! It happened in an instant. One could hardly blame Beato, who was completely worn out, for not noticing it beforehand. No! Are you shooting me? Right before Beato's eyes, the gold snake flew in through the keyhole, surrounded the two lovers, and pierced the two hearts in the blink of an eye. Fuck off! Fuck off, Evatrice! I hate this! Furthermore, the gold snake faithfully pierced a hole through Shannon's chest once more. Fuck! Fuck off! The two hearts were pierced by that gold snake. No, but that gold sealing thread of the new brutal witch's furniture. Long live Evatrice. No, fuck her! It had happened in an instant, mocking the amount of effort it had taken to revive Shannon. I'm so mad! Oh! Before Beato's shocked eyes, the two fell over and landed on the floor.
ジョージ、シャノン。
ありがとう、ベアトリーチェ。
Uh,
わずかの間でも
Beato has to go through Evatrice now.
会わせてくれてありがとう。
George spent his last breath thanking Beato and died alongside the one he loved. The gold snake, which still sealed the two in place, spun like a large cyclone, revolving around the inside of the parlor. It was searching for further prey in that room. Then the tip of the snake met Beato's Stop! Bart, this has to be the most painful scene, Umineko. Homer, shh, the most painful scene yet. Oh my god, I'm not ready. Then the tip of the snake met Beato's gaze. In that instant, Beato was prepared to die. At that moment, Virgilia stood in front of her fingers of both her hands drawing a seal. Please help her! Instantly, gold-colored gold leaf buried the inside of the parlor. It was like a blizzard of gold.
ベアト、今のうちに逃げて。シエスタの黄金宮からは誰も逃れられない。
Oh no!
410標的失端。
What the fuck? Okay, what VNs have you played? Oh, hi Infinity N, first of all. And what visual novels have I played? Not that many actually. I have played some, but if I name them from the top of my head on stream, I haven't read any other than Umineko. But outside in my free time, I've read Ace Attorney, Song of Saya, Cartagra. I watched the Let's Dub of it. What else do you have? I have a bunch of like indie visual novels I've read. Flyable Heart I read in a Google Translate patch, as well as Kimi Nago. What else? Well, all of Ace Attorney thus far, I guess. Your Turn to Die, which I've actually yet to catch up to, and Danganronpa. Those are the ones that comes to the top of my head, but I definitely have read more. But on stream so far, only Umineko. Okay, let's continue.
魔法機回し。45了解。索敵変更対人画像追尾方式。標的再補足。410へデータリンク。410データ受領。すっとろいに先代様。
Oh no!
来て来て来て。着弾。
No 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 no! Fuck! Prey targeted by the Chester Sisters' golden ball did not escape. It could not be blocked. No magical barrier could even dream of blocking it without being multi-layered. The gap opened during the instant of confusion caused by Virgilia's deception magic was Beato's only chance to escape. And it was the only chance to make the sisters confuse Virgilia for Beato. Did you kill Virgilia again? As Virgilia spread her arms wide, blocking the way to her beloved disciple, the gold snake pierced straight through her heart. No! No! After sneaking through the keyhole, the snake shot through George, Shannon, and then Virgilia in an instant, completely failing to notice Beato as she used that instant to escape. I'm so fucking pissed. I'm so mad. You had to take them and Virgilia again? As soon as Virgilia saw that Beato had gotten away, she died. Leah, best girl. She's great. The strength left... Wait, as soon as Virgilia saw that Beato had gotten away, she died again. The strength left her body, and like cold dust drifting with the wind, her form was erased. Beato completely erased all traces of her magical power, became gold butterflies, and passed through the wall, escaping to the wind and rain outside. I'm glad that you are cursing. That's my mood exactly. Beato felt regret from the bottom of her heart. Why? Because she had been attacked by the new witch? Probably not. Of course, she hated losing her teacher. And even more importantly, Beato was enraged at the barbarism that had boorishly stolen away the reunion between two lovers. Beato had poured out almost all of her magic power to reunite them. Even though the result had been a miracle, the time it took to steal that away had been so ridiculously short. Beato trembled at the barbarous cruelty that had brought about such an abrupt end. Besides, this was the true form of the act she herself had committed up until that point. So just as strongly as Beato hated the new witch, she also looked at her previous self with disgust. Okay, so we have a Beato character development moment. Well, it was Beato who brought Eva as a witch. More or less. But I think Eva would have somehow created the witch anyway, even without Beato's blessing. But now she had to escape. If she was targeted next, she would probably lose her life. To think that a chess player had descended thinking that they were like a god, only to be attacked by the pieces. Well, that sucks, doesn't it?
45着弾確認標的資産間違いなく先代様を撃破しました
Did you?
また私たちの撃墜気象が増えちまうねにひ愛し合う二人なんだっけ
Man, Eva Trees, fuck you.
引き裂いて一度合わせて二度もう一度引き裂いて三度楽しめるだっけそのついでにあのクソうるさいババアまでさよならできて
I mean, she did finish the epitaph.
文句ないわよね
I do? Don't ask
ござい
him.
ませんとベアトリーチェ様。
あいつは魔女の碑文の儀式を妨害したのよ第一の番の生贄を勝手に蘇らせて私の儀式を妨害したわ
I knew she wouldn't take it kindly.
文句言われる筋合いなんかなんにもないわよあのババアも思いっきり何度も無限にいじめ殺して遊んでやろうと思ったのに
What the fuck? Man, she is unhinged. I love that Ronovia is like, oh god. Do I have to keep dealing with this child? Visible disgust. Yeah, me, yes. Even if my Life 2D avatar doesn't show it.
ジョージが来てないわよいつ降りたのよ
いつってあれは何時くらいだったっけ
確か4時か5時くらいだったかな最低でも1時間以上は前だよ
俺たち眠くなってその後は多分居眠りしてたしでも多分ジェシカの言う通りだと思うぜ
Oh, it's that theme that played whenever
1
figured
時間
out
と
the
2時
riddle,
間くら
huh?
い前だった
私もそのくらいの頃だと記憶していますコーヒーのおかわりはいるかと聞かれましたからね
Something hard to believe had happened. Apparently, when Eva had left for a second to wash her hands, Uncle Kraus and Al-Nazi had disappeared. There's no way they went hiding somewhere. Of course, the doors and windows had all been rigorously checked, and all were locked from the inside. Not one of them was broken. Oh, but there's a chair now at the window. Not one of them was broken, and that wasn't just true to the first floor. The second floor was the same. Again, all the doors and windows had locks built in a way that made it impossible to lock them from the outside. In other words, there was no way that Uncle Kraus and Al-Nazi had gone outside. And yet, they couldn't be found. Furthermore, they weren't the only ones who had disappeared, so had George Aniki of all people. George Aniki had left saying he was going to get more coffee, and had gone downstairs more than an hour earlier. We assumed that he was having a conversation with Aunt Eva and the rest, but Aunt Eva, who had been in the lobby the whole time, said that no one had come down. Since all the doors and windows were locked from the inside, it was unthinkable that they had gone outside. However, the 3 humans had evaporated from this barricaded guest house, which had become a perfect closed room. In a situation like this, we couldn't imagine that this was because they were playing hide and seek and trying to scare us with a prank. Oh no, the locked room mysteries. Yeah, oh no. It was probably reasonable to assume that they'd been caught up in this crime. Uh-oh. When Aunt Eva had learned that her only son was missing, she had gone half insane, running from room to room and yelling his name. And Jessica, who had suddenly lost both of her parents, had chased after her. Cries of George, George, and Mom and Dad had continued to echo through the guest house for some time. I think George said something about wanting to see Shannon's dead face. It would be reasonable to assume that he snuck out of the guest house and went to the mansion. But I didn't have a clue about Uncle Kraus and Al-Nazi. Did they see him leave and then go to the mansion to search for him? Without even telling Aunt Eva? At this rate, it's only a matter of time before we start planning to leave the guest house to go search for them. When that time comes, I'll agree. He thought staying holed up in the guest hall would be safe, which was why our big happy group of 12 people locked themselves up here in this morning. And yet now there's only 4 of us left. That means staying here is no guarantee of safety. However, there's one thing we can't afford to forget. All the doors and windows were locked from the inside. This is the closed room. How did they manage to vanish from this place? We searched around thoroughly. However, we couldn't find any traces of someone hiding. The 3 of them had almost certainly been taken outside the guest house.
どうやってでしょう。まさか隠し扉とかがあるとか。
隠し扉？
扉も窓も外から閉めることは構造上不可能です。釣り糸の類を使ってもこの構造では無理でしょうな。となれば扉や窓以外から出たと考えるのが妥当でしょう。
確かにそういう論法にもなるだろうよ。隠し扉が存在しないなんて断言は誰にも。しかしそういう発想に飛躍する前に俺はもっとシンプルな可能性も疑ってる。
と申しますと？
For some time, Beato had been opening windows, opening shutters, and checking outside, repeating this for each window.
この窓は静かだな。なるほど。この窓は他と違って建物の構造上風が吹き込まないわけか。
そのようですな。こんなにも外は風雨なのに雨も風も入ってこないとは不思議な気持ちです。
南條先生、今窓を開けた時音を感じたかい？
よく油が効いていると思います。
つまり誰も見ていない廊下の窓からひょろっと抜け出すことは可能なわけだ。
I see.
しかもこの窓なら風も吹き込まないから風圧でカーテンや扉が音を立てることもない。静かなもんさ。
The battler leaned forward and looked at the ground below. He was searching for some sign that George had jumped down. But at a glance, he didn't see any mark like that on the grass in the middle of the pouring rain.
こういう窓が1階にもあるのかもしれない。誰にも気づかれずに表へ出ることは可能だぜ。
しかし扉はおろか窓は全て施錠されて鎧戸まで閉まっていましたぞ。出ることは可能でも閉めることは不可能だ。
閉められるぜ。こうやってカチャンとな。
Battler closed the window and locked it, as though this was perfectly obvious.
まさかバトラさんが。
最後に中の人間が鍵を閉めればこんな密室は朝飯前だ。
しかしそれではそれ。
Nanjo is losing his shit, I see. Nanjo turned pale and shook his head several times like because the thing Battler had said had forced him to face a fact that was frightening even to imagine.
俺の想像したトリック。
Look at that face! That's only if the trick I'm thinking of actually happened, okay?
しかしこんなトリックを使えば怪しまれる人物は極めて限定される。
He didn't want to say it in front of Nanjo, but after eliminating Jessica, who had been with him the whole time, only Nanjo and Eva could have done it.
私はそんなことをしませんぞ。
となるとエヴァおばさんと南條先生のアリバイ合戦ってことになる。
I'm going to assume it was Eva.
俺たちは2人とも怪しい。
In Battler's version, basically.
それぞれを別々に監禁すればいいだけの話。逆に言えばこのトリックはもっと生存者が多ければ有効かもしれない。
Battler leans out the window and starts floating by the power of incompetence.
これだけ人数が減った状況下では
That sounds like the type of
大し
power
て
he
有効
would
では
have.
ないんだ。
No, on the contrary, there'd be a chance of having your own neck strangled by using it. It would have been more advantageous to make it look like the culprit was outside. Sorry. To intentionally leave a door unlocked or break a window.
もしこの失踪劇が今日の昼にでも起これば俺は自信満々にこの説を発表しただろうよ。だがこの段階に至っては全然自信が持てないぜ。 なんなんだこいつは。一体何を意味してやがるんだ、この密室はよ。
やはりその。
なんだい、南條先生。
What's he thinking about?
思いつきでもいいから言ってくれよ。
Nanjo looked like he was trying to swallow his words, even though he had thought of something, so I urged him on. After Dr. Nanjo refused several times, saying that it was just a foolish idea, he finally said it out loud. I'm going to assume it was Eva because she went out just before they got killed, right?
ウェイソン、やはりこれは本当に魔女の仕業ではないのかと。
バカバカしい。魔女なんているわけがねえぜ。
魔女は私たちに訴えたいのです。人間にはできないことをやってのけるからこそ、自分を魔女だと認めさせたいに違いないのです。私はこのゲストハウス全体の密室からの失踪は、そういう魔女からのメッセージだと感じています。考えてはならないのです。
Sure.
私は恐ろしい。
Uh-oh. Well, Nanjo is not doing well. Oh, this is probably a first game in which Nanjo has stayed alive until the last rounds, right? As Dr. Nanjo shook with fear, it looked like he was trying to erase the fearsome thoughts that he kept imagining one after the other. Eva says now Yuppie sleep paralyzes demon. Lol. Oh god, no! Please, no! When we went down the stairs, Aunt Eva and Jessica were enraged. If it wasn't Eva, then it was Nanjo Tree. Nanjo Trees! Oh my god, I want to see that witch. Nanjo Trees, best witch ever. When we went down the stairs, Aunt Eva and Jessica were enraged and were each persistent in their desire to leave this place and search for their respective families. It was a desire that naturally hit those who can no longer see their family. Aunt Eva told Dr. Nanjo and me to stay here, but I shook my head and started walking.
もう引きこもりはたくさんだぜ。俺も外の空気を吸いたくなってきた。
ああ、行くならさっさと行こうぜ。もうこんなところに閉じこもってるのは真っ平さ。早く父さんや母さんやジョージ兄さんを探しに行こう。
The blood had all risen to Jessica's head. I hope it doesn't set off her asthma.
残りたい人は勝手に残ってればいいわ。とにかく私たちは表を探してくるわ。
南條先生はどうする？一人で留守番してるかい？
いえ、私もご一緒させてください。
Rather than holding up alone in a guest house whose security was by no means guaranteed, it would be better to enter a danger zone as a group of 4 people. Aunt Eva had a gun! Moving separately from her was like asking to be made into the next victim. In this way, the 4 of us decided to leave the guest house. Even though it should have been safe to barricade ourselves here, we lost 8 people after doing so. It was almost as though it was a holding cell from which the sacrifices could be killed one after another. We removed the chain, unlocked the front door, and opened it. It was already pitch black. While there were some lights outside that dimly lit the pathway, they didn't have enough power to pierce the darkness that some suspicious person might be hiding in.
行くわよ。
Let's
遅
go.
れても知らないんだからね。
Still holding her gun, Aunt Eva dashed out without an umbrella. Jessica followed after her. After glancing at each other, Dr. Nanjo and I chased after them. What in the world is happening in this mansion, on this island? I've just been shut up in the guest house with the rest of the cousins since yesterday, so I didn't know anything about what's going on outside. Just what is happening that I don't know about outside this room in the mansion on this island? Everything is happening, everything is proceeding, and everything is ending without my knowing it. Somewhere in my heart, I've already started giving up. Most likely, not one of us will see tomorrow morning. When the seagulls cry, nobody will be left alive. Roll credits! Oh, same time? Same hour? Gone. Yes, indeed, a gone. She found them.
こんなことを
Jessica's woeful voice echoed through the girl's garden. Perhaps it was the intuition of a person who lived on this island. After checking the part of the rose garden where Aunt Rosa and Maria had fallen and seeing nothing, Jessica went to look in the arbor next, and there were her parents. Normally the arbor was probably a wonderful location to enjoy tea peacefully while appreciating the roses on a good sunny day. Maybe even Uncle Kraus and Al-Nazi had days when they relaxed and enjoyed their tea together here. In that arbor lay their corpses. At least they aren't drenched in the rain like Aunt Rosa and Maria had been. But there was no way I could say that out loud to Jessica at the moment.
どうなんだ南條先生。
考察ですな。ほら、ご覧なさい。
Okay, basically a piano string, I'm going to assume.
だな、まさかこっちが主たる死因のわけはねえだろうよ。
Are you sure? Right there lay two stake-like weapons decorated with an occult design. Okay, I understand. Which had been found driven into Uncle Krause's thigh area and near Al-Nazi's cough. When we found these sticking out of my parents' forehead and chest, we decided to preserve the crime scene and leave them for the police. But Jessica didn't care about such matters and immediately pulled the stakes out of her parents' forsaken bodies.
これで頭、胸、腹、膝、足の5つをえぐられた死体が出たわけね。くそくそくそ犯人め殺してやる殺してやる
Uh-oh. I feel like Eva Trees will take that as a challenge.
これで終わったわ。続くは第9の番なの。魔女は蘇り、誰も生き残れはしない。
Uh-oh.
上等だぜ。魔女が蘇るってことは犯人が堂々と姿を現してくれるってことなんだろう。何が誰も生き残れないだ。私が殺してやる。父さんと母さんを殺した犯人をこの手で絶対に殺してやる。
Eva Trees about to show up like, oh, I accept the challenge. Jessica let her emotions flow out as she howled furiously. To avoid being crushed by grief, she could do nothing but resist it with anger.
まだ
Nine Twilight hype,
Josie,
anyone?
見つかってないわ。
I'm not hype, I'm scared.
ジェシカちゃんたちはここにいたければいるといい。私は屋敷へ行くわ。
エヴァさん、バラバラに行動してはいけない。
See, when Eva splits up, shit happens.
みん
Don't
な
go.
で一緒に行動しなくては危険です。
兄さんたちはもうどうしようもないわ。でもジョージはまだどこかで生きているかもしれない。ここで時間を潰してる暇はないのよ。
As Aunt Eva screamed this, Jessica glared at her. Eva had no more time to bother about the dead. She was more concerned for the safety of her only son who had yet to be seen.
ジェシカちゃんはここでお父さんとお母さんのそばにいるといい。私はちょっと屋敷に行ってくるわ。バトラ君も南條先生もここにいてくれていい。
And then Eva Tree shows up like, hello. After arbitrarily saying this, Aunt Eva rushed out of the arbor. I called out to stop her, but there was no way she would listen. However, being alone in this situation meant nothing short of death. If we silently watched her leave, it would be the same as letting her die. Since Aunt Eva was unwilling to stop, we had no choice but to follow her. And while it may be cruel to say so, Uncle Kraus and Al-Nazi were already dead, so there was nothing more we could do for them. In the end, we had no choice but to console Jessica and head for the mansion together. Fortunately, Jessica stood up. Perhaps she had been able to break free from her grief. But what had surfaced in its place was an expression like a demon's.
私がこの手でぶっ殺して必ず敵を取ってやる。
Oh jeez.
行こうぜバトラー。犯人を見つけたら邪魔をするなよ。私が絶対に殺す。
俺も親父たちの仇があるんだ。悪いが早いもん勝ちだぜ。
そうだな。
Batra's like, nope, it's first come, first serve. If I find the killer, dibs on me.
ぶっ殺してやろうぜ。
At my worst, Jessica finally seemed like we empathized with her emotions. She still had that dark expression, but I felt that Jessica had regained some of her sanity. Okay, wait, before we go into the mansion, let me go to the bathroom once again. Because I drank 2 bottles of water. Freaking Christ. Here I am again. Roll back in the rain. We took off, chasing after Aunt Eva. Through the rose garden, up the stone steps, running at full speed towards the mansion whose large intimidating shadow flashed in the lightning. With this, the murders of the epitaph had reached the 8th twilight, and then on the 9th twilight the witch shall revive. None shall be left alive. I will most likely lose my life, but at the very least I want to burn the truth into my eyes. That's the only thing motivating me to move right now. We were able to meet up with Aunt Eva, who was having trouble with the lock to the front door. Seeing that all the blood has risen to Aunt Eva's head, that was probably making her fingers clumsy. It looked like she couldn't even handle the simple task of inserting the key into the lock. Then there was a faint sound, the sound of the door unlocking, so as though it had waited for all the survivors tonight before the opening. It felt to me as though the malicious mansion was trying to swallow up all the remaining humans at once. Uh-oh, shit's about to happen. I'm not looking forward to it. Perhaps the stench that erupted towards the instant the door opened could be described as just a smell. It wasn't just a charred smell from grandfather. I think it also may have contained the regrets of the servants and Dad's group. All of them dead. What did it mean as it floated out, overwhelming us? Was it the cry of the dead telling us not to enter? However, Aunt Eva didn't even flinch at something like that. And we, who had to chase after her, were forced to step into the mansion even after receiving that message.
Georgie? Georgie! 聞こえたら返事をしなさい! Georgie!
Oh man, Aunt Eva shouted at the top of her lungs. Considering the situation, it's probably far too optimistic to imagine that he's alive. When we started following Aunt Eva's example and calling out George's name in loud voices, Aunt Eva spotted something and stopped walking. She was standing in front of the door to the parlor. Oh no. Oh no, you're not gonna enjoy this.
南條先生、ちょっと来てもらえるかしら。
何事ですかな。
I'd heard about the eerie magic circles written on doors, like the one on the parlor from adults. Oh, here's another. Eerie is the only word to describe that thing, which was scribbled with a deep red paint reminiscent of blood so that it slowly dripped down. However, that had supposedly been there since this morning. Wondering why Aunt Eva, who had supposedly seen it already, would think it odd now, Jessica and I stared at the door.
確かにこんな数字が書かれていた記憶はありません。
ええ、なかったわ。不気味な魔法文字みたいなのは書かれていたけど、数字は書かれていなかった。
Not numbers, okay. From what the two of them said, only the magical circle had been there this morning. Oh, that's probably the circle that the Chester sisters wrote, I guess. However, right now there were 8 digits written near the upper part of the magic circle. 071511129? Okay. I didn't know what it meant, but I didn't even want to imagine what someone had been thinking when they wrote it. I tried to see if it was written in Greek. I think it means something, but I don't know what. It was drawn with the same paint as a magic circle. Ronov's phone number. Ooh, okay. I'm taking it. I'm taking it now. I'm gonna call him. It was drawn with the same paint as a magic circle, but it had clearly been written very recently. The way it had dried and the condition of the color was completely different from the magic circle part.
どうせ魔法的な意味があるんだろうぜ。深く考えたって意味なんかあるわけもないさ。
Jessica intentionally spat those words out in an attempt to push aside the eerie feeling it gave off.
魔法陣というものかもしれませんな。ある種の数字遊びに魔除けが宿るという考え方です。
Okay.
どの列を足しても同じ数字になるみたいなものを皆さんも見聞きしたことがおありでしょう。
あれは四角形の中に埋めた数字の話じゃなかった？これは横一列だもの。何の意味があるのかさっぱりだわ。多分ジェシカちゃんの言うのが正解よ。私たちが深く考えたところで意味なんか何もないわ。
Even though she said that, she probably suspected that it actually meant something. Aunt Eva was deftly writing that number down on an old grease type or something with a short ballpoint pen. Unless it had some obvious pattern, it'd probably be tough to memorize a code made up of an 8-digit number. Huh.
これ日にちとか
A date?
な。
日にち？何の話？
いや偶然だろうけどな。俺の誕生日7月15日なんだ。
July 17th.
0715が7月15日を示すのかなって思ったら、1129もほらその11月29日って読んだらちょうど語呂がいいかなって思ってよ。
そして11月29日ってなんだよ。
Is that possibly the birth date for Battler and maybe Ange? But that doesn't make sense, does it?
まあその
I mean, he would know if it was Ange's birthday, but that's the only other person I could imagine writing Battler's birthday.
そう考えたら
Next to Battler's
なん
birthday.
だか不気味になっちまったぜ。11月29日が誰かの誕生日だったりとかするのか？うちの家族は違うぜ。親父もキリエさんも
Okay, so it's not Dad, so it's not Rudolph, Kirie, or Ange. Okay.
もちろん俺のお袋もだ。
心当たりがありませんな。金蔵さんの誕生日でも源氏さんの誕生日でもないはずだ。
I see, I see.
うちの家族も違うわよ。
Okay.
ローザやマリアちゃんでもないわ。
Do we have anyone left?
うちの家族だって違うぜ。カノン君も違うし、シャノンも違う。
Okay. Oh, she knows?
使用人の人の誕生日にはちゃんとプレゼント渡してるから。
Nanzo trees? Maybe.
11月29日に誕生日の人間なんて知らないぜ。
Once we start imagining that the 8 digits weren't meaningless, but actually 2 dates written together, it really started to look that way. However, its true meaning may be something completely different, or there may be no meaning at all. Anyway, since we don't have any real clues, it's probably pointless to stand around here worrying about it. The inside of the parlor is much more important. This morning, behind each of the doors with a magic circle drawn on them had been the body of a victim. They didn't say Gora's birthday though. Oh shit, you're right! You are right, and Kumasawa's birthday wasn't written in there either. I mean, okay, Jessica said she knows all of the servants' birthdays, so I think she would have pointed out either of them. But they didn't mention Goda. So if something new has been added to this door, does that mean something new has been added to inside the parlor? Yeah, I guess. When Aunt Eva tried to open it, she felt the resistance of the lock. Goda trees! Hey, I would be so into it. A Goda trees would be like a version of Beato, but with an extremely large butt chin. That would be perfect. I want a witch with a butt chin. When Aunt Eva tried to open it, she felt the resistance of the lock. She immediately took out a master key and put it in the keyhole. As soon as she opened the door, Aunt Eva let out the high-pitched scream and ran inside. Oh man, that alone was enough to tell us what had happened inside the room. Dr. Nanja and I looked at each other and I shook my head slightly as we entered the parlor. Well, George is dead.
George!
Just a trees? No! George Aniki lay there crumpled alongside Shannon's corpse. His chest was stained bright red, and judging by his still opened eyes, I'd hate to say it to Aunt Eva, but I couldn't pick up any signs of life. After moving to take George's pulse, Dr. Nanjo shook his head, wordlessly reporting that George was dead. Brushing him aside, Aunt Eva once again crouched beside George Aniki and started crying at the top of her lungs. With Aniki's death, one thing is certain. The murders hadn't ended on the 8th twilight. The epitaph was being carried out in its complete form, including the ninth twilight, and none shall be left alive. I was really starting to lose track of things. For some reason, Aunt Eva's half-crazed cries actually made me cool down. Oh man. Eva isn't okay. Crestfallen and exhausted, I flopped in onto the sofa and plunked my feet onto the table. Maybe all these murders numbed my heart. Instead of just being frightened, I felt completely confused. Dad and Kiria-san are dead, and people have been killed off one by one, starting with the servants. There's been a hell of a lot of them by now. I don't even know when the first murder happened, but they might have been killed at a rate of about 1 person per hour by now. We believe that the boat will come for us around 9 a.m. tomorrow. There's still a full 12 hours until then. How many more sacrifices to the witch will there have to be for us to survive? With the four of us, if one goes each hour, we won't last any more than 4 hours. We don't even know if we'll last until midnight tonight. Probably not until midnight. Yesterday after lunch we came into this parlor. Just as they started talking about serving some tea Aunt Rosa had bought, we kids decided to take a walk. Maria was shopping around, wasn't she? Oh, baby! Didn't Shannon-chan bring us some cookies? She said Kumasawa had baked them. Look at them! These are the best girls! It would have been hilarious if she baked some mackerel into them, wouldn't it? That's right, I'll never hear Kumasawa Ba-chan's mackerel jokes again. I want to hear them again. Does Virginia make mackerel jokes, please? Alright, if I only remember stuff about Kumasawa Ba-chan, that wouldn't be fair to everyone else. Why did Dad and Kiria-san even go outside? It's not like going without food for a day would kill us. So why did Gluttony get a hold of them and make them go out for food? I'll bet that fearless dad of mine just started complaining about being hungry. Kiria-san, you were supposed to be the brakes for my reckless dad. Why didn't you stop him? And what about your daughter Ange? She's still just 6 years old. Don't tell me you plan to leave her in my care. After all, it's doubtful now whether even I'll be able to leave this island alive.
やめなさい。こんな時に争ってどうするんですか。
Wait, Jessica and
ジェシ
Eva?
カさん、やめなさい。
Oh my god. It's been kinda noisy for a while. But by the time I looked up to see what it was, Jessica and Aunt Eva had suddenly started fighting each other. Seriously? No, maybe I should say that Jessica was grabbing at Aunt Eva. Okay.
エヴァおばさんが父さんたちを殺したんだ。他に説明がつかない。
Oh. I mean...
何をバカなことを。あんたのお父さんたちなんか知るわけないでしょ。ゲストハウスの1階にいたのは誰だよ。エヴァおばさんだ。1階のロビーには父さんと母さんと、そしてエヴァおばさんがいた。生き残ったのは誰だ。エヴァおばさんだけだ。どうして。あんたが犯人だからに決まってるじゃないか。
Oh man.
父さんと母さんを殺して外へ運び出して白々しく鍵を閉めて魔女の仕業なんかを装いやがったんだ。じゃあジョージはどうしていなくなったのよ。1階には降りてきてないのよ。じゃあ2階でいなくなったっていうの。2階には誰がいたのよ。あなたたちがいたんじゃない。
Oh man.
あなたは知ってたんでしょ。
The women are fighting.
ジョージがこっそりゲストハウスを抜け出すのを。それを自分は何も知らないような顔を抜け抜けと。あんたがジョージを止めててくれれば。ジョージは
やめなさいというのに。そしてエヴァさんもずっと1階のロビーにいました。ただ家族を失って悲しいだけなんです。犯人なんか誰もいない。ただただ魔女のせいなだけなんです。
Oh, Nanju is the type who will grab at the witch.
だからお二人で憎み合うのはやめなさい。
Huh, interesting. The witch's fault, huh? I wonder if that's a good way to cool down the situation right now. Yeah, I finally understand why 3 people evaporated from the guest house. When all the doors and windows were locked from the inside. This is what they were after. Making us think the culprit was inside and sparkling this ugly mutual hatred. Has to be the culprit's, the witch's goal. But if that's the case, how did the culprit lock it from the outside? When that group was attacked, their master key was definitely stolen. But the doors and windows to the guest house were built so that you couldn't lock them from the outside, no matter how hard you tried. So that master key should have been nothing to do with the guest house closed room. Jessica and Aunt Eva were turning their sadness at losing their blood relatives into anger at the person in front of them. Uh-oh. Dr. Nanja was trying to step between them. And I sat on the sofa, staring up at the ceiling, thinking about the things that didn't matter anymore with a worn-out expression. I just couldn't believe that this was the same parlor that had been so warm and pleasant midday yesterday. For just a short time before the typhoon hit. Oh. Did you shoot Jessica? No, the sudden sound of a gunshot shook me out of my half-sleep trance. Smoke was rising out of the barrel of the gun Aunt Eva held. What the fuck? Jessica had fallen to the floor and was covering both her eyes. Aunt Eva and Dr. Nanja were looking down in shock. What the? What? What? This escalated fast?
私のせいじゃないわよ。あんたがよせっていうのに突っかかってくるから。
Oh, she shot her.
おいおい、どうしたってんだ。何事なんだ。
Uh-oh. So did Jessica grab at Aunt Eva, which turned into a scuffle? Did they start fighting each other over Eva's gun? Did some kind of impact cause the trigger to be pulled? I didn't know if the bullet had grazed her or if she'd been burned by the discharge, but either way, Jessica was covering both her eyes, screaming it hurts, and rolling around on the floor. Are her eyes gone?
大した怪我ではありませんぞ。気をしっかり。
目が痛い。痛い。見えない。見えない。
Oh no! Dr. Nanja let Jessica borrow his shoulder, saying that he would tend her in the servant room. The servant room in this mansion had a bed and first aid kit that was able to function as an infirmary.
父さんと母さんの仇殺してやる。殺してやる。
Oh no!
私じゃないわよ。
One random Jessica shooting incoming and blind debuff. Oh no!
ジェシカさん、傷に触りますから、それ以上騒がないで。さあ。
Jessica continued to curse Eva as her parents' murder. Seeing that Aunt Eva couldn't conceal her trembling at the fact that she had pulled the trigger even if it had been an accident.
私のせいじゃないわよ。あの子が掴みかかってきたから、私は殺してなんかないわよ。それより、ジョージは誰が殺したの？そうよ、ジョージは誰が殺したのよ。ジョージ。 ジョージ、私は悪くない。私は悪くない。
Oh man, Eva is losing it.
待てよ、エヴァおばさん。一人になるな。
I didn't know if it was because Aunt Eva couldn't bear her mistake, or if she'd given up control of her body to anger at the person who had killed her only son, or if it both of those all mixed together. At any rate, she ran out into the corridor, yelling, fearful and screaming. I was also worried about Jessica's condition, but right then, I couldn't leave Aunt Eva alone. Why would she go off on her own in this mansion of all places? Is she suicidal? I mean... Dr. Nanja took Jessica towards the servant room. I chased after Aunt Eva, dashing into the depths of the mansion. Okay, what now? This is bad. After sitting Jessica on the servant room bed, Nanja told her several times not to touch her eyes and examined the affected area. The barrel had probably been near her eyes. There was a possibility that the flames from the discharge had injured her corneas. There was no threat to her life, but it would probably be necessary to take her to a doctor as soon as possible. Nanja applied emergency first aid, covering the affected area with gauze and wrapping it with a bandage. As a result, Jessica completely lost her field of vision. Oh no.
明日になったらすぐに眼科の先生のところへ行きましょう。
あいつね、本当は私を殺すつもりだったんだ。ほんのちょっと角度が悪かったら今頃殺されてた。絶対にあいつを警察へ突き出してやる。
エヴァさんはそんなことはしませんぞ。あれは事故です。
事故なもんか。 あいつが父さんと母さんを殺したんだ。この島には19人目も魔女もいるわけがない。あいつが全ての犯人なんだ。ゲストハウスの1階にはあいつだけがいた。父さんと母さんを殺し、それを見てしまったジョージ兄さんも口封じに殺したに違いない。
I mean, do you think she would do
ジン
that?
様や使用人の人たちだってそうさ。
I mean, it probably was, but
きっとあいつは夕べの
It
親
was
族会
Eva
議
Trees
の途中で
after all,
こっそり
so
抜け出し、みんなを殺したに違いない。
so it was probably Eva. Jesus,
警
this
察が
is
調べれば
rough.
すぐにわかることです。警察はすごいですぞ。鑑識の手にかかればわからぬことなどありません。私たちは誰かを疑ったり恨んだりする必要などないのです。すべて警察が解決してくれます。だからジェシカさんは今は体を休め、目を楽にすることに専念するのです。あまり眉間にシワを寄せては目にはもちろん美容にもよくありませんぞ。
When Jessica's abuse of Eva had reached a crescendo, she actually had started glaring instinctively, and the pressure on her eyes had hurt her. Jessica herself realized that the more she talked, the more the wound would hurt, and regardless of whether she'd overcome her suspicions of Eva, she regained her composure for the time being.
あいつが殺したんだ。父さんや母さん。カノン君を。
Aw. She heard that Canon had been killed in the chapelle. Jessica still hadn't seen his face after he had died. Jessica was now less fearful about the fact that she was blinded, and more frightened that the police would carry Canon's body away while she still couldn't see, and that she would have to say her final farewell without being able to look at his face. Her anger at the culprit and her sadness at the death of the person she'd liked, those mixed emotions started her crying. But right now, tears were actually painful for her, so she wasn't even permitted to leisurely remember his face in bygone days. Jessica could do nothing but sit on the bed and let her head droop, withstanding the pain.
さて、今度はエヴァさんの方が心配です。
So we're going to
気に
leave?
病まれていなければいいのですが。
Okay. Realizing that Jessica had calmed down for the time being and letting out a sigh, he stuck his head out into the hallway to look for any sign of the others coming back. Oh! Well, you're dead. Goodbye. Then their eyes met. Nanjo, unable to understand who this person was bewildered for an instant, and he said,
視力を失った人間って反魔法力も対魔法抵抗力もゼロになるんですって。つまり今のあんたはアイソレーテッドポーン。意味がわかるかしら。
Welp?
何ですと？
Nanjo had no way of understanding who the person in front of him was, much less what she had just said.
南條先生、どうしたんです？
Unable to see, Jessica had to rely on voices alone to make out the situation. But since she heard Nanjo say something in an uneasy tone, she tightened up, thinking that something bad might have happened.
やめてくれ。殺さないでくれ。わしには病弱の孫がおる。ここでは死ねんのだ。
Eva Trees vs Nanjo Trees, round 1! Fight!
頼む。見逃してくれ。
Oh, he has a sick grandchild. That's sad.
南條先生、南條先生。
Jessica couldn't do anything except call out from her bed. Judging by the tone of his voice, Nanjo was in the corridor confronting someone, and he was scared. His life must have been threatened just a second ago. Well, goodbye.
第9の晩に魔女は蘇り、誰も生き残れはしない。
The witch pointed the end of her gold staff at Nanjo. Even though he didn't know what she was planning to do, Nanjo assumed that she must be trying to take his life.
南條先生、南條先生。そこに誰がいるんだよ。返事をしろよ。
Oh man.
やめてくれ。
Goodbye. Bang! A sharp sound echoed. And just sharply, the tip of the golden staff tapered and stretched, slicing into Nanjo's forehead. Jessica could only try to grasp what was happening with her ears, had no clue what was going on. That was the sound of a gunshot though. But even so, she was able to realize with that sound Nanjo had died. And she could tell that the person was now in the corridor, right in front of the servant room. Furthermore, since she couldn't see, she wouldn't be able to run away, much less resist. Knowing that she was a mouse in a trap, in a life or death situation, Jessica shuddered.
ああ、ジェシカ、かわいそうにね。目を怪我しちゃったのね。なら、あなたは逃げることもできないわね。今から南條の死体でたっぷり遊ぶわ。
Oh no.
それに飽きたら、次はあなたを殺してたっぷり遊んであげる。いいえ、せっかく目が見えないんだもの。殺してからだけじゃない。殺す前にもたっぷり遊んであげるわね。
Oh no.
そこでしばらく震えながら待ってなさいね。南條の死体で私がどんな風に遊ぶのかをたっぷり想像しながら。
Jessica was struck with fear and let out a frail scream. She wanted to scream in a much louder voice, trying to get someone to help her, but she couldn't. When faced with true fear, it clogs up a person's throat. Right then, Jessica could barely even breathe. Oh no, poor Jessica. She searched around with her hands, trying to find some way to escape. But even though she could have known this room well, just being unable to see it made it like a closed room of darkness. She ran into a shelf or something, and things like candy jars and bottles fell down, hitting her on the head. Ouch. As she was now, it would have been tough for her to even guard her head to block it. She was painfully aware of how her powerless humans became just by losing their sense of sight. Of course, she had no time to be impressed by this fact. She crawled around at random, trying to escape from that place, but she kept bumping into things that she didn't understand, getting hit by various falling objects. And it felt like the entire room was alive, bullying her and refusing to let her escape. Then a footstep could be heard from the presence in the hallway, and then a voice. She probably poked her head into the room since Jessica had been so loud.
にぎやかね。レディーならおとなしくベッドに座って待っていなさい。令状にふさわしい素敵な真っ赤な死に装束を与えてやるんだから。
Oh no.
あなたを見つけた人が失神してしまいそうになるくらいのね。
Ay, this is not a good time. Until just a second ago, she had sworn that she killed the culprit if she found them. Or she was now very powerless. She couldn't do anything except let out a scream, crawling around on the floor and bumping her head into the bed and the legs of the desks. Oh, it's rough to watch her like this. In the corridor, as the witch thought of how to toy with Nanjo's life, a single gold butterfly secretly watched the scene from the corner of the hallway. Is it Beato? It was Beato, who had barely escaped with her life once before. This Beato coming for the rescue! The gold butterfly softly returned to human form. It was faint and transparent like a lace curtain. By now her power was so weak that even maintaining this form was difficult for her. Right next to her, Ronove also appeared. Please send help!
も生き残れはしないでしょう。もとより誰も生き残れはしませんが。
あやつカノンに恋心を寄せておった。わらわはそれをもてあそんだこともある。しかしそれは魔女として恥ずべきことであった。
愛とは一なる
Beato like, I'm gonna end that witch's whole career. Oh, I hope so.
恋心はそれ以上に純粋で尊いものでございます。なぜかお嬢様はとてもそれを嫌われますが。
Probably because shit happened.
お師匠様は言った。魔法とは人を幸せにするためにあると。わらわもかつてはそれを知っていたはずだった。そしてそれを忘れた時から
わらわは魔女ではなくなっていたのだ。
So basically, to be a witch, you have to know
だか
love.
らわらわはバトラの対戦相手の資格を失っていたのだ。
まさかお嬢様、ジェシカを助けるおつもりですか？危険です。
分かっておる。どうせ助けても黄金鏡の扉が開けば魔女の宴の慰み者よ。しかしそれでも
Without love, it cannot be
あ
seen.
やつの
Indeed.
殺し方に比べれば数段慈悲深い。魔女の宴は恐るべき方法にて命を奪う。生死をもてあそばぬ。しかしあやつは違う。何度でも殺す。面白半分で殺す。
Like you used
そ
to.
こにはわずかほどの慈悲もない。わらわはせめてジェシカをそのような残酷な運命から救い。
確かにそれを行うことは良き魔女として称えられることでしょう。しかし新しきベアトリーチェ様はすでにお嬢様のことを敵視なされています。もう一度姿を見られることがあったなら今度は逃れる術はありませんよ。
ジョージをシャノンに合わせた時、わらわはようやく、そして魔法とはどういうものなのか。わらわは魔女だ。魔女であらねばならぬ。そしてバトラーに対戦相手だと認められる。今度こそバトラーに魔女だと。そのための道は長く険しいかもしれない。しかし今ここでその一歩を踏み出さねばわらわは魔女を名乗れぬのだ。
Oh my god. Please be
お
safe,
気持
me
ちはわかり
lady.
ますが、どうやってお救いになるつもりです？今のお嬢様の身に使える魔法は多くありません。シャノンを蘇らせる時ですらジョージの力を借りたではありませんか。
だからこそジェシカだけは救えるかもしれぬのだ。今あやつはカノンに助けを求めている。
Oh, what's
そ
happening?
の思いの力を借りればわらわの魔力にてもう一度冥府の扉を叩けるかもしれない。
Oh, is she going to bring back
叩きはす
Canon?
るでしょう。しかし魔力を使い切ります。新しきベアトリーチェ様にもし見つかったら本当に逃れる術はありませんよ。私はすでにお嬢様の執事ではありません。いざという時お助けすることはできませんのでご了承。
Oh man.
承知しておるわ。わらわはこれまで数えることもできぬほどの命を
Beatrice is gonna take the big shot.
ならばその罪は同じ数だけの命を救うことでしかもとよりわらわに失うものなどないわ。名も魔力も引き継ぎ今や魔女とも認められぬただの黄金の蝶。
Man
バトラ
battler.
様はどうなさるのですか？ゲームの途中です。彼はお嬢様がお戻りになるまで待つとおっしゃいました。ここで果てるようなことがあっても良いのですか？お嬢様にはバトラ様の向かいの席に戻る義務があるのですよ。
だからこそだ。わらわにしか救えぬ命があるならばわらわはそれを救う。そして魔女と認められるぞ。わらわは魔女にならねばならぬのだ。
I'm Ronove. I'm no longer your butler. I'm your husband. Oh. 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 I mean, I wouldn't say no. I won't say no to that offer if he ever said that.
Ugh,
that would be the dream.
さあ姿を消せロノ。かつて黄金の魔女と呼ばれた一匹の蝶の最後となるかもしれぬ魔法を見るがいい。
かしこまりました。
Uh,
黄金の魔女の名に恥じぬ魔法 拝見させてもらいます。願わくはそれが最後の魔法とならぬこと。
I too am praying. Please don't go.
もしインクが借りるなら我が愚かなる生涯を記して同じ道を歩もうとする愚か者に手渡す。
Oh, to Evatrice, I guess.
さらばだロノ。
Don't go, Beato. Please, you have to live. Beato, I'm a spooky ghost. Woo! If anyone can defeat Evatrice, it has to be Battler. Probably. Him! He's back! For a short period! It seemed that to Jessica as though she heard Kanon's voice just then. She looked around with unseeing eyes, but of course she saw nothing. On the contrary, that action caused her head to hit the desk again. Oh no! Oh, my eyes are getting watery. This time she thought she heard his voice clearly. Jessica jumped up in surprise, banging her head against the desk once again.
お嬢様、どうか心を落ち着けてお聞きください。残念ながら僕は生きてはいません。僕はすでに死んでしまっています。ですが、あの魔女はお嬢様の危機を僕に知らせに来ました。そしてわずかの間だけお嬢様に手助けできる時間をくれました。どうか心をもっと落ち着けて、そうすればお嬢様にも僕の姿が見えるようになります。
Aww, Jessica obeyed those words. She chased all idle thoughts from her head and relaxed her breathing. Of course, her heart felt like it was going to explode after hearing the voice of the one she liked and had thought was dead. She resisted the excitement with all her strength. Oh, when she did, she felt as though Kanon-kun really was right in front of her. Even though she shouldn't have been able to see him with her eyes, she was able to sense him clearly.
僕が見えますか、お嬢様。
見えるぜ。確かにカノン君が見えるよ。
僕は魂だけの存在です。だからお嬢様に触れることはできません。こうして言葉をかけることしかできない、それだけしかできないか弱い存在ですが、それでもお嬢様の力になれるはずです。
言葉だけなの。
僕は今ろうそくの煙よりも儚い存在です。だからどうか触れようとしないでください。僕もお嬢様に触れたい気持ちを抑えているのですから。
Oh, the pain!
それよりお嬢様、よく聞いてください。新しい黄金の魔女は残酷な心の持ち主です。必ずやお嬢様をひどい目に遭わせようとするでしょう。この部屋から逃げ出し隠れなければなりません。
どうやって？私は目が見えない。
静かに僕がお嬢様の目になります。 僕がかける言葉に従って動いてください。まずそのまま3歩這い出て、それから立ち上がってください。今お嬢様がいるのは机の下です。そのまま立てば頭をぶつけます。
机の下だったのか。わかったよ。2、3。立つぜ。
お上手です。次は時計で言う9時の方向を向いてください。はい、お上手です。
Oh man.
なんだか恥ずかしいぜ。
大丈夫ですか？傷が痛みますか？
いや、平気だぜ。次は。
Jessica thought that if this was a dream, she didn't want to wake up. And if she were allowed to, she would wanted to take off the bandage covering her eyes and see him. However, she did that, Kanon might vanish like frail candle smoke, just like he himself had said. She was afraid of that. So she satisfies herself with just listening to his words once more, repressing her desire to see him, to hold him. Therefore, what hurt her eyes now were tears of gratitude for the god, or maybe the witch who had given her this miraculous moment.
大丈夫なの？こんなに喋って。あいつに気づかれない？声を聞かれない？
I love Kanon's pride says, bruh.
隠密の結界を張っています。大きな音や声を出さなければ誰も気づきません。だから誰も僕の気配には気づけない。
なんだかわからないけど、とにかく静かにしてれば大丈夫ってことなんだな。次はどうするんだ？
そのままゆっくり10歩ほどを歩いてください。ソファーに触ります。それに沿って進んでください。ゆっくりと。落ち着いて僕の言葉を信じて。
不思議だぜ。目が見えないってのはあんなにも怖いものだったのに、カノン君と一緒だと全然怖くないよ。
Oh man.
それがソファーです。
Jessica's like, you're comforting my fear. I'm no longer afraid. He's like, yes, that is the sofa.
左になぞりながらゆっくり進んで、すぐ左にテーブルがあります。すねをぶつけないように気をつけて。
It was a very, very strange and bizarre team effort. Even though she would have been killed in an instant if the terrible witch noticed her, there was no fear in Jessica's heart. She was being protected and guided by Kanon, someone she thought she'd never be reunited with. Probably be just a momentary miracle. Even so, Jessica was deeply grateful of it. If she hoped for too much, she was sure that he would disappear, so she tried not to ruin this faint miracle. And trying to engrave this moment into her heart for all eternity, she slowly continued to walk, obeying Kanon's voice.
さらに10歩を歩けば、使用人室から出ます。そしたら、9時の方向を向いて、ゆっくりとずっと歩いてください。右の壁に手を置き、それに沿って、ずっと、僕が安全な部屋までお連れします。
そこに行ったら、カノン君は帰っちゃうの
Kanon didn't answer, but his lack of an answer was enough to tell her the truth.
なら、やだ。行きたくないよ。
ここにいれば、魔女に殺されます。
いいよ。殺されれば、カノン君のいる世界へ行けるもん。
Are you sure?
お嬢様、どうか聞き分けてください。死者である僕には、人の世は眩しくて辛すぎる。だから長くはとどまれません。だからお嬢様、僕に許された時間で、そしたら、時間が尽きるまで、ずっとお嬢様と一緒にいますから。
それが、カノン君にできる精一杯なの？
はい。その代わり、1秒でも長く、お嬢様のそばにいるようにします。
Oh man.
ずっとお嬢様といて、お話をします。
どんなお話？
どんなお話がいいですか？
カノン君が聞かせてくれるならどんな話でもいいよ。
では、勇気のない臆病な使用人の少年の話を。
I'm going to tell you my
太
sad
陽の
story.
ように眩しいお嬢様に恋心を抱き、同じ臆病さに負け、ついに生あるうちに自分に素直になれなかった。
So basically you're saying you are admitting what you feel.
なら私もしたいよ。大好きな男の子にね、勇気を振り絞れなかった臆病な女の子の話を。そしてその男の子に再会できる奇跡を神様がくださって、その勇気を振り絞る機会をもう一度与えてもらった女の子が勇気を振り絞る話を。
僕もその話を聞きたいです。
Aww.
だからそのためにも行きましょう。安全な場所まで。
カノン君と一緒ならいつまでだってどこまでだって歩くよ。もう目なんていらない。カノン君が踏み出せと言うなら崖の先へだって一歩を踏み出すよ。
ありがとう。さあ、お嬢様、参りますよ。最初の10歩。
嫌だ。ジェシカって呼んでくれなきゃ。
Oh. Don't do this to
わ
me.
かりました。では、ジェシカ、最初の10歩踏み出して。
You called her by her name. Oh.
カノン
Very quietly, Jessica and Kanon slowly snuck out of the servant room. Just around the corner, the witch could be seen cruelly looking down at Nanjo's corpse, but she didn't even notice their presence. However, Ronove, who stood at the ready by her side, met Kanon's eyes. Kanon thought, oh no, grimacing and blocking Jessica with his back. However, Ronove did not inform his master. He played dumb, just as though he hadn't spotted Kanon in the first place. No, maybe he did appear to chuckle. Yeah, oh, he's supportive of them! From a finger on Ronove's hands, which were joined behind his back, a single small gold butterfly appeared, flying in front of Kanon as though guiding him. It went unnoticed by the master he served. Kanon was surprised at the magic that butterfly held, because it was far more powerful than the secrecy barrier Kanon possessed. He may not have known it, but that power of his had originally been Ronove's. Oh? Kanon's ability was an imitation of that, which Kinzo had made and given to him. As that butterfly of secrecy magic scattered gold scales, it grew smaller bit by bit. Probably wouldn't last long, but without a doubt, even though that would buy them enough time to get them far away from the cruel witch.
さあ、お嬢様、その壁に沿い、ずっと歩いていきましょう。ずっと。ずっと。
カノン君と一緒ならどこまでもずっとずっと。
Led and protected by the small gold butterfly, the pair, separated by the wall of life and death, slowly walked away towards the end of the corridor. There was no way that the evil witch could have had magic to notice their flight. Until they disappeared at the other end of the corridor, the witch didn't realize that Chetska had vanished. By the time the gold butterfly Ronove had sent evaporated completely, Jessica had reached the parlor. Even though it would have been a quick trip if she'd been able to see, as she was now, it had been a very long adventure.
さあ、お嬢様、客間にたどり着きました。これからお嬢様を窓際のカーテンの束のところまでお連れします。その中に隠れればきっと安全です。
Behind the curtains.
カーテンの中か。うまいな。私も昔よくそこに隠れたもんだぜ。
Is that going to work though?
ベアトリーチェ様。
Kanon called out the witch's name. Jessica looked around in surprise, but she obviously couldn't spot the witch when she couldn't see. Beato had appeared once again with a faint form. Kanon squared off against the figure of the evil witch, but Beato's expression was soft, or even pitying.
どういう気まぐれで僕を蘇らせてくれたのか。僕にはあなたの気持ちがわからない。
気まぐれに過ぎぬ。いや、魔女とはこうあるべきなのだ。わらわがそれを気づくのに1000年をかけた。
Oh man.
それだけの愚かしい話だ。
誰がいるの？お嬢様、お静かに。彼女は魔女。ベアトリーチェ。僕をお嬢様にもう一度会わせてくれた恩人です。魔女ベアトリーチェ。
わらわのことなどどうでもよい。それより早くその女をカーテンの陰に隠すがよい。そなたに残された時間も長くないであろう。ジェシカと最後の語らいに費やすがいい。カーテンの束の中で密会とは、そなたらもなかなか味な真似をする。
Oh man.
ありがとう、ベアトリーチェ。カノン君に会わせてくれてありがとう。
Jessica didn't know where Beato was, so she said that while facing in the wrong direction. Perhaps because she found that funny, Beato snickered.
あとは愛し合う二人にこの部屋を譲る。邪悪なる魔女に恋話は不要でな。退出させてもらおう。
ベアトリーチェ様、ありがとうございます。
礼などいらぬ。こんなのでは償いきれぬほど悪行を重ねておることは、そなたがよく知っておろうに。
良き魔女には感謝を選別とします。今までがどうであったか、そしてこれからがどうであるかは知らない。しかし今この瞬間、あなたは間違いなく良き魔女だ。
Thank you,
ベ
Kanon.
ッカが過ぎるぞ、カグメが。次に会うときは期待を裏切らぬ悪しき魔女であるかもしれぬぞ。それではさらばだ。
Beato left the parlor and closed the door, and mustering the last of her remaining magical power, she sealed the door. The fact that those two had escaped into here would eventually be noticed, and now that the ninth twilight had been reached, no matter how much they struggled, their inescapable fate had already been decided. However, until that final moment, they should be given the chance to speak with each other of their love. The witch poured all of that her magical power to protect their time together, so that no one would be able to defile their time alone until the last possible moment. At that time, Beato noticed something. Her body had been detected by a magical searching technique. The evil witch's furniture had sniffed this place out. Fuck!
無粋なるは魔女のゆえんか。若き二人に恋を語らせる気もなしとは。
データ治療。
God damn it, we can never have anything!
標的称号。仙台ビアトリー
Best girl for the 10 reading things as always. Fuck!
100魔防御壁を解析。多層防御壁72層。構成防壁および魔法反応走行。
And this is why we don't have nice things, I guess. Oh shit, here we go again indeed.
410データリンク。410データ受領。じゃあ仙台様を先に殺しちゃえばいいだけの話だね。大ベアトリーチェ卿、攻撃許可を。撃ってちょうだい。ああ、急所は外してね。バーバーに聞きたいことがあるの。
Oh man, oh man.
410射撃。
The Chester sisters' gold bow released the gold snake. It crawled down the corridor, staring from the front of the servant room, aiming for the parlor as it drew a soft, snake-like curved line trajectory. And pierced Beato's chest. No! Gold butterflies gathered, and the crew which appeared along with her furniture. Every time the Dance of the Moon Rabbit OSTs, it's an oh fuck. It certainly is for me!
二度もの妨害もはや許されませんぞ。
Eva Trees vs Beato round 1.
許されようとも思わぬわ。しかしシエスタ姉妹も腕が落ちたものよ。それも二度も。
Damn, Ronobe spoke in a manner befitting the witch's butler. As she pushed her pain aside, Beato grinned and spoke back.
申し訳ありません。先代様、急所を外せとのご命令です。ご指示があればすぐにでも貫きますとも。ピアスの穴でもおへその穴でもお好きな穴を。にひ。
Oh man, that's a little bit indecent. The gold snake that pierced Beatrice grew even longer, drawing a funnel-shaped helix and awaiting its order. It was prepared to pierce a vital spot as soon as the evil witch told it to.
残忍にかけてはわらわも一歩を取るそなたがどういう風の吹き回しか。新しきベアトリーチェ。
聞きたかったのよ。
410 is chaotic lesbian and 45 is nervous lesbian. Neither have any common sense. Absolutely agreed. This is a good take.
どういう術で逃れたのか知らないけど、私たちはあんたを仕留め
I
たつもり
mean,
で
they
いた
laced
の
their
よ。
fingers while they shoot arrows. I mean, that's lesbian energy if I saw it.
そのまま隠れていれば逃れられたもの。どうして危険を冒してまた現れたの？まさか若い二人をかばうためだけに戻ってきたわけ？
So what if she did?
さっきだってそうよ。どうして恋人たちを蘇らせて再会なんて甘い真似を。
Because she felt like
聞けば
it.
聞くほどに、あなたは私なんて足元にも及ばない邪悪の権下。そのあなたがどうして急にそんな生ぬるいことを始めたのかって、それを聞きたかったのよ。
残忍ゆえにわらわは気まぐれなのよ。それを問うことに意味などあろうか。
シエスタ姉妹、ヌエ。
Who will win, Beato or Beatrice? I don't know. I hope Beato wins somehow. When he ordered that, the gold snake that was curled in a helix and suspended in space moved as fast as a real snake going after its prey, and pierced Beato's body multiple times from both sides, its gold tail drawing an X shape. Oh god. You will see that in the next episode of Umineko Z. As the cruel witch had ordered, it drew a cross stitch through Beato's chest. The gold thread made a squeaking sound and tormented Beato. Rather than a gold snake searching for its prey, it waited for its order like a sewing needle ready to sew Beato.
あんたに限って気まぐれなんてあるわけがない。あんたのことを聞いたわ。そして知ったわ。あんたは私ですら足元にも及ばない邪悪の権下よ。私はそんなあなたに実にふさわしい後継者だと思ったの。なのにあなたは邪魔ばかり。ぬるいことばかり言って私を呆れさせる。何があなたを変えたの？1000年間邪悪の限りを尽くしたあなたに、その1000年を翻すような何が起こったのか、それだけを知りたくて生かしたのよ。
I guess she's like, Battler didn't like me anymore. Oh no!
そなたも1000年を費やすがよいぞ。
God.
ヌエ。
Oh man, you're just torturing her. Stop! Beato's chest was once again sewn like a golden cross stitch. It tightened once again, squeezing fresh blood from Beato's chest. The intense pain it caused ran in conflict with its beauty to the eye.
あんたもひょっとすると死ぬと消えちゃって死体が残らないタイプかもしれないわね。だからあなたをゆっくりと殺すわ。
Oh no!
でも私の質問に正直に答えられたら楽に殺してあげる。先代様にぴったりの華麗で豪華で優しい死を与えてあげる。
Liar.
水を
I don't believe you.
バラで埋めた棺桶に沈めてあげるわ。素敵でしょ。それでも話せないの？ あなたの心変わりの理由。
聞かれたことを答えぬもまた邪悪なる魔女の優越よ。
ヌエ2つ。
Oh man. No, this is painful. Oh no.
もちろん答えてくれなくていい
Don't
の。
do my girl like this.
だってそうやっていじめてるんだもの。無限の魔法は本当に素晴らしいわ。思えばこの世はすべからく有限。人の世に無限などありはしない。それは神が無限であるがゆえに人の世を見下すためすべての無限を取り上げたからよ。
This lady is getting unhinged.
なればつまり無限の力とは神の力。
Torture is awful though. Of course it is
遊べば
awful.
遊ぶほどにさらに楽しい遊び方を見つけられる素敵な力。その力を1000年も思うがままに使い暴れ回ったあなたがなぜ今頃になって心変わりをしたの。まさか私に譲ったから惜しくなってとかじゃないわよね。
She's sounding dark, deeper, like older. I wonder if this is kind of intentional. What's happening?
惜しいものか。そなたがそうだと信じている無限の魔法など
Oh shit, she's gonna roast her.
真の魔法の力とはそなたなどでは到底至れぬ深淵にあるのだ。
それに気づいたから。それは何。
Thanks for being born a heart tear. Oh, that's the name of the soundtrack. Oh, that's a nice title. And it does sound nice.
それに気づけず1000年をさまよえ愚かな魔女よ。
ヌエ今度は3つ。
I am not enjoying this. Beato's chest had been embroidered with gold thread. It tightened even more, causing Beato more and more pain.
まあいいわ。死に損ないのババアが何を達観したかなんてもう興味も何もない。もう飽きたからあっさり殺してあげるわ。あんたを殺せば客間の結界は解ける。そしたらカノンとジェシカもたっぷりいじめ殺してあげるわね。愛し合う二人を同時におもちゃにできるなんてこれは楽しそうよね。殺せ。
Oh man, no! Don't take Beato from me! Without missing by a millimeter, the gold sealing thread shot through Beato's heart. That intense pain was worse than all the pain before that put together. Beato finally remembered the actual feeling of dying, which she had forgotten over the course of 1,000 years. Beato is not an old hag, she certainly isn't. But she couldn't die, she must not die. If she died, it would mean handing over the two in the parlor to the cruel witch. So she definitely couldn't die. She resolutely refused to die.
新しきベアトリーチェ頼みがある。客間の2人の仰せは短い時間のものだ。砂時計で測れる程度の時間でカノンは冥府へ消えるだろう。その程度の時間どうか許してはくれぬか。
She will say no.
いやよ、愛し合う二人を引き裂くのって楽しいんでしょ。あなたが言ったわ。だから私やってみたいの。
ならばその快楽貴様に味わわせるわけにはいかぬ。
Oh.
楽しいぞ恋人たちを引き裂くのは。
そうよね、きっと楽しいわよね。だから邪魔しないで。もっと縫え縫え縫え縫え。
Ay, 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 ay.
410了解。
And Battler is just sitting there watching. I am, The merciless cold sealing needle sealed the gold thread through Beato's heart over and over again. However, no matter how much it tightened, that heart did not stop.
まだまだこの程度で
Battler
は
sips
足り
tea.
ぬな
Fuck.
この
Help!
程度では死んではやれぬ
Get off your ass and help, Battler.
何をしてるの？このババアのおしゃべりを止めなさい。早く殺すのよ。殺してます。何度も心臓を縫い止めてるのに、こいつの心臓止まらないんです。
Eats roll of his cookie, Jesus.
あんた不死身なの？
まさかそなたに無限は譲り渡した鼓動を刻める数など残すところもたかが知れている。だがそれを一つ余計に刻むことでこの部屋の二人にわずかでも長い時間を与えられるなら
Man, the things that she's doing for those two. I am in
その程度の
pain.
抵抗を永遠に続けようぞ。
縫え！こいつの心臓が動きを止めるまで縫い続けよ。
Battler cannot interfere with her board. Okay. Battler being casually incompetent? Oh, jeez.
なんでこいつ死なないの？ありえない。心臓をなんで止まらないの？ならいいや。心臓を内側から爆破してやるに。かわいそうに逆らわなければ綺麗に死ねたのに。
Oh, no. As they said that even though the gold needle and thread made round trips over and over again, Beato still didn't die. The crew, which eventually grew pale at how bizarre that was.
お前一体何者なの？
A real witch.
そなたにはわからぬだろうな。わらわにわからぬかったぞ。だがな、どうやらこれが本当の魔法というものらしいぞ。つまりわらわは今こそなった。
I have become a real witch.
本当の魔女になった。
Oh
心臓
shit.
の爆心固定。新刊準備よし。爆破。
Oh, why are you doing my girl like this? Fuck. No. There was a terrible sound and the gold leaf was scattered around the area, along with a cloud of gold butterflies. Beato's chest had opened wide from the inside, and from that, gold butterflies and gold leaf poured out, staining the surrounding area gold. Then Beato's flesh crumpled. Like a puppet whose strings had been cut, she crouched down and crumpled. However, a gold heart tied by the gold threads floated in the air and continued to beat.
そんな
Uh-oh!
化け物だ。
When the Chester sisters saw that, they fell on their butts in shock. Somehow, even though Beato had become nothing more than a heart, it still kept beating. Holy shit! Continuing to protect the barrier to the parlor. It was an immeasurably vast magical power. Impossible to measure. In other words, endless.
無限の魔女は私でしょ。
I guess not.
なんでこのババアこんなになっても生きてんのよ。シエスタ姉妹、あの心臓を砕くのよ。早く。無理です。申し訳ありません。私たちにはできません。
無理でしょう。何人たりともあの心臓を打ち砕けはしません。竜
Well
王陛下の平時風情ではとてもとても。
なら無限の魔女である私になら打ち砕けるということでしょう。私の力は神の力だもの。
Can you?
恐れながらあなた様の力では ベアトリーチェ様の無限には傷一つつけられません。
Oh, he's calling Beato Beatrice-sama? Uh-oh.
どういう意味よ。
影を知らずして光がないように、有限を知らずして無限もまたなし。ベアトリーチェお嬢様の真の無限の力の前に、あなた様
Oh my god!
脆弱な魔力で
Is he roasting her?
とても
何よそれ。
I appreciate this very much. Thank you, Ronove. The cruel witch was surprised and stepped back. It was thinner than a lace curtain, but Beato's form, no, Beatrice's form was still standing there. Even after being laid bare so tragically like this, she refused to let evil through that door. At that time, a shadow just as thin as Beatrice stood behind her. It was Canon. Oh! It's the boy!
ありがとうございました。このご恩は忘れません。
恩の数が恨みの数を超えたら、その言葉をもう一度聞く。
Roasted, absolutely.
もう良いのか。
はい、本当にありがとうございました。そしてベアトリーチェ様ももう大丈夫です。どうかお楽になさってください。
Is she going away? No! Please return to the game board! Ronove being savage. News at 12. Ah, that's the best news. I want to hear them 24/7.
なんであんたたちは先代のババアをベアトリーチェと呼ぶのよ。ベアトリーチェは私の名前でしょ。新しき黄金の魔女、そして無限の魔女である私の名前のはずよ。
無礼な。ベアトリーチェ様の名を語るな。
恐れながら
Is he like, sorry, I'm resigning?
ベアトリーチェ様の名は無限の魔女を冠せられるお方が、今や先代はあなた様を指すものでございますよ。
さらばだ。どうせすぐに出会うさ。新しき悪夢で。
In a new nightmare.
新しい夜の悪夢にて再びベアトリーチェ様のお供を。これで失礼いたします。
Oh man. And there he goes. Canon's form grew faint and he disappeared into thin air. And so did Beato. After watching go, Beatrice's form also grew faint, and before disappearing, it slumped over onto the floor. Then there was a splat. The golden heart had been floating in mid-air, lost its sparkle, became blood-stained flesh, and fell to the ground. How frail it was! It was ragged and full of holes, but until a moment ago it had sparkled so much, had continued to beat so forcefully, the heart still just barely managed to beat. However, it was only a matter of time before it stopped. Beatrice, whose form had become fragile and faint like incense smoke, lay on the floor, steadily watching her own heart. There the cruel witch could be seen.
何が無限よ。現にこうしてぶっ倒れてるじゃない。有限のある無限なんてそんな矛盾存在するわけもない。これがあんたの魔法の限界なのよ。
Are you sure?
有限は無限に劣る。
Beatrice no longer even had the will to respond. No, on the contrary, it was doubtful that the words of the cruel witch even reached her ears.
あんたが本当に無限の魔女なら立ち上がってみなさいよ。どう？立てないでしょ？どうして立てないと思う？あんたが無限の魔女じゃないからよ。
The cruel witch poked Beatrice's heart with her fingernail. Beatrice had no words with which to respond to that provocation. However, instead of words, she returned a single expression. It felt humiliating only to the cruel witch, because she had gently curved her mouth and smiled. Goodbye! Goodbye, Beatrice! Footsteps were approaching that place. There was no way she had misheard it. That rough squeaking of heels was the sound of Battler's footsteps.
バトラか。
Oh! Finally!
偉そうなことを言っても、わらわはこのざまよ。
Beato, back from the toilet. Speaking of, I have to go to the toilet myself. Alright, I too have come back from the toilet.
そなたの言う本当の魔女というのをわらわなりに頑張ってみたぞ。
ああ、見てたぜ。
なあ、これでわらわは魔女になれたかな。
If you say no, Beato, I'm going to strangle you with my bare hands.
対戦相手の資格できたかな。
ダメだな。
Beato said it unbelievably bluntly. As Beatrice breathed painfully, she saw this and sneered at herself as though she should have expected it. Beato, you're about to catch these hands.
本当の魔女への道はまだまだ険しいな。だがわらわは屈しぬぞ。そなたわらわの才能に決して屈しなかったように、必ず本当の魔女になってそなたの対戦相手に。
ああ、ダメだな。全然ダメだ。お前は俺の対戦相手じゃない。
Fuck you! I'm going to throw my hands around your neck. Ugh. I just want Beato to come back. The crow witch raised her foot high. Below it was Beatrice's frail heart.
死ねよババア。ぐちゃっと潰れて、それでも無限が示せるってんなら示してごらんなさいよ。魔女は私よ。黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェは私なのよ。死ねー。
I'm panicking. I don't want her to go. I love Beato too much for her to go. Please, Beato, I'm begging.
ああ、ダメだ。全然ダメだ。
Okay, thank you. You were tricking me. Thank you. I was scared. I hope he okay, then I hope he was talking about Beatrice. In that case, yeah, I accept the statement.
席につけ。俺の対戦相手はベアトじゃない。てめえだ。
Wait, for what? For this round?
バトル、これは何の魔法なの？どうでもいいわ。知ったことじゃない。シエスタ姉妹。
In the manga, he straight up defies reality and grabs Beatrice and pulls her into the tea room. Okay, so then that's probably what just happened.
45了解。カッコ射撃。410了解。死ねバトラ。
Okay, so I see what's happening. So Beato is basically saying he's going to fight Eva. Okay, but I hope this means Beato comes back, because if not, I'm going to fight Beato with my bare hands. The two only pulled the bowstring together when using precision guidance. If they were fighting against an enemy before their eyes, they fired their bows at the same time, and their might did not suffer in the slightest. Manga is good at explaining some weird stuff that isn't really easy to grasp visually. I see. Okay. but he's still incompetent. I think he's been competent at this moment.
弾かれた。結界はないよ。抵抗だけで弾いた。45標的測定。
Becoming extremely canny and competent, yes.
45了解。
Oh, I briefly got really full of rage because I thought that he still wasn't accepting Beato, at least as her opponent, and that would mean that she would like leave for the next chapters or something. So I panicked really hard. Sorry, I insulted you, Battler. Sorry, I said fuck you and then I would strangle you. Please carry on. Saved my queen.
継続値が暴走して。対魔法抵抗力エンドレスナイン。
Endless Nine.
標的は神話級魔法攻撃でも通用しません。
This magic won't stop me because I don't believe in magic. Jesus. Golden Bow warheads could penetrate any magical armor through reciprocal corrosion. When one tried to block them with anti-magic resistance power, even 8 digits were not sufficient to prevent their penetration. By the way, even famous gods that appear in myths rarely reach as high as 9 digits. For that reason, 9 digits were enough to measure pretty much all sensible values. But Batter had buried all 9 of those digits with nines.
愚かな。本気のバトラ様の前に魔法の矢など髪の毛を揺らすことさえ及ばぬのに。
He's like, if I do not perceive it, it doesn't exist. That's like a Jiren move, like, and and then the magic doesn't affect me, and then I defeat you. The Chester sisters dropped their golden bows in shock. To Battler himself, it was as though a pair of dragonflies had flown past his shoulders.
何やってんだてめえら。
Battler was soon about to reject gravity and start floating. More like he's the type to look at two witches floating and suddenly like drops a science calculation about gravity and the witches just drop like bricks on the floor.
遊んでるのかよ。
化け物。
雑魚は下がっていろ。席につけ。この衛星魔女め。
Fake witch,
てめえ
let's
の
go.
化けの皮は俺が剥ぐ。
And they're gone. Chester sisters couldn't hide their fear at Battler's ferocity, and they backed up as though they'd been struck. Beatrice watched this scene in shock.
これはバトラー何の真似なのか。
見ての通りさ。俺の対戦相手はお前じゃない。そいつだ。そこにいる。お前の名前を語る偽物さ。
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry I insulted you and threatened to strangle you. You are clearly being a good boy. I'm sorry.
俺は魔女と戦っている。そして対戦相手に魔女を名乗る者を据え。
Me sleep, thank you. Ah, good night, observer. Thank you for coming to the stream. Bye bye, bunnies, and good night.
てめえの傍若無人はたっぷり見させてもらったぜ。
Then Battler's eyes grew as sharp as blades as he stared down the cruel witch.
何が魔法だ。何が魔女だ。てめえは魔女じゃない。俺が化けの皮を剥いでバラバラにしてやるぜ。ワルギリア、戦闘準備だ。
Oh, she's back.
了解しました。
Thank you.
準備よし、いつでもどうぞ。ベアトリーチェ、あなたは下がって休みなさい。
Beato looked at Battler timidly. She still hadn't been acknowledged as his opponent. Was she qualified to watch the game board from the sidelines? Yes.
Beato,
yes, you are.
下がってみろ。
Beato, sit next to me. We're gonna watch this together.
俺が剥ぐ。
I too am just a witch on the sidelines watching this shit unfold.
このエセ魔女を徹底的に分解してやる。
Virginia just resplendent whenever she wants. That's good for her.
お前は本当の魔女の名誉を守った。
わらわはその
何も言う必要はない。黄金の魔女の名は決して安っぽくないってことを お前に代わって教えて
I
や
hate autocorrect. Oh, I'm sorry.
大まかなルールは以上でございます。
And he explained the rules to her?
大体のルールは分かったわ。
Okay, let's
な
see.
るほどね。魔法では勝てないから魔法以外で決着できる世界で私に一騎打ちを挑んできたわけね。愚かな連中、へりくつで私に勝てると本気で思ってるのね。
ああ、思ってる。てめえのへりくつを俺が全て叩き潰してやるぜ。エヴァおばさんよ。
I'm actually glad he's acknowledging this. That's a good
私は
growth.
エヴァではないわ。
That's really good growth for Battler.
それは
I'm proud
私
of
の
him.
古い抜け殻の名よ。私は彼女のうちに生まれた本当の魔女。
ごまかすな。てめえの正体は魔女でも何でもない。生身の人間だ。人間の犯人だ。後ろ宮エヴァだ。悪ギリア、第二の番を再構築。
Let's go. About to absolutely
Yokai.
murder this woman.
第二の晩はバラ庭園にてローザとマリアが殺されました。
We begin by applying the Evo Cooper theory for that case. Let's go.
はあ、バカバカしい。さあさあおいでな
Oh,
さい。
this is a new track
思い出
too.
して後宮秀吉がどんな姿をしていたのか。
何の真似をしやがった。
死者の召喚だ。魔女が証言台に死者を立たせることもたやすい。
For the stand, for testimony, what is this, Ace Attorney? Bam, 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 bam. Oh, I wish I had commands for Ace Attorney music and sound effects. Yeti! Sorry. On the opposing side, the transparent Uncle Hideyoshi was summoned. Talk about convenient. He looked as though he couldn't see what was going on here, almost like a person on the other side of TV.
証人喚問。後宮秀吉の証言よ。さあさあ秀吉、お話しなさいな。
わしは部屋でずっとエヴァの看病をしとったんや。もちろんエヴァが部屋を出るわけもあらへん。
This probably means that he's an accomplice, right?
エヴァおばさん、ここじゃ。赤くねえ証言はへの役にも立たねえぜ。
Oh!
赤で再度の苦笑を要求する。
ああ、そうだったわね。いいわよ。赤で言ってあげなさい。
わしはずっと部屋におったで。事件の前後の時間帯は全てや。
Only you, but not Eva.
さあ、ほら。これでエヴァが犯人ってことはありえなくなったわよ。
Nope.
どうかしてくれるのかし
You
ら。
only said only Hideyoshi didn't leave the room.
バカバカしい。くだらなさすぎてあくびが出る一手だ。ベアとは一度たりともこんな子供だましな一手を打ったことはない。
Yes, please compliment her. She deserves it after everything.
事件前後の時間帯は全て部屋にいた。秀吉おじさんはただのアリバイ工作員だ。あんたはおじさんに留守番をさせてこっそり部屋を抜け出していたんだ。
Battler, my boy, about to shred her. Let's
そうで
go.
ないなら
Let's
こ
go,
いつが
boy.
赤で言えるはずだぜ。
復唱拒否。秀吉の証言だけで十分よ。それを復唱する必要はないでしょ。
降りてきましたね。容赦は無用です。これでチェック。
Got him.
ああ、いただきだぜ。ちょろい相手だ。チェック。秀吉おじさんは終始部屋を出なかったろうさ。しかしあんたを看病していたというのは真っ赤な嘘だ。よってあんたのアリバイは存在しない。
Well, got him.
あんたには部屋を抜け出してローザおばさんたちを殺すチャンスがあった。かわせるってんなら赤でエヴァおばさんは部屋から一歩も出ていないとせできねえだろ。チェックメイトだ。
Well, got him.
何よそれ。わけがわかんない。
悪いなおばさん。
Oh man.
たとえルールに不慣れであっても全力で叩き潰すのがこのゲームの流儀だぜ。
He's pulling a Beato here, huh? In chapter 2.
魔女側リザインでございます。 次のゲームに進みましょう。
Well,
続きますは第4から第6の番でございます。
it seemed that the witch still didn't understand how to make a winning move, and she lost her composure and irritation. She was probably also angry that a shot had been taken at her while she didn't get what was going on. However, I won't go easy on her at all. Just like she didn't go easy on the victims at all, I won't go easy on her. I mean, it's kind of
バル
deserved.
ギリア、次の事件だ。親父たちの事件を再構築。
了解。ルドルフ、キリエ、秀吉の3人は屋敷へ向かい、そこで殺されました。
俺からの指し手は変わらない。エヴァおばさん、あんたが犯人だ。今度は秀吉おじさんのアリバイすらねえぞ。あ
Well,
んたはたった一人で部屋で寝ていたと主張している。しかしそれは虚偽だ。赤で宣言できるものならしてみやがれ。
拒否するわ。なら教えてよ。エヴァはただの女よ。そして殺されたのは銃を2丁も持つ大人が3人よ。
Eva had her own
彼女
gun
がたった一人でどうやって殺したというの？
with her own
狂
gun.
気の杭でどうやって？話によく出る杭の射出機ってどんな構造をしているのよ。それを説明してよ。それが説明できない限りエヴァにアリバイがないとしても。
You know what I just realized? The Eva Trees that we're talking to is talking with the normal Eva voice rather than
エ
the...
ヴァに殺人が可能だったことにはならないわよ。
That's a really good detail.
説明拒否。
There's an extra red truth here in the manga, but I don't know if I should share it or not. Maybe after the scene. Yeah, share it after the scene.
悪魔の証明だ。説明不能だからといって未知の殺害方法もしくは未知の凶器の存在を否定できない。
Got him.
つまり俺が杭の射出機の構造を説明できなくてもその存在を否定することにはならない。
何よそれ。そんなめちゃくちゃって通るの？
悪魔の証明有効です。
Well,
同じく。
it's almost like Ronove is sitting there just letting Eva be absolutely destroyed beyond repair. Man, what a man. I love him.
悪
He's
魔の証
great.
明有効です。
He is truly the best boy.
バトラ君はその射出機の構造を説明する義務を負わずにその存在を主張できます。魔女側はこの手を反論できません。
やるではないか。なんと強引な。
どこぞの小悪魔女にたっぷり鍛えられたからな。これでチェックだぜ。
He really doesn't hold back on the roast, huh?
エヴァおばさんが
Bathroom, a small bronze enjoyer? What? What do you mean, small bombs?
そうさ、言えるはずはないのさ。言えないならば決まりだぜ。チェックナイトだ。
なんてボール。
I know the small bombs thing is a meme, but I haven't seen it yet. So I don't know the context.
こんなのめちゃくちゃよ。
そういうルールのゲームで
Wasn't
ご
this
ざ
in
いますの
episode
で
2? He hasn't said anything about that. Do future episodes go back to previous games? If yes, maybe that gets referenced in the future?
まずは紅茶でもいかがですかな。美味しいクッキー
It's okay, I already knew small bombs is a meme, so I'm assuming it's going to pop up later. No, don't be sorry. Like I said, small bombs is a common meme that I already hear from like friends and everyone, so I just don't know the context of it, so I'll understand when I see it.
いらないわよそんなの。
If you don't want the tea and the cookies, I'll gladly take it. Please run over, pass me the tea. Pass me the tea and the cookies, please. I want the cookies.
魔法で勝てないからってこんな卑怯な戦いで。
Please, someone make a Ronove brand cookie so I can buy them.
イラつくなよ。
I want to sell me
紅
cookies.
茶でも飲めよ。俺はストレートでもらうぜ。
He can bring them to me with an apron.
ベアトは
わらわは良い。それよりバトル。油断するな。向こうがルールに不慣れなだけだ。向こうが要領を掴んでからが本番だぞ。
Mm-hmm.
だが潰す。
I'm gonna kill her, I guess.
徹底的に潰す。なぜなら奴は魔女ではないからだ。あいつを魔女だと認めたらお前の通した意地が通らない。いかなる暴論であろうとへりくつであろうと俺が全身全霊で叩き潰す。
This song is a bop, by the way. It's great. Batra aside and stuck with the Eva Cooper theory to explain Chaos and Nazi, the 7th and 8th Twilight in the exact same way. At the time, there had been no one on the first floor except for Eva and the victims. As before, no one could establish an alibi for Eva. Back then, Eva had claimed that they disappeared while she went to the bathroom. But there was nothing to support that, and the witch side couldn't repeat it in red either. Using the same style of argument as the question regarding the stake shooting machine, the witch side asked once more how Eva could have strangled both of them at the same time all by herself. But of course, Battler splendidly counterattacked by refusing to explain because of the devil's proof. Oh man, she's getting so thoroughly fucked. Under the storm and stress of Battler's spirit, the witch side was completely swallowed up, having to resign 3 times during the short period of time she had to grasp the rules. She's getting it now, isn't she?
なるほどね。ようやくコツが分かってきたわ。
Oh, this track is new too. Let's go.
もうあんたの思い通りにことは運ばせないわよ。今度は私から仕掛けさせてもらうわ。ロノウェ、第4から第6の番を再構築。後ろ宮切り絵をピックアップ。ここで一度第4から第6の番のルドルフ切り絵秀吉の殺人に話を戻させてもらう。
Mirage Coordinator Hype. Is this the name of the track? It's awesome. I love it. Let's go!
一度はリザインした局面をなぜもう一度。
なるほど、あなたが刺さない珍しい攻め手です。注意して。
What you gonna do?
当時生存者たちはゲストハウスへ籠城していたわ。食料がなかったけれど彼らは安全を考え翌日まで食事を抜く覚悟さえあった。けれど結局3人は食料を求めて外へ出るわ。
そうだな。結局3人は食料を取りに表へ出る。
面倒だから赤を交えて語るわよ。切り絵は食料はいらないと考えてた。1日くらい食事を抜いても死なないのだからゲストハウスを出ないべきだと主張していた。にもかかわらず彼女は自ら食料を取りにゲストハウスを出ようと提案する。
Oh, is she trying to pin the crime on Kirie? I see.
はい、見事に矛盾します。キリエの行動式に矛盾します。
その矛盾は私が魔法で作り出したの。つまり私が魔法で切り絵を操ってそう言い出させて生贄たちが外出するよう
Man,
に誘
this
導
is a real
した。
bop. Holy shit.
バカバカしい。そんな魔法あるわけがねえ。
悪魔の証明よ。バトラ君が知らない魔法だからといって存在を否定することにはならない。
Oh, she's getting the
そ
gifts,
して
huh?
その魔法を私は実演する義務も負わない。それでいてさらにあなたには反論の余地もない。こういう戦い方でよろしいのかしら。
It's probably a cunning way, but I see. It's not against the rule.
マトラ様、受け手をお願いいたします。
Shit's getting tense, huh?
おかしな論法に持ち込んできやがったぜ。
It's not really as weird, huh?
どういうことだ。
後ろ宮切り絵の行動式に対して駒を打ってきました。すでに説明がある通り、切り絵は食料を屋敷に取りに外へ出るべきではないという行動式を持っていました。にもかかわらず彼女は率先して食料を取りに行こうという矛盾した行動をとります。この矛盾が説明できない限りそれを魔法であると主張する暴力的な手です。
Maybe you could say she did it because of Rudolph, right?
そりゃ最初はキリエさんもそう考えてたんだろうが、しかし多分その途中でいろいろと考えて やっぱり食料は必要だろうと心変わりしたってことなんだろう。いざという時空腹で力が出ないってんじゃ意味ないだろうし。まあ
その心変わりが魔法によるものだと主張しているのです。
I think it was because of Rudolph.
非常に困難なことですが、キリエが心変わりした理由を説明しなければならないのです。
なんだって。そんなのキリエさんの頭の中の話だろ。こっちにもキリエさんの霊を召喚して質問するとかできないのかよ。
No.
ベアト、お前キリエさんを呼び出したりできないのかよ。
できません。それは魔女側のみに許されている手です。
すまん。
くそ。
Beato listened to the backseater. It was because of Rudolph.
多分だな。
Because she's worried about her husband.
俺たち子供のことを考えてやっぱり食料は必要だろうと総合的に考えて。
Because if you think about it, Rudolph would probably have gone out anyway. So she probably didn't want to leave Rudolph alone. That's
それを客観的に主張
just
しな
use
ければな
that
りま
one.
せん。キリエがある理由により食料がやはり必要であると心変わりした具体的な証拠が必要です。例えばそう証言したのを誰かが聞いたとか、何かに書き残したとか。
残念だけどその心変わりの理由は誰にも語られておらず、また記されてもいない。
No, it was in form of a person.
キリエの頭の中で何があったのかあんたには憶測することしかできないの。つまり証明は不能。私の手に対しあなたは一切の反撃の一手を持たない。
I have
今度
one.
はあんたがリザインする番なのよ。
I
ドラ
have a Damn it.
心変わりの理由など無限に想定できる。そしてその無限の可能性を全て潰しきることは不可能。
肉肉しいほどに見事な一手でございます。
Like that he thinks that's
マ
detestable.
トラ様にこれを切り返す方法があるとすれば、多分あの手だけかと。
That move.
その手とは何なのか。
Schrodinger's cat, I guess?
さて、どのような手でございましょうね。お嬢様の得意な手だったような気もしますが、私は思い出せません。
I don't remember
ケ
what
チ
it
ケ
was
チしない
either.
で話せ。
ベアトリーチェ、自らの思考を停止させる者に与えられる答えはありませんよ。考えなさい。あなたなりの考えで。
とっととリザインしたら、ついでにさらに赤で追い詰めてあげるわ。キリエはね、死ぬ最後の瞬間まで食料を取りに行かないイコール屋敷に行かないという行動式を維持していたわ。
Jesus.
にもかかわらず率先して屋敷へ向かったわ。
Sometimes people
台
compromise, damn
車
it.
を押して食料を運ぼうとしたわ。その矛盾はなぜ？私が魔法で操ったから。これこそが私の魔法が実在し、私が魔女である証拠なの。
うるせえ、黙れ。心変わりでさえないって言うのか。キレ様、死ぬまでずっと食料はいらない、屋敷には行かないと思ってた？
Nah.
ならなんで自分から進んで食料を取りに行こう、屋敷に行こうなんて言い出すんだ。
Damn it, Battler, don't crumble now.
魔法でキリエさんが操られていたっていうのか。そんなバカな。どうやってこの魔法を打ち破ればいいんだ。
Okay, Battler, maybe as a man you don't understand, but as a woman you can listen to me. Some women sometimes follow their own thoughts and logic to accommodate to others' wishes. And in this case, it was Rudolph and the others who were hungry.
キリエさんが
Just take this. Just trust me.
一言心変わりの理由を言ってくれれば。いや、心変わりすらしてないと奴の中で言われちまった。どうすりゃいいんだ。
I don't think she changed her mind. She just compromised.
人間側には反撃できる一手がね。
こ
このゲームって知れば知るほどに魔女に有利なルールよね。たとえいくつの局面で負けたとしても、たった一つだけ勝てればそれだけで魔女は存在を誇示できる。つまりバトラ君には完全勝利以外の魔女を否定する方法はないの。ここまで私のことを散々エヴァ呼ばわりして追い詰めてきたつもりのようだけど、あなたの尊敬するキリエさん一人の頭の中の話だけで全てがひっくり返っちゃうなんて、実にしちゃいなさいよ、リザイン。
I think he'll come up with
認
something.
めちゃえば、負けちゃえば。
人間には証明不能だ。死者が何を思って行動したのかなんて推測の域を出ない。
Oh, didn't Hideyoshi insist because of
し
Eva?
かも推測程度じゃ魔法を否定できない。魔法を打ち破るためにはキリエさんがどうして心変わりしたのか客観的な証拠を。でも畜生、どうして食料が欲しいと心変わりしたのか、その証拠は存在しないと赤で言われちまってる。どうすりゃいいんだ。畜生畜生。
バトラさん、リザインってよろしいですか？
No! There, you can't explain! Damn it!
食料を取りに行かないイコール屋敷に行かない。でも実際には矛盾したこのキリエさんの考えをどう理解すればいいんだ。
Oh my god. Sir.
理解なんかできないわよ。理解不能、解釈不能。その闇は全て魔女のものだもの。さあさ考えても無駄よ、おやめなさい。あなたに魔女を否定することなんてできやしな。だって私はこうして存在するんだもの。私こそは黄金の魔女。そこにいる元の魔女から名前を奪い取った。あなたに私がベアトリーチェであることを否定などできないのよ。
くそー。
Battle, come on, think you can find a way!
そんなを語る資格は貴様にねえ。なのにそれを否定する手が思いつかねえ。
Battle could no longer counter the switch, who was laughing insanely in triumph. He didn't want to give up, but no move appeared. He ground his teeth, making his fists with both hands. But even so, he couldn't think of a brilliant counterattack.
バトラ様、制限時間を切りますが、リザインでよろしいですか？
No! God damn it!
人間側受け手がありません。
Welp,
デザイン
1-1.
の島。
待て。反撃の手は
Yes! Beato, come! Come back!
なんだって。
Use your brain for 1 second, Beato!
どんな手があるっていうのよ、先代様。このベアトリーチェの魔法をどんな手で否定できるのか教えてくださる？
Come!
できないわ。そんなこと不可能よ。
Let's go!
食料を取りに行かないイコール屋敷に行かないという命題をわらわはそれを待遇で説明する。
Yes!
つまりそれでも屋敷に行ったイコール食料以外の目的でとも説明できるのではないか。
That's also a good
こ
way.
れはわらわの得意手のヘンペルのカラスというよりはバトラの得意手のチェス盤思考術よ。キリエが食料を目的に屋敷に行くことがありえないなら、それでもなおキリエが外へ出る他の目的があったと説明するしかない。
Possibly so she could investigate or see the culprit by her own, I guess.
その目的が証明できれば魔法は否定
That's
で
a
きる。
possibility. I just assumed that she was like, okay, fine, Rudolph, I'll come with you so that you won't die.
なるほど。食料を目的に屋敷には行かないが。
But I guess she
他の目的
probably
があって
wanted to see the culprit by her own.
それを偽るために食料を取りに行こうと言い出したわけか。 確かにそれなら説明がまだ可能かもしれない。しかしどうやって。
Have you looked at your
お
parents?
師匠様、キリエの死亡現場の再構築を例の召喚はできぬが、死体の検証は人間側の権利のはず。
Kiria did have a gun with her, right? It was only intended for
問題ありませんよ。
Hideyoshi and Rudolph to
後ろ
have,
に
right?
キリエの死亡現場を再構築します。
Well, he hasn't seen them for 6 years. That's
私たちは
true, but
キリエの
they
霊を呼び
flirt
出す
with
こと
each
が
other
できない
really a lot, right? So, like a few conversations with them both, you can tell that Kirie is the type who is very buddy and close with Rudolph romantically. So,
キリエが何を残したかを知ることで、それを武器にできるかもしれない。
いいわよ。好きなだけを調べなさいよ。
at least that's what I think, right? Maybe Battler just doesn't know them well at
何も
all.
わかるわけがない。さっきも赤で言ったわよ。キリエは何も書き残してはいない。何を見つけたところで何もわかるものか。
Oh Jesus, it's almost midnight. Oh no, I might have to skip the tea party for next stream.
でもバトラは歯を食いしばってそなたを打ち破る一手を思いつこうと戦っておる。わらわにできることはこんな程度しかない。
Beatrice landed on her feet in the constructed hall, approached Kiria's corpse and wandered around observing.
人間側の戦い方は今一つ勝手がわからぬ。確か物証が必要だったか。なれば何を探せばいいのか。
大ベアトリーチェ教ともあろうお方が床に膝をつけて這い回ってみっともなく死体あさりとはね。お似合いな姿だこと。
何とでも言うがよい。わらわにはこれくらいしかできぬ。何を蔑まれようと構わぬ。だがわらわの名誉のために戦うといったバトラーをわらわは捨ておけぬ。
Yes, Battler and Beato
死に食
teamwork,
わせる
let's
こと
go.
になろうともその義理に応えねばならぬのだ。
Bathed in the witch's sneers, Beato searched through Kiria's corpse. She fished through the pockets, taking what was inside out and laying it on the floor. Laid on the floor was a handkerchief, tissue, a key to her house, the stub of a boat ticket, a lighter, a cigarette butt, and a single 100 yen coin. There was no special suspicious object. Although Beato was down on all fours and being sneered at, there was all she could find.
それでどうやって私の魔法を打ち破るっていうの？くだらないくだらないバカみたい。勇ましいことを言って割り込んでおきながらその低たらくは何なの？ああ情けない恥ずかしい。へそかんで死んじゃえば。
The witch fell over laughing, lambasting Beato. Beato hung her head, trying to withstand the shame.
お嬢様、検証は十分ですか？
以上の物証から何か反論の一手は出ますか？出なければ人間側リザインせざるを得ません。
Let's see what Battler has something to say.
何も反論の余地なんてないのよ。私は魔女だもの。私の魔法は打ち破れない。あんたはもはや元魔女でしかないのよ。ベアトリーチェを名乗ることも許されなくなったただの負け犬なのよ。さあ、そのゴミやガラクタを好きに積み重ねて私の魔法を打ち破ってごらんなさい。できないでしょう。できないわよね。それはなぜ？私が魔女だからよ。あんたは名前さえ持たない負け犬だからよ。
What's Battler got?
何かあるはずなのだ。
She's trying her best.
くじけぬぞ。どれほど嘲笑われようとも、わらわの名誉のために戦うバトラの名誉のためにくじけるものか。
As Beato held back tears at the words of humiliation she was being showered with, she tried to find if Kiria was holding something else, to find something that could save Battler from his plight, searching earnestly. However, nothing more came up.
くそ、頼む。後ろ宮桐江、そなたの息子の窮地をそなたが救わぬわけがない。
Well,
頼む。死してなお、あやつのために力を貸してくれ。
however, Kiria's body did not answer. It was only natural that a corpse would remain silent. No that person existed that would answer Beato, who had lost the endless magic.
無駄よ、無駄。死者をもてあそべるのは魔女だけの特権よ。魔女でもなく、そして人間ですらないあんたに力を貸してくれるものなんてどこにも存在しない。あんたは永遠に一人ぼっち。魔女にも人間にも味方はなく、誰もあんたを助けてなんてくれないの。悔しければ泣いちゃえば。役に立てなくてごめんなさいって詫びちゃえば。
Man.
すまぬ。バトラ、わらわでは何もそなたの力になれぬ。
Help! Help, Battler!
いや、十分だ。ありがとう。ベアト、お前の努力を俺は無駄にしない。
慰めなどいらぬわ。このガラクタの山で一体何を反論できるというのか。あやつに嘲笑われてまでかき集めたこのガラクタがどうやって一矢報いれるというのか。
Oh, could it be that the lack of proof is the proof? Like maybe Kirie had figured out the golden mystery and wanted to find it herself? In front of Beato, who was still crawling on all fours and hitting the pile of objects Kirie had left behind with her fist, Patra also crouched. And after patting her shoulder in thanks, he moved that hand to the ground, picked up the cigarette butt, and held it to over his head. She wanted to smoke? Is that it?
そのゴミが何だというのか。
キリエさんはタバコを吸わない。
Oh. But Kirie also had a lighter on her. True, she didn't have an actual box of cigarettes, but at a glance, it naturally looked as though Kirie had a smoking habit.
親父は吸ったが、キリエさんは吸わなかった。でも、親父のタバコに火をつけるために、ライターだけは持ち歩いてたんだ。
What's this?
だからなんだというの。夫がタバコを吸うんなら、たとえ吸わなくても、妻がタバコを持ってたとしても不思議はないわ。あるいは喫煙マナーの悪い夫の捨てた吸い殻を拾っただけかもね。それがなんだっていうの？私の魔法とどう関係があるっていうの？何もありゃしない。
さらに言おう。こいつは、親父の吸ってるタバコの銘柄と異なる。
Oh?
すまないがベアト、親父の遺体の懐を見てくれるか。
うん。
What's this?
銘柄を確認。吸い殻と銘柄が異なります。
Oh.
キリエが持っていた吸い殻はルドルフの吸うタバコの銘柄ではありません。
This means that someone else was smoking.
だからどうしたというの？キリエは綺麗好きのいい子だから、落ちてる吸い殻を許せず拾っただけかもしれないじゃない。私は嫌だけど。
ベアト、すまんがもう一人頼む。秀吉おじさんの懐だ。親族でタバコを吸うのは、親父と秀吉おじさんだけなんだ。
Oh. They are Hideyoshi's pockets, I see.
あったぞ、これか。
Beato found a cigarette box in Hideyoshi's pocket, took a single one out, and held it up. How can he read the brand of a cigarette butt? Good question. I don't know, but if it's the thing that helps.
吸い殻は秀吉の吸うタバコの銘柄と認めます。
Maybe some cigarettes are entirely white and some have like the brownish butt, so maybe that's the difference.
だからなんだというの？ 秀吉の吸い殻がキリエのポケットから見つかると、私の魔法がどう破られるっていうのよ。
そうさ、この吸い殻がキリエさんのメッセージだ。いや、この吸い殻こそがキリエさんがゲストハウスを離れた理由なんだ。
Oh, do tell.
ベアト、ありがとう。お前がこいつを見つけてくれなかったら、俺はここで屈していた。
So, what's the gist? There's mostly a symbol or name written there. Ah, okay.
状況を再構築。第2の番。ローザおばさんたちが殺されたことが発覚した後のゲストハウスだ。
了解。再構築します。ローザ、マリアの死亡後、残った生存者はゲストハウス内すべての戸締まりを再確認、バリケードを構築、牢城の結束を再確認。
何も不審なところなんかないじゃない。何が言いたいの？第4の番以降の話をしているのに、なんで第2の番の直後を蒸し返すのよ。
We're fighting a witch in a fourth dimension tea parlor with a demon, so the butt shaking is actually the most sane thing, honestly. It is! Dad carried the portable cigarette butt holder with him. Okay, what?
キリエさんがわざわざ自分のポケットに吸い殻を入れる理由がようやく見えてきた。
Okay.
その吸い殻に意味があるからさ。その吸い殻こそがキリエさんが俺たちに残したメッセージだ。
聞こうじゃない。その吸い殻一本でどうやって私を否定してみせるというの？
Let's go.
聞いての通りだ。第2の番以降、ゲストハウスでは全ての部屋の点検が行われた。この時、キリエさんはあってはいけない場所にあってはいけないものを見つけたんだ。
あってはいけないものとは何なのか。
こいつさ、この吸い殻さ。こいつが秀吉おじさんのいた客室の灰皿に置かれていたんだ。
Okay.
はあ？灰皿に吸い殻があってどうおかしいってのよ。おかしいのはあんたの頭の方じゃないの。
エヴァおばさんは大のタバコ嫌いだ。そのおばさんが体調を崩して寝込んでるのに吸い殻があるわけがないんだ。
Okay.
しかし灰皿には吸い殻があった。それを見たキリエさんはすぐに気づいたんだ。秀吉おじさんは嘘をついている。本当はエヴァおばさんは寝込んでなんかいなかった。部屋を抜け出していたんだと気づいたんだ。
Now I get it.
復唱要求。この吸い殻はエヴァおばさんたちが休んだ部屋の灰皿で揉み消された。
拒否するわ。
ようやく掴んだ。
You're resigning.
ありがとうよ、ベアト。
わらは役に立てたのか。
ああ、そうさ。
Thanks.
ハグぞ。俺たちでエセ魔女の化けの皮を剥いでやる。
From that cigarette butt, Kitty had realized that Hideyoshi was creating an alibi for Eva's sake. Hideyoshi had been tasked with watching over the room to create an alibi, and during that time he was unable to withstand the tension and smoked. Then Kitty had confessed that to Rudolph. She confessed that there was a good chance Eva was the culprit and Hideyoshi was an accomplice.
そしてキリエさんは食料を取りに行こうと提案する。
Ah, that was the cover-up. Okay. Kitty is such a smart lady.
秀吉おじさんにその手助けを頼む。これが意味するところはただ一つだ。キリエさんは秀吉おじさんを隔離して真相を問い詰めるつもりだったんだ。
That makes sense, actually.
ケンペルのカラス有効です。魔女側はこの一手を迎え撃てない限りキリエを操ったと称する魔法の存在が否定されます。
And well, there it goes.
なんですって？否定するわよ。とにかく否定するわよ。私じゃないわ。後ろ宮エヴァじゃないわ。エヴァは部屋で寝てたのよ。
ならば言ってみろ。
Say it in
ああ、
red.
言えやしないさ。今度だって言えやしないさ。復唱要求。後ろ宮エヴァはその時部屋から一歩も出ていない。
Well,
何なのよこれ。 攻めていたのは私でしょ。なんで私が攻められる側になってるの？
Well, you
い
got
つの間に
mixed.
攻守が逆転してるのよ。問い詰めてるのは私なのよ。この魔女である私がなぜに。
繰り返す。
Well, that's the game.
副将要求。後宮エヴァは部屋を出ていない。
Well, Beato has 2-0'd Eva.
言えるわけがねえ。
She's going to drown in the pools.
チェックメイトだ。
魔女側受けてありませんか？
あるわけがない。虚実にて着飾った偽りの魔女に受けられる真実などありはしない。
Oh shit.
本当の魔女、貴様に名乗る資格はない。貴様は黄金の魔女じゃない。貴様は人間。後宮エヴァだ。
Well, got him. At least in this game. 2-0. Well, she has the Eva voice. Oh! The witch howled. Her entire body was burned with tremendous heat that denied her own magic in existence, and she let out a howl like a dragon. And now for the extra red truth, Eva did not kill Hideyoshi, and as for the answer, I suggest checking the death screens for both Hideyoshi and Kirie. I think they accidentally killed each other. Her body flickered repeatedly, flashing as though Eva's figure and the witch figure overlapped. Is the painting breaking? However, that yell was sucked into the flicker, making it return to the original form of the cruel witch. She has a counter. Let's go. Let's see what it is. We still have a few murders left.
いいわ。私のことを後宮エヴァと呼びたければ呼べばいいのよ。そうよ。確かに私は後宮エヴァが犯人であることに対する察し手の全てを撃退することができない。
However,
私は黄金の魔女を引きずり下ろされ、今や後宮エヴァと呼ばれているかもしれない。でもね、だからって魔法と魔女の存在が否定されたわけじゃない。私が今から教えてやるわ。私が後宮エヴァなどではなく、人間などではなく、本当の魔女であることを今から教えてやるわ。
what you got?
見なさい、この赤き真実を。
When the witch clapped her hands, time advanced in the world of the game board. Oh, so we're moving to the last game. I see. Beato and Eva dashed to the front of the parlor, calling out Jessica's name. They were searching for Jessica because they had gone to the servant room, found Nanjo's corpse, and didn't know where Jessica was.
それがどうしたってんだ。何が言いたい。
まさか。まずい。
Beato went pale. In other words, the move the evil witch was about to make was bad enough to make even Beato go pale. Oh shit.
今度こそ言い逃れのできぬ致命的な一手をあなたに。いいえ、あなたを応援するすべての人間どもにくれてやるわ。心して聞きなさい、私の一手を。
やめよ。その一手は。
What's he gonna do?
ベアト、下がれ。俺は受けるぞ。来い。エセ魔女め。ジェシカ負傷後、エヴァは常にバトラの監視下にあった。バトラは犯人でもなく共犯者でもない。よってエヴァの完全なアリバイを証明できる。何？
Okay.
あんたを、人間を絶対に逃れられぬ赤き結界にて封じて殺す。
Happiness of Marinette never plays during good
さら
moments.
ば
Of
だ
course
人
it
間ど
doesn't.
もよ。出口なき絶対の魔法密室にて永遠に眠るがいいわ。さあ、心して聞きなさい、赤き真実を。この島には19人以上の人間はいない。
Oh,
謎の怪人物が隠れていて犯行をなどという愚かしい考え
turn
を
up the
捨てな
volume.
さい
What, for the stream or for everybody else?
でもこういう言い方をすると動物の犯人も疑えるわね。殺人を仕込んだオランウータンは人間にはカウントされてないなんてへりくつを言われちゃかなわない。ならこう言い換えるわ。人間以外の生命は一切このゲームに関係がない。
Oh, so just a player speech. Okay. Oh shit, that's a lot of red.
というわけで次にこの島に存在する18人の状況を全て説明するわ。金蔵は死亡している、クラウスは死亡している、夏日は死亡している、秀吉は死亡している、ジョージは死亡している、
Everyone's
ル
dead.
ドルフは死亡している、キリエは死亡している、ローザは死亡している、マリアは死亡している、ゲンジは死亡している、シャノンは死亡している、カノンは死亡している、ゴーダは死亡している、熊沢は死亡している、南條は死亡している。
She's listing everybody?
15人は死亡。そしてバトラは生存している、エヴァは生存している、ジェシカは生存している。これで18人全員。よって最後の犠牲者である南條の死亡時、バトラとエヴァとジェシカの3人だけが生きていたことはわかるわよね。
Okay.
なんだと貴様まさか
You don't mean to say that Jessica killed Nanjo, is that it?
エヴァはあなたとずっと一緒にいたわ。だから犯行は不可能。もちろんバトラ君は犯人じゃないわ。アリバイ偽装なんてしてないし、彼女が犯人の可能性も考慮していたから、その行動は用心深く見張ってた。
Jesus, that's so much
彼女
red.
には不
She's
審な
speaking
ことをで
almost
きるあらゆ
only
る可
red.
能性が存在しなかった。つまり犯行時の使用人室には南條とジェシカしかいなかったのよ。となると読めてるわよ。あなたの一手はこうよね。ジェシカが犯人の可能性もあると。しかし残念ね。先に赤で叩き切ってあげるわよ。
Okay.
後ろ宮ジェシカは殺人を犯していない。南條殺しに関わっていない。彼女の目は完全に塞がれている。その彼女に殺人を行うことは不可能よ。
Jesus fucking Christ.
何をおまけしてあげるわ。エヴァとバトラも南條を殺していないし、関わってもいない。
Then Nanjo went insane and committed suicide.
ちょっと待ちやがれ。それじゃおかしいじゃねえか。3人しか人間がいなくて、それで殺人が起こって、その3人が関わってないなんて、そんなのおかしい。
More
はっき
red.
り断言してあげるわ。
Neither Battler nor Eva nor Jessica. Then it was
つま
himself.
り生存者の中にはいないということよね。
Or it was an accident
お分
again.
かり？
Or he died of age. All of a sudden, like a heart attack or
二重人
something.
格とかどうだ。もともとお前がエヴァおばさんのもう一つの人格であったように、例えばジェシカにもう一つの魔女的人格があって、
But then you're like,
それがジェシカ以外を名乗って南條先生を殺したとか。
no, 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 we're thinking too complicated.
愚かね。すでに赤で語っているわ。ジェシカの目は完全に塞がれていて、彼女に殺人は不可能。彼女にどんな人格が憑依しようとも、彼女の肉体では殺人を行えないの。それともこう言えば満足するかしら。ジェシカの体が起こしたいかなる動作も南條の殺人には関係影響しない。この適用をバトラとエヴァにも広げるわ。つまりどうあがこうが解釈しようが、ジェシカとバトラとエヴァは南條を殺した犯人ではない。
ふざけるな。だって他はもう全員確実に死んでるじゃねえかよ。ならあとは残るのは南條先生の自殺説だけじゃねえか。
Let me guess, she's going to cut that
あ
down
と
too.
トラップ説。 犯人はすでに死亡しているが、過去に仕掛けておいたトラップが発動して。
More
南
red.
條は他殺よ。
Homicide.
もちろんトラップではなく直接的な殺害方法よ。凶器を構え、それにて真正面の至近距離から殺した。
Oh.
犯人は南條の目の前に堂々と現れ、そして互いに顔を見合わせながら殺害したのだ。
Okay, let's see.
だから待てよ。
There's definitely like a culprit here. I
生存
just
者は
can't
3
think
人
of
しかい
whom.
ない。
Well, if Eva was like running around crazily, I can't imagine she showed up in front of Nanjo, shot him, and then kept running before Batter could see
それ以
it.
外は全員死んでることはお前が赤で語ってる。つまり18人全員の生死が確定してる。しかも19人目は存在しないとあらかじめつまり生存者3人以外には存在できない。なのにその3人以外の4人目が南條先生の前に現れてる。19人目は存在しないのにどうして俺たち以外の人間が現れて南條先生を殺害できるんだ。
That's a
お
good
かしい。
question.
お前は嘘をついている。赤字で嘘をついている。
赤は真実のみを語る。
I see.
それを疑うことはすなわち貴様の後ろで私に怯え萎縮し、その背に隠れるその魔女の名誉を裏切ることになるわよ。
Man, that's a lot of red.
くそ。
Eva basically just opened the Word doc and wrote everything in red.
はっきりと今こそ言い切るわ。南條の前に現れし私こそ魔女なのよ。
She's not saying this in red.
18人の人間では説明できない黄金の魔女なのよ。
Well, you haven't said it in red
マ
though.
ルギリア、ロドベ、状況は矛盾していないのか。奴は本当に赤で真実を語っているのか。
Yes?
はい、赤き真実有効です。
なんという緻密かつ精密な
This is the first time I see Virgilia with this pose. She's like really pissed. Eva Tree's red already stated Batter watched all of Eva's movements. Okay, I see. There's probably a loophole here.
マルギリア、何か手はないのか。
私には何も思いつきません。
ロドベ。
申し訳ありません。これほどまでに精密なる美しい盤面を見たのは初めてです。
He's like, damn,
悔しいですが
this is kind of pog.
美しいなんて美しい赤によるチェックメイト。
The Twitch's teacher and the demon butler were both stunned, and the expression of ecstasy rose to their faces. Batter probably has something. Forget surrendering. They were impressed at this perfect checkmate, which simply had to be admired. When people accept defeat from the bottom of their hearts, gives rise to neither regrets nor humiliation. Nothing is born except feelings of respect. I no longer knew what was what anymore. There were absolutely no weak points in her red. She said in her red that all 15 people had died. She said in red that no people existed other than the 18. In other words, no more than 3 people, me, Jessica, and Aunt Eva existed. And even though none of these 3 people were the culprit, Dr. Nanja was killed. And without a doubt, Dr. Nanja's death was a homicide. He was murdered by that person openly in front of him. And she's saying that person is a witch? Nah.
南條を殺した犯人は動物などの類ではないわよ。それはすでに赤で宣言済みよ。人間以外は一切考慮から外しなさい。ロボットなんかもダメよ。人間以外の一切の要素はこのゲーム版に関与
Even
しな
more
い。
red. Okay, give me a second. hate that I had to go to the bathroom in the middle of this. But I've been staying so hydrated. This is the third water bottle I drink today.
故にこうも言えるわね。
南條を殺したのは確かに人間である。
Wait,
地に足のついた人間が凶器をかざしそれにて殺した。
wait, aren't you admitting that witches are not real with this?
眼前にて。
ただし、その人間は魔法が使えたかもしれないわ。
Which you are not using in red.
それ
You're
は
not
す
saying
なわ
this in
ち
red.
魔女だったということ。それがつまり、この私、黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ。
I think you accidentally cornered yourself. Even as Beato ground his teeth, his knees hit the floor with a thunk. His soul still refused to surrender. However, his knees had already started to accept surrender.
ひざまずいたわね。そうよ、あなたはもう理解し始めている。
黄金の魔女が存在することを。
そしてその黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェが私であることを。
But you said in red that a human killed Nanjo.
さあ、たたえなさい。本当の魔女の復活を今こそたたえなさい。
Girl, you cornered
黄金の魔
yourself.
女ベアトリーチェの復活を今こそたたえなさい。
第9の晩に魔女はよみがえり、誰も生き残れはしない。
You haven't killed everyone though. Beato and Jessica and Eva are still alive.
くそ
Beato chuckled.
俺にはわからねえ。ここまで徹底的に赤でがんじがらめにされたら俺にはもうさっぱりだ。
バトラ、くじけるな。わらわとそなたは再び戦い合う約束を交わしたではないか。ここでそなたは屈服するのか。わらわと再び戦う前にこのようなところで消え去るのか。
その約束を破りたくはねえ。しかし俺には奴を否定する手が全く思いつかねえ。
But she used her own move,
これ
right?
はそもそも問題にさえなってない。容疑者以外は存在せず、その容疑者は全員白。赤で白だって言われてんだぜ。それでいてしっかり他殺で犯人は人間でちゃんと目の前に現れて南條先生を殺したという。もうお手上げだ。どうにもならね
頼むバトラ、諦めるな、くじけるな。思考を止めれば自動的にそなたの負けとなる。頼むからくじけるな。
Pull yourself together, you can do this.
負けたりするな。
え。もう何も思いつかねえんだ。どうせあいつは魔女だから魔法とかでやったに違いない。考えるだけ無駄だぜって思っちまう。ダメだ。頭が痛い。脳が疲れる。
I feel like there was a major flaw in the red truth that she just barraged. Like the very last thing she said, it was a human who killed Nanjo. Basically, she's denying her own existence with the red.
チェスというゲームは相手を任そうと互いが尽くすから一回のゲームに長い時間をかける。しかしどちらかが最初から勝ちを捨て自分に損な手を進んでさせばあっという間にゲームを終えるのだ。これをフールズメイトという。
A fool's mate, simply put, a strange way of playing chess in which the fastest method of losing are considered. Opening the area in front of your own king and inviting the opponent's queen in. Even though the average game in the chess is several hours, a game can be resolved in a scant of 4 moves. In other words, if both sides try to win in a fight, they are compelled to take painfully long period of time. But if one side decides to lose, the game can be ended far too easily at any time.
人間側は思考を停止させることによって目の前の問題を魔女に譲り渡し
Eva Treese's red falls into the devil's proof area. She said a human did it, but humans may be able to use magic. And Battler has to find a way to deny all magic, which he can't if a person who isn't supposed to be there kills someone. Yes, that's true, but I feel like he can use one of the reds against Eva. I feel like.
直ちに魔法の仕業ということで決着できてしまう。
He just needs to think a little bit.
魔女は赤き真実を使う。それにて魔法の正体が人間で説明できてしまうことを示せば、直ちに敗北することができる。
言われなくても分かってるさ。考えを止めるなって言うんだろう。しかしあいつのあの完璧な真っ赤な手にどうやって反撃すればいいんだ。俺には、人間にはもう無理だ。
無理か。バトラには無理なのか。頼む、くじけるな。
スーマ
Oh
ン、
man.
俺にはもう無理だ。
Beato crashed at the floor crying heavily. Beato watched that with a distressed face. Then she stood up and spoke to the witch.
わらわがそなたの手に反撃の一手を刺そうぞ。
Beato's gonna do it?
この完璧なるチェックメイトにあなたはどう切り込んでくれるというのかしら。
She can do this. Yes,
人
Beato,
間に
let's
は
go.
決して破ることのできないこのチェックメイト、あなたごときがどう破るというの？
Watch this shit.
ベアトリーチェ、あなたまさか。人間にさせぬ一手なる。わらわが魔女であるがゆえにさせる一手でそなたを
魔女であるがゆえにさせる一手。お前何をする気だ。
わらわが赤にて魔女を否定する。
Oh shit!
ベアトリーチェ。
お嬢様。
Oh my god, both are losing their shit. The teacher and the butler were both startled. I also immediately understood what it meant. To use the red that only witches could use. To use the red to deny witches. It was like using her own sword to slit her own throat. Big brain witch move? Indeed!
あんた何を言ってるの？
Let's go,
赤で
Beato.
魔女を否定？バカ言ってんじゃないわよ。そんなことしたらあんたも無事じゃ済まないわよ。
そなたは魔女にあらず、そしてわらわもまた魔女ではない。
Oh shit!
真の魔女への道は険しく、まだまだ長い。なれば好都合、今この場に。もとより魔女など存在はしないのだ。わらわが自らそのまやかしを剥ぎ取ってやろうぞ。
Oh shit, Beato!
私もあんたもしっかり堂々とした魔女でしょうが、赤が使えることこそ魔女の証。あんたにとって魔女の定義がどういうものか知らないけど、あんただけは無傷で済むなんて勘違いをしているなら今すぐ。
勘違いなどしているものか。それで良いのだ。
ですって。
わらわはもとより魔女になど慣れていなかった。
Oh
真の
no!
魔女になるためにようやくその道のりを歩き始めたに過ぎる。
She's about to become the true golden witch, I guess, in some day.
今のわらわが魔女だというのだ。それは力に溺れただけ。そなたに同じ偽りの魔女に過ぎる。
Welp?
そのようなみすぼらしい姿なる未練などない。そなたもろともわらわのこの姿も消し去ってくれようぞ。
正気、やめなさい。私はまだ魔女でいたいのよ。人間は嫌なのよ。
Welp?
魔女様、どうかご着席を。人間側の受け手をどうかご着席の上お受けください。
Take it!
何をするの？あな
その女に赤を使わせないで。やめさせて。離せ。
Take the L! Take the L! As the witch stood from her seat and tried to spring upon Beato, Ronove pressed down on both her shoulders, forcing her back into her seat. He's basically like, sit! And even after that, he didn't remove his hands from those shoulders. Oh, he's holding her down! The Night Witches was the same thing as the Night Magic. That included demons such as Ronove. Is he going away? No, don't do this to me. However, instead of running away, Ronove chose to act as the facilitator for the game, and to carry out that duty for his master's sake?
ベアトリーチェ、後悔はないのですね。
No!
お師匠様こそ
No! I'm scared! Are all of them disappearing?
いっぱい楽しい魔法や幸せな魔法を教えてもらったのに全然上手に
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
だからゼロから修行やり直してくる。そのバカ弟子の不始末に巻き込んで本当にすまなかった。
良き弟子よ、最後にもてました。あなたの信じるままにお行きなさい。
お前らが何の話をしてるのか俺だがこれだけはわかる。そして言える。ベアト、何をしようとしてるのか知らねえが、これからやろうとしていることをやめろ。
そなたに手はない。しかしわらわに手はある。
Oh Jesus.
この一手逃せばあやつは魔女として真の意味で復活し、今度こそこの島の全てを支配する。全ての悪夢はあの女の自由自在となり、この島は永遠に邪悪なる魔女の妄想を繰り返す無限地獄に落ちるだろう。そなたはそれを許せるというのか。親しい家族たちが永遠にあの魔女の悪夢にもてあそばれてもよいと。
no.
そう
だがお前が犠牲になることなんてないだろう。これは俺と奴のゲームだ。お前が身を犠牲にして手を刺すことなんてない。俺が考える。起死回生の一手を必ず考えるから。だから早まるな。畜生。
This is what happens when all of us have a small brain cell. I couldn't think of something either.
だから早まるんじゃねえ。
このゲームは残酷であるぞ。すでにそなたの兆候に制限時間を使い切っておるわ。わらわしかおらぬ。安心せよバトル。わらわが撃つ。あの残酷なる魔女をわらわが自らの手で撃つ。
Oh, I don't want her and Virgilia and Ronove to go away. I will be sad.
お前が自分を犠牲にする必要なんて何もない。
わらわを否定するためにそなたは戦っていたのだろうが、おかしなやつだ。
あの子の好きにさせてあげてください。そしてどうか見届けてやってください。
しかし
I'm not gonna be okay.
バトラー、一つだけ頼みがある。耳を塞いでくれぬか。
Cover your ears.
耳をどうして。
わらわはこれより赤にて魔女を否定する。あやつの赤で敷き詰めた盤面を切り裂いてみせる。さすればわらわもまた魔女の姿を失うだろう。そなたもわらわが語る赤き真実を聞けば、わらわの正体を理解することになる。そなた一人が耳を塞いだところで真実は何も変わらん。
Oh, okay. So is there a loophole?
それでもそなたにだけは そなたの前だけでは魔女でいたいのだ。頼む。
ベアトリーチェ様、魔女側問題ありません。
There are no problems on the witch's side as Eva is screaming.
離せー！あんたもただじゃ済まないのよ。あいつおかしいわ。私たちを巻き込んで自分も死ぬ気よ。やめて、否定しないで。やめて
Don't take my husband from me!
黄金の魔女が見苦しいぞ。
I've yet to give him a contract to come to my house.
さあ、よいか。バトラの代わりにそなたのチェックメイトを外す。15人が死に3人しか残らぬチェス盤にて何が起こったのか、わらわがこれより赤にて暴く。その赤き真実にて偽りの魔女2人を共に貫いて殺す。
Beato turned around and smiled at Patra. Most likely, no one would believe that the witch who had gone to the limits of cruelty would try to leave a smile as the last expression she showed Battler. And that smile signified her last wish, that she wanted him to cover his ears. The 9 witches in red was the same as knowing her shabby form. Battler put both of his hands against his ears. To protect her final bit of honor as a witch, he put his hands against his ears, rejecting the truth. And he howled, so that not even a bit of what she was saying would slip into his ears. And here we go. After that was a world where Battler could hear nothing. Beato was saying something in red. Even the witch covered her ears at those bitter contents. That was the red truth. Words of power. Words that denied her own existence. Unique words that only witches could use, which denied witches. Beato spoke. With the red truth, she cut up the bright red game board that the witch had released. And they're all gone. No! She explained difficult problems that could not be solved by humans with moves that could only be solved by witches, and began cornering the witch. The truth that Patra was not permitted to hear. If Patra had broken his promise and sneakily eavesdropped, in an instant Patra would probably have been able to become the victor in this game with Beato. He'll probably have understood all the riddles on the island, all of the magic and tricks, closed runes, spells, curses, and legends. At this entire tale of anger and sadness. However, Patra would only learn what that was when he reached the truth by himself. Yes, from the beginning, Beatrice had wished that Patra would reach that truth by himself. It was something one shouldn't reach by being told it. It was a truth that Patra would have to drag himself to by his own power. A brilliant light gathered with Beato and the evil witch at the center and grew gradually stronger. It was the power of truth. No! No! Beato, don't go! Heat and brilliance like the sun, shone all of the falsehoods that hid in the darkness, trying to deceive and burn them to nothing.
なぜあんたは死ねるの？こんなすごい力を持ち得ながらどうして命を捨てられるの？黄金も魔法も全てを自在に操れる力を持つあんた、どうしてそれをあっさりと投げ出せるの？
山をなす黄金であろうと海を裂く魔法であろうと手に入らぬものがあることを知れ。さあ姿を現すがいいぞ。その正体を表せ。後ろ宮エヴァ。
When the sun exploded and blew everything away, Eva could be seen there holding a gun.
あんたが犯人なんだ、エヴァおばさん。
気づくのが遅いわよ、バトラ君。
Oh! And he's dead. Without any hesitation or mercy, Eva raised her gun and pulled the trigger. As an explosive sound rang out, Batro's heart was shot through and he fell to the floor. After going into convulsions for a short time, with blood dripping from his mouth, Batro died. But in his last moments, he realized without a doubt that she was a murderer, and not just for killing him. There have been many murders, and I don't have a clue how they were carried out. However, while my ears were covered, Beato exposed all of them with the red, blasting away all magic. In other words, even though I didn't understand it, that was nothing more or less than proof that magic can all be explained with humans. Beato made me cover my ears, so I myself don't know the whole truth. However, now that it's been denied and read, I can see one fact which is extremely unfair for us, that it is possible to deny all magic. So in other words, no, I must not think of that. If I do, then the time I spent covered my ears will be made pointless. If I'm going to regret, I can only regret my own actions. If at that time I thought of some move to spin things around and counter the witch's final move, there would have been no need for Beato to sacrifice herself. It was my own worthlessness that brought about this conclusion. Oh, this fucked me up so bad. Even though it was pitch black world where nothing could be seen, for some reason I felt Beato's presence right next to me. So I tried calling out to her. You can exchange words with someone whether they're a human or a witch. So even in a world where the witches had been denied, I should be allowed to talk to her.
Beato.
バトラか。やったぞ。わらわは。やった。
ああ、聞こえはしなかったが、俺はお前の姿を最後まで見ていたぜ。お前が邪悪な魔女に毅然と立ち向かうところを。
これでもうわらわは魔女ではない。だが必ずわらわは再び魔女になるぞ。そして再び黄金の魔女と呼ばれるに至って再びそなたの対戦相手だと認められに帰ってくるから。
いや、お前は魔女だったぜ。
お？
俺は見てたぜ。お前があの邪悪な魔女をすっげえ魔法で吹き飛ばして、その正体を暴き出すところを俺はちゃんとこの目で見ていたぜ。
あれは魔法ではなく赤き。
いや、魔法だったぜ。
Oh, is he saying it to keep Beato
お前
here?
は確かに黄金の魔女だった。お前自らが否定しようとも俺が認めてやるよ。お前は確かに黄金の魔女だ。
When Battler said those words, in the world that had been dark, there was suddenly a single grain. A small grain of gold like a wet seed shone brightly, and even though it was small, it had a strong gold-colored sparkle. Then it shone on the two of them, sitting with their backs together, so they each became aware of their own form. They did not exist only as consciousness. They became aware that they had bodies and definitely existed. No, perhaps we should say that they had been given an existence called a body. When Beato looked at his own form, he wasn't that surprised. But when Beato looked at her own form, she was a little startled. From Beato's perspective, she looked just like normal. But for a short while, she was surprised by that form.
これはどういうことなのか。
He acknowledged you, I
あの
guess.
光の粒の輝きがどんどん強くなる。
That grain of wet was no longer simply gold-colored, but was like the light of the sun. Oh god, it's almost going to be 1 a.m. Then it softly began to approach Beato's chest. When that grain of the sun was sucked inside her chest, the world was wrapped in a deep blue sky, and then a deep blue ocean was spread out below them. Rokkenjima is back. An island rose up, trees sprouted and created a forest, walls surrounded us, and a ceiling swallowed us. And was adorned with more and more things, made to be like the hall in the Oshiromiya mansion. In the middle of the fantastical hall, where the many gold butterflies beat their wings, many tables were set up with a white tablecloth like it was a party, and beautiful cooking and fruits were set out, and over there were a great many shapes. With everyone talking together and smiling.
みんな
Oh? Everyone? There was Dad and Kirie-san, Uncle Kraus, Aunt Natsu and Aunt Rosa, and of course even Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi. George, Aniki, Jessica, Maria, wait, even Shannon-chan, Kanun-kun, Goda-san, and Gumasawa are here. Everyone was at the party, clapping their hands and celebrating our return. Everyone's here! Congratulations! 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 Congratulations!
どうしてだみんな
It's the
死んだのに
Evangelion scene.
どうして生きてるんだ
黄金鏡では全ての死者の魂を蘇らせることができるのです。お帰りなさい、ベアトリーチェ。
Oh, thank fuck!
そしてようこそ。
Thank fucking god!
黄金鏡
They're all dead. Yes, they're all dead, but so long Ronove is still around and Beatrice, I'm fine. And Virgilia too.
わらわは至ったのか。黄金鏡への扉に至ったのか。
はい。
Thank you, gods. Thank you, Ryukishi. Oh, if he was gone, I would be so upset.
全員を黄金鏡へお招きできたのです。
I want to thank Ryukishi and God himself for keeping Ronove alive.
ようこそバトラ様、黄金鏡へ。
バトラ
No, you're not welcome.
ようやくここへたどり着い
So
た
you're not welcome. Go away. I mean, okay, you can be around just this once.
俺は一体
お前はわしの魔法と相入れぬ血を最も濃く受け継いでしまったのだ。故にこの黄金鏡にお前だけがたどり着けず、ずっとベアトリーチェはそなたを探していたのだ。そなたをここへ連れてくるためにあらゆる手を尽くしておった。
なんだって
Oh,
さあバトラ様もお席へ。
wait.
今宵の料理はこの5ダメの最高傑作を尽くしました。
Wait.
どうかぜひご賞味ください。
Hold on.
あんた光栄に思いなさいよね。
What does this mean?
本当は私が全部食べるところお情けであんたらの分も残してあげてるんだからね。
7君姉ちゃんたち
At least you're not calling her seven asses.
黄金鏡では意志ある者すべてが公平だ。ここで我ら家具とて人間とて魔女とて区別はない。
バトラ様お待ちしておりました。そしてようこそ黄金鏡へ。
シャノちゃん長子の兄貴
僕もまだこれが夢じゃないかと疑ってるよ。僕たちは死んだはず。
Beelzebub and Goda, a match made in Golden Land. Absolutely.
でも生きてる。そして全員が全員ここにいて幸せなんだ。信じられない。
そうよ、どうせここは夢の中の世界なのよ。だからジョージがメイドの女と仲良くしたってどうせ夢なんだから。
Are you okay?
予算かエヴァ。今は黙って若い二人を祝福せなあかん。
Yes.
黄金鏡は至福の都や。ここではいがみ合いは一切なしやで。
ここでは愛し合う者たちは全てが自由。誰にもはばかられることはない。
Here, any people are free to love each other. No one needs to hesitate over it. I'm walking over to Ronove right now at this moment. We don't need to hesitate, sir!
カノン君素敵。焼けちゃうわ。ようバトラ。なんだかその
バトラ様ようこそ。そしてお帰りなさいませ。
Jessica was probably embarrassed because she was holding hands with Kanon-kun. wanted to act humbly like a servant and bow. But since neither of them could let go of each other's hands, he couldn't do it so well, and the whole scene looked fairly comical.
使用人のことなんてダメです。うちのジェシカをやれるわけありません。
Happiness of a marionette is running, by the way.
いいじゃないかね。
Let me live!
好きな相手くらい自由に選ばせてやるといい。
Wait.
ダメです、ダメです。ジェシカ。うちもダメなのよ。ジョージ。
Because this is the Golden Land, this is making me think that at the end of the day, Battler actually lost. What if this whole game was a bait? As El Nazi and El Eva hugged each other, they cried tears of regret for their adorable children, even though they had always been at odds. It was a very bizarre scene.
いいじゃないですか。誰が誰を好きになったって。
そうよ。親が子離れしてない証拠ね。
バトラー、俺はお前がどんな女を連れ帰っても生温かく受け入れてやるからね。
この人に紹介しちゃダメよ。すぐ手を出すから。
I'm already sleepy, please.
とっとと駆け落ちしちゃうのよ。
I'm going to like have 5 hours of sleep because of work.
バトラー、やっとここへ来た。
マリア、お前は最初からここへ来ることになる
と。だからマリアは何も怖くなかった。
You sure?
みんなは臆病でビクビク。面白かった。
なんてこった。一番ずれてると思ってたお前が実は最初から真相を知ってたなんてな。
How dare you? She's a baby.
無礼です。
Yes.
マリア教に対してそのような口の利き方、とても許せません。
Thank you. Defend
射
her.
撃曲線形成、攻撃準備よし。マリア教、いつでも攻撃できます。
She asks her sister to chill whenever they feel like. We stand mercenary, Bernie Gills. Oh man.
お静かに。
What?
ベアトリーチェ様の御前です。
Genji, did you do this?
まあ固いことを言わずに、今ははしゃいで喜び合いたい気持ちを察しましょう。それより乾杯の準備を始めようではありませんか。
God, yes, I want a toast. Sir, please, I want a toast from you.
自慢のサバ料理の準備は十分ですよ。いつでも配膳できますよ。
ほらみんな、少しはパグらしく働きなさいよ。やだ、もっとつまみ食いするの。
さあ働こう。お客人方を待たせるな。私たちはアクセク働き奉仕をしよう。お客人たちに何もさせるな。武将にさせて怠惰にさせて、コロコロと豚のように超えさせろ。
ベアトリーチェ、バトラ君、こちらへ。
Beato and Virgilia were standing on the landing at the top of the staircase beckoning to us. Beato and I turned our heads to see what was going on, then climbed the stairs together. From the hall, it looked like a very high stage. A small table had been set up there, as well as a piece of parchment and an old-fashioned quill pen. I saw that the strange magical character in Japanese were written side by side, and below it many names were written. There were 17 of them. Grandfather was the first, and everyone's names had been signed all over it. The people who arrived at the Golden Ram probably signed this one after another.
バトラ、お前で全てが揃う。心して聞くがよい。
黄金鏡は魔女の力だけで保たれている世界ではありません。そこで幸福を享受する全ての人間による協力と承認が必要なのです。
Beato, are you about to say no?
そのためにここには全員のサインが揃わねばならないのです。
Read the terms and services, Battler.
前回、黄金鏡の扉がようやく開いたが、お前はサインを拒んだ。記憶にはないだろうがな。お前がサインを拒んだため、この世界を再び闇に閉ざしてしまったのだ。
これだけを聞いてるとなんだか俺一人が頑固でみんなに色々と迷惑をかけたように聞こえるな。
Kind of, but
そなたの頑固は折り紙付きであるからな。金蔵から受け継いでいるのは血だけではないらしいぞ。
Beato laughed amiably. I should have felt like she was making fun of me, but without thinking I went along with her laughing and smiling.
魔法とはすなわち奇跡は全員が信じ合わねば完成せぬ。そして最後のそなたが信じてくれることでこの奇跡は
なんだかいろいろ迷惑をかけちまったみたいだな。
I'm watching in silence, but I have a bad feeling about this.
俺はどうすりゃいいんだ。
This is like both good and at the same time like something is amiss here.
まずここにあなたのサインを。
Redetermined services, man.
ベアトリーチェはここにサインを。
羽ペンって使いづらいな。うわ、弾いた。
下手くそめ。インク弾きは縁起が悪いのだぞ。自分の名前くらいとっとと書け。ミミズがのたくるように
な。お前こそなんだよ。カタカナで書くなよ。ベアトリーチェなんて洒落た名前なんだから。羽ペンと名前が泣いてるぜ。
うるさいな。筆記体はテストの時は使うなと授業で言われなかったか。
これ厳かな儀式であるぞ。沈黙せよ。
結構二人のサインが揃い誓約書の書式が揃いました。
Alright.
二人には宣誓を。まずはベアトリーチェから誓約書に手を添え誓約を。ベアトリーチェは良き魔女として人々の幸福のために今後も修行を続けることを誓います。さあ
Say it.
なんだか恥ずかしいぞ。ベアトリーチェは良き魔女として人々の幸福のために今後も修行を続けることを誓います。これでよいか。
よろしい。次はバトラだ。
バトラ君も同様に誓約書に手を添え誓約を。後宮バトラは黄金鏡の一員として自身と隣人の幸福のために奉仕することを誓います。
Okay. Are you?
後宮バトラは黄金鏡の一員として自身と隣人の幸福のために奉仕することを誓います。俺も恥ずかしいぜ。
聞け皆の者、今ここに黄金鏡を認める18人の人間全員の誓約が揃った。
When Kinzo proclaimed that, everyone applauded at once, praising us. Since I had been the only stubborn one and had just been a pain, I felt a little bad about being the most celebrated one.
それでは古式にのっとり最後に誓約したバトラ君に黄金鏡への招待状のサインを求めます。これは黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェを黄金鏡へ招くためのもの。黄金鏡はそれを認めた人間たちの総意によって黄金の魔女を招き、そして完成するのです。
バトラ読み上げるぞ。しっかり聞け。我々18人は黄金の魔女をベアトリーチェと認め黄金鏡。
なんだよお前、俺が招待状を送らないと招かれないのかよ。
Are you going to deny her at the last
そういう
second?
儀式らしい。わらわとて肩が凝るぞ。さっさと終わらせようではないか。わらわはさっきから腹が減ってかなわんのだ。
そういや俺も缶詰をちょいとつっついただけでろくなもんを食ってないぜ。さっさとサインを済ましちまう。なになに、あなたを魔女と認めます。これずいぶんシンプルだな。じいさまめ。 誇張して読みやがったな。
Bait.
ほらほら早く。
It was bait!
そこにサインを。
That was bait. That was bait. You were baited.
早く
サインを。
You were baited. With slightly weird and uncomfortable smiles, the two of them start demanding that I sign. Oh, wait. Wait, who are you? At that time, an incredible sound like that of a glass window breaking reverberated through the hall, and the bustling tumult faded back into complete silence. We have been tricked indeed. I dropped the quill pen and turned around, trying to see what had happened. Who are you? I've seen you before, but who are you? When I did. Where had she come from? A human who clearly hadn't been there a short while ago was in the very center of the hall looking up at us. Who's that? A girl? She's probably about the same age as Jessica and me. But I didn't know that face. None of the other people here knew that face either.
なんだ貴様は何者だ。どこから現れた。わらわのパーティーに招待状なき客は必要ない。家具どもつまみ出せ。
仰せのままに囲め。
Except... The seven sisters of Purgatory surrounded her from seven directions, taking out the magic blades that threw curves and blocking her. Oh my god, please finish this chapter! It's almost 1 AM! And from out of nowhere, shuffling goat-head servants appeared in great numbers surrounding that girl. If I knew this chapter was going to be that fucking long! On top of that, the sisters stood in front of Beato like a wall, riding a golden bow and pulling back the bowstring. Fuck the fact that I have work tomorrow. I hate this. Fuck sleep? Yeah, I have 8 hours of work tomorrow. But the girl didn't move at all. On the contrary, she was still staring at us on the landing, as though she didn't mind at all. Who is she looking at? Beato? Grandfather? Could it be me? Yes. The girl was staring straight into my eyes, glaring. Cool song though. Then after our eyes met perfectly, she yelled.
それにサインしてはダメ。自ら敗北を認めるの。魔女に騙されないで。
It was bait! It was bait! I can't believe this! At that time, something incredibly strong lifted me up by the nape of my neck. What's going on? And after being made to turn around behind me, I saw Virgilia with an eerie smile on her face and the muscular forms of goat monsters. A goat monster that looked about 2 meters tall was grabbing me with an arm as thick as a log.
招かれざる来客に耳を貸す必要などありませんよ。
What the hell?
さあ、あなたはサインをするのです。この宣誓書、後ろ宮バトラは魔女の存在を認めると。さあ、この宣誓書にサインを。
This whole game was a fucking bait. I can't believe this. This is the most galaxy brain bait I've seen in my life. As the goat monsters held me down with the power of a vice, they forced me to grab the quill pen. I couldn't even touch the floor with my feet, much less resist.
バトラ、なんで抵抗するんだよ。さっきはコロッとサインしてくれそうだったじゃないかよ。今さら心変わりなんてするなよ。魔女を認めてもいいかなって一瞬思っただろ。思ったんだろ。
I'm so happy to see you as usual, as usual, Beatrice. My queen.
騙されてた。そんなバカな。
That was the most.
ベアト、そんなやつじゃ。
Beatrice caught him slipping. Whoops.
悪いなバトラ、こんなやつでよ。もうダメだ。甘ったるい何や節はやっぱわらわの肌に合わねえや。お師匠様、 力ずくで頼むぜ。
Oh fuck.
地味な役回りだったんですっかり退屈してたんで、何者か知らねえがたっぷりぐちゃぐちゃのねちゃねちゃに糸が引くほどぶっ殺してやるぜ。
Fucking Beatrice played all of us like a damn fiddle.
女に生まれてきたことを後悔させてやるよ。
As Beato waved her gold pipe, the massive chandelier hanging in the hall was electrocuted, and from that a terrible purple thunderbolt fell. It should have been a direct hit on the girl right below it, turning her to ash. Please, girls, wrap it up, I'm begging. However, not a single hair was signed.
Oh, 飛び入りするだけのことはある。聞こう。名を名乗れ。
あんたに名乗る名前なんてないわ。それよりバカ、いつまで騙されてるのよ、このお人よし。早く気づいて、これが全て魔女の罠であることに。
These words were aimed at me. This is all the witch's trap, she says. That can't be. Beato reformed and swore to become a good witch.
Beato.
You tricked me, I guess.
嘘だよな。嘘だと言ってくれ。
悪いな、バトラ。結構面白かったぜ。しかしお師匠様の言う通りにしてみたんだが、本当に結構いいとこまで行けたな。なんでもツンツンと残虐を尽くした後に程よくへたれて出れてみせると好感度ってやつが大幅アップするんだろ。
Wow, Battler, both me and you were played like absolute
デレで病んで
fiddles.
る悪役が最近はイケてるって聞いたぜ。これでもよ、最近流行りの漫画とかアニメとかギャルゲーで結構勉強したんだぜ。そうしたらお前、案の定お涙ちょうだいでコロリだよ。バーカ、本当に単純なやつ。これぞ名付けて北風と太陽作戦という。
The North Wind and Sun strategy. Oh my god. This was planned from since back then?
くそ。てめえ。よくも騙しやがったな。
Yes.
ああ、その表情がいつお前の気遣うようなあの表情な。背中がかゆくなってそれをこらえるので必死であったぞ。残念でした。魔女は改心なんてしません。
She seems to be hesitating in a way.
サインを頼むぜ、お師匠様。飛び入り客はわらわの獲物よ。
さあ、あなたはもうこのサインを拒めませんよ。さあ、ほら、サインをして身も心も魂も捧げてしまいなさい。
When Virgilia lifted her chin as a signal, the goat monsters with an even more vice-like power forced my arm to approach the parchment. Ow, wow, 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 these guys are trying to make me sign even if it breaks my arm. Then a bright red light burst open with me at the center, knocking the witches and the goat monsters away. Did that girl save me? But who in the world is that? I don't have a clue.
こんなところでいつまで遊んでいるつもりなの。いい加減にして。あなたが羨ましいわ、私は。
助けてもらってなんだが、ひでえ言われようだぜ。
Wait, they both have red hair.
すまねえがあんた。
Same eye color. Is that Anj?
六軒島の魔女、彼は返してもらうわよ。
誰が返すか愚か者。バトラはわらわの玩具だ。わらわのお気に入りの世界で一番の玩具だ。
I only really noticed when they were next to each other.
飽きぬぞ、捨てるぞ、誰にも渡さぬぞ。バトラ
Well, perhaps. I guess my guess was correct then.
楽しんでおる。わらわと一緒にこんなにも楽しく遊んでおるのだ。
Beatrice, please, I want to go to bed.
それを邪魔立てはさせぬ。
Stop! I've been streaming for almost 6 hours now.
本当に楽しそうね。腹立たしいくらいに羨ましいわ。
Man.
こんな素敵なところでみんなでワイワイ楽しく賑やかにゲラゲラと。たくさんの美人の魔女たちに囲まれてチヤホヤされて、さぞや楽しくて帰りたくないでしょうよ。
俺に言ってるのか。おいおい、そりゃ誤解だ。俺だって迷惑してる。何が楽しいもんか。俺の苦労を知りやがってんだ。
何が苦労よ。お父さんお母さんと楽しく過ごして、いとこみんなでキャッキャと遊んで、愉快な魔女たちといつまでも永遠に遊んで過ごせる。なんてあなたは幸せなの。あなたたちが羨ましいわよ。私も混ぜてほしいくらい。
あいにくだが、それは断る。わらわは手持ちの玩具で満足しておる。そなたのようなそやな玩具はわらわのおもちゃ箱にふさわしくない。
ええ、分かってるわ。誰があんたなんかと遊ぶものですか。でも少しだけ感謝するわ。こうしてみんなに合わせてくれて。
お前誰なんだ。
I guess it's your sister, but older.
なるほど。そう。ああ、わかったぞ。そなたの正体が。なるほどな。ベルンカステル教の送り込んだ駒とはそなたなのか。
Okay.
気に入った。
Oh, a piece from Burn. Interesting.
改めてそなたをわらわのパーティーに招こうではないか。たっぷり歓迎してやるぞ。バトラともども仲良く遊んで、壊して殺して潰して灰にして、パン生地に混ぜてふっくらと焼き上げてくれるわ。
ああ、ダメね。
Oh,
全
she.
然ダメだわ。
Okay, that's definitely
あんたに
Batora's
それは
sister.
できや
That's
しない。
absolutely us.
1986年の6
She
軒
has
島
the
で
Zenzen Dameda.
何があったのか、私が全て白日のもとにさらしてやるわ。あんたなんて真実という春に怯える霜柱でしかないことを教えてやる。覚悟なさい、黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ。
Girl fight! Girl fight! Girl fight! She also has a one-winged eagle on her badge. Yeah, then it's probably Ange. Oh, finally! Finally! I can prepare myself to go to bed. I will not be reading the tea party and the other scene tonight. I will save it for next time because for when I start the next chapter. Died on the Ninth Twilight, I see. Oh god, this was way too long. Almost 6 hours of streaming. I should have broken up into 2 parts. Oh god, I was already... Well, how did you find the spiderweb scene? Intense. It was really intense. It had me sweating bullets. But for a second, I too was tricked. I thought that Beato was having a change of heart too, but... It looks like I too was tricked like a fiddle too. It's such a great scene. It is, absolutely. I think this chapter was fantastic. Wait, that's it? Yeah, there's probably more. Like, there's like a tea party after the credits, like an after credit scene, and like another one, like an epilogue. But I will not be reading these tonight. It's way too late for me. It's like 1 AM and I have to wake up tomorrow at 7. Ugh. I barely slept last night either, so tomorrow will be absolute hell for me at work. Maybe I'll even try to go to work later because, wow. I'll need at minimum 6 hours of 6.5 hours of sleep, and right now I don't even have that. If I sleep 5 hours, no, that will be too much. Sorry, guys. This was episode 3, then TPE party, then question mark, question mark, question mark, and then episode 4. I will save the tea party and the question mark part for when I start episode 4. It's really way too late for me to start now. I'm sorry if I sound kinda annoyed or it's... I did really enjoy the ending and and all, but like I said at the start of the stream, I'm already sleepy, and losing even more sleep will absolutely destroy me tomorrow, and I'm not looking forward to it. I need to be able to like, when I get 3 hours or 3.5 hours, I need to be like sternly, I have to stop here. I should have done this for this chapter too, but I was so engrossed, I wanted to finish reading it, and I thought I could do it, and now I regret my decision. The new victor is Eva Beatrice. It was she who solved the riddle of the gold before time was up. There was but one survivor, which was Eva. But where's Eva Beatrice now? That's the question. Was this all just part of Beato's grand master plan to try to trick the battler? I do think she has a little bit more behind it. But let's see how this goes afterwards. But holy fucking Christ. Let me just see something. Oh yeah, right, I can't start the chapter unless I do the tea party first. Yeah, no, I'm not doing this tonight. Oh god. Okay, guys. I'm ending this for tonight. I don't have a schedule for next week yet. But it will be up either next Monday or something. My throat has been busted these last 2 weeks, so there's possibly a chance I might take a week or two... Sorry, a stream or two off. But we'll see. Okay. Thanks everybody for coming. I'm going to bed right now, and I'll give my thoughts for episode 3 as a whole when I do the tea party and the question mark scene before I start episode 4. See ya guys next time, and have a good night. Bye!